Check test. All right. Here we go. All right. Looks like we're rocking. let's see. All right, Brandon Schuff now 5-1 ahead. And looking pretty good out there. Again, really got to dial the break in, though. He's got to get that down. And I don't want to say that Brandon struggled with the break necessarily, but it hasn't been ideal for him. And he had a scratch in, I believe, rack number 3. He's been making the 1 ball. And remember, the 2 ball has to be on the wing or on the bottom of the rack. So you see Brandon experimenting with controlling that cue ball. He's getting the 1 ball down, though. But again, not really getting that opening shot he was loping for. Brandon likes to push out. It looks like he's going to push to a jump here. Not sure. Peter O'Neill, I mean, he came with a nice jump shot earlier. I feel like he might take this. I mean, he's giving it a look. He says, go ahead, Brandon, show me your stuff. So Brandon's going to go to the bag, grab the jump cue. I'm a little surprised, though. Peter O'Neill, again, you know, he had kind of a low percentage jump shot earlier, and he made it. And, I mean, there's a lot of distance here. Doesn't offer great position. But I was a little surprised that he didn't take it on. And Brandon gearing up to send this ball into orbit. It's going to bounce a couple of times on its way over to the 2 ball. Nailed it. What a shot. Cue ball doesn't cooperate fully, but he's still at the table. And if you've ever been in a match like this, just being at the table can be a blessing. So, I mean, he's got the 1 rail kick here, and I think that that's really what you're looking to do. You can make the ball. If you hit it a little bit fat, you can actually get safe here. You bank it up over near that right side pocket. Cue ball could end up either behind the 8 or behind the 9 or the 7. The only thing you don't want to do, you don't really want to overcut this one. You don't want to hit it too thin. Brandon hits it really well, but where's the cue ball? Right in the drink. I mean, we're not going to say that that's a bad shot. We're going to call that a bad roll. I mean, to come off the rail and hit the 8 ball just right to scratch, I mean, that's a little tough to swallow. Just a little. So Peter O'Neill looks like he's going to come with a draw stroke here. Wants to drag it towards the foot spot. And he's going to overcook it just a bit. He's still got sight, shooting the purple to the left side pocket. Now, because he's hitting this thin, the cue ball is going to be traveling a little quick. Just got to be mindful to stay up table for the green 6. Kind of cheated that one just a bit. Very nice. 7 does pass the 8 ball, so it's pure execution from this point. Fires it in. Hey, Peter O'Neill, he's putting up a bit of a fight here. Looking to come back and forth with the cue ball here. And you can see by Peter's expression, he's not thrilled about this 9 ball, but I mean, I don't think he's too bad on this 9. He just cut it to the other corner. And he makes it happen. 5-2 now. Shuff still ahead. And again, folks, if you want to purchase your pay-per-view pass, watch all of the matches. You don't have to stay on the featured table. Go ahead and just screenshot that QR code right there. And you can go over there and purchase your pay-per-view pass through Digital Pool. And again, you can watch all of the matches in the event. And I do urge you to do that. It does help make events like this possible. Supporting the platform and supporting the crew that put this event together. So 5-2 now. Again, racing to 9. I want to say that both players have mostly worked out their, first round kinks and jitters, whatever you want to call it. All right, here we go to the break. Rack number 8, Peter O'Neill. Missing the 1 ball, 3 ball finds a home in the bottom corner. And I'll tell you what, this is a very nice layout. I would not be surprised to see Peter O'Neill clean the table here. Of course, always easier said than done. When you're at the table, it becomes very real. Of course, we don't see many shots missed from the commentary box. But out there in the real world and in that battlefield of competition, shots definitely get tougher. I'll tell you, everything's right out in the open. Peter's really just, he wants to stay on the left side of the table, but because that blue 2 ball is to the left of the corner, it's tough to do that. There's not a lot of rail available on that top short rail. So you may see him draw this, try to go between the side pocket and the 8. I think he's done okay here. I'll tell you, he's gotten really close on this purple 5. I mean, the bank shot is available, and you can kind of play it in a two-way manner, where you can kind of hide underneath the green 6. I don't know if he's going to do that. Yeah, he was trying to go 2 rails behind the 9, I would think. but to no avail. Maybe the slick cloth kind of deceiving for him. I think that's a smart shot from Brandon. You know, he did have the bank shot available. It did come with position. But he knows that he's got to tighten it up and really just play the highest percentage shots. And that's really always the best way to approach the game. As Mr. O'Neill inspects his options. Now, he can get to that bottom short rail, but it's not a natural shot. He's going to have to spin it, so he's going to go one rail to the left long rail. Kick into it from this angle. Actually hits it twice on the way there. So no ball in hand, but that 5 ball is open. Tell you, no matter how many times I see these new sets, you know, the purple ball for a good number of years, always the 4. Now, of course, it is the purple 5. And Schuff going to get the fortune this time. Again, looking just for the kick into that purple. And I can't believe he went right between the 6 and the 9. What a shot there. O'Neill coming with some great shots. And you can tell he knows the game. You know, he might not be a traveling world professional, but you can tell he knows the game. What a great kick that was. No misjudgment there. See the ball kind of turning over and stalling behind the 8 ball. So it's Brandon Schuff now in the tough predicament. I mean, he's made some nice jump shots. I feel like the jump is on here. He's got a heck of a distance to get over the 8 ball, though. And that ball would be coming in pretty hot, so he's electing to go with the kick here. The 9 ball, possible kick combination. Look out, cue ball. And he's going to scratch. Unfortunate there from Brandon. But fortune favors the bold as Peter O'Neill comes back after that great kick shot. I still can't believe he got it between the 6 and the 9. Unbelievable. There we go. 4 balls away from another point on the board. Peter O'Neill giving it his all. He's thoroughly enjoying this inning at the table as everything's right out in the open. And, you know, as a player, that's really what you hope for. It's not really just for the ease of the out. It's really just to get the comfort on the equipment, kind of let your stroke out. You know, get the tables speed down and feel how the rails are. Just get your bearings. Really just allows you to play your best. right, Schuff, 5-3 now. Still ahead, but faltering a little bit. He was leading this one 4-1 just a short time ago. He does find success on the break there. But the one ball, a little thin. I think Brandon will take this cut on, though. Cue ball back and forth. Should contact the third rail. Super thin. Overcuts it. Lots of speed on the cue ball as a byproduct of that super thin cut on the one. And O'Neill definitely misjudging that one. But again, leaving Brandon in a tough spot. Can't really get behind the one ball here to kick and send it up table. I mean, you're really just bound to, kind of banking it out or thinning it into that pink and trying to send the cue ball up table, but there's really not a lot of room on that rail. I mean, I don't even think you can get to the left side of the one ball here. Why didn't I think of that? What a shot. What a shot. I think Brandon kind of made the sign of the cross and fired, but again, fortune favors the bold. And this is a tricky one also. I mean, the one rail kick is really the way to go. Go between the purple and the brown. One rail at it. And I don't think he agrees with me here. He's going with a three railer. To no avail. I think he might have actually been maybe eyeing up a two rail shot. Schuff back to business. One ball down, combination down. And this type of layout is really going to tell us where Brandon Schuff is at as far as his comfort and playability at the moment. When everything's out in the open, you can really see how comfortable a player is. When you're kind of in the mud, kind of playing some tricky shots and whatnot, things can be funny for any player, regardless of their comfort level. But when everything's out in the open, you can kind of tell the difference between those super clean lines and, just the execution of the shot and the routes that they're taking, kind of where the player is. And so far, Brandon's looking pretty solid. Players like Schuff make the game look so simple, so easy. And of course, it is a simple game, but it is far from easy. Just try it. Go ahead and try it. All right, 9 ball falls, and Schuff goes ahead 6-3 here. And again, I'm going to keep telling you guys about this. If you do want to get your all-table pass, you can go ahead and over to the destination at that QR code right there. And you can purchase your pay-per-view pass and watch all matches in the event. That is everywhere that you can view this lovely Stocks Memorial 2026 edition. All right, O'Neill to the break. Let's see what he comes with here. One ball finds a home in the side pocket. Great connection on the break. I'll tell you what, that is a tournament-winning break right there. Of course, you got to put the balls in the pocket afterwards, but that break right there, if you could bottle that up, absolute billionaire. Look at this. Everything out in the open, everything with a pocket. Perfect shot on the opening ball. Peter O'Neill, pretty impressive there. And you see, there's the missing link right there. Missing an open shot right there. Can't do that, especially against Brandon Schuff. And you see Brandon missing the shot, but he did play it in a two-way manner. You know, I feel like he was very conscious of where that cue ball was going to arrive. Stays behind the purple 5. And Peter O'Neill, looks like he's got the jump cue in his hand, going to the air. A little bit of a miscue. And a lighthearted smile. He looks okay. Yeah, that was a big missed opportunity there. You know, 6-4 feels a lot better than 7-3. You know, if you're on the receiving end of that, but you know, these are the experiences that kind of, you know, let these players learn proper practices and decision making. You know, that was a really nice shot there from Brandon. Although it was a simple cut shot, you know, managing not contacting the 8 ball with the cue and not passing that 9 ball to get on the green 6. He really hit that window nicely. Really nice control. All right, one rail shape. Just going to stun it right back out. Yeah, this will make it 7-3 in favor of Brandon Schuff. And you see Brandon nodding his head a little bit there, and, you know, he knows he needs to tighten up a bit. Not really in tip-top form just yet. But, I mean, when the balls are open, he's doing his thing. So 7-3 now. All right, Schuff breaking rack 11. He's up 7-3. He's just needing 2 more games. one ball finds a home. And, Brandon's been adjusting as he's been going through this opening match and trying to find the best way to, execute that break shot. And, the one ball's been falling. He lost the cue ball a little bit a couple times. He lost the two ball a couple of times, just not getting that opening shot. But, all things considered, he's hitting him pretty square. And again, very smart shot there. He may have actually left this open. Now, at first glance, it looked like he was trying to pocket that ball. And although he may have been trying to pocket that, he did try to play it in a two-way manner. Doesn't really get the full hook, though. Looks like he's still got enough of that blue two ball. And he doesn't even want to take it on it. Looks like he was going at the bank shot. Brandon not really getting the best of that one, but he's going to be thinning the two ball, maybe. Looks like he's going to be kicking from the top side. Maybe he can't see even the edge of it. And I thought that he could see the edge. It still looks like he has just a piece of this blue two. Thought he might thin it and try to send the cue ball around the rails, but he's going to ask for the cue ball to be cleaned here. And again, want to give Brandon some credit here. He's been working his butt off on the back end of the event and late nights, and he's even had a bit of car trouble. And all of those things added up, and he's still here and performing for us. All right, O'Neill. I'll tell you what, he made it happen. Not the way he might have envisioned, but legal contact. And he's going to give Brandon the 9-ball square in his face. These are the things that can actually be expected in the game of 9-ball, so no surprise. Brandon going to return the favor. I think he leaves him just paint, maybe. I think in this case the kick shot might be warranted regardless. I'll tell you, that was not what he wanted to do. There was still some clusters going on there, and Peter O'Neill breaks it open. Now Schuff with the opportunity to clear the table. I don't know if he can actually get to the 2-ball, actually pocket it. And he tried to kind of cheat that one, and hopefully the slide of the cloth would accept it into the pocket, but does not happen. return safety there. I'll tell you what, he hit it pretty well. Shuffle likely going to go with the 2 rail kick, soft second rail. He needs to hit this one just a little bit, though. If he hits it square in the face and makes the ball, he can actually end up behind the purple 5. So he's got to be able to get through that. He hit it the right speed, but doesn't pocket the ball. So O'Neill with a new opportunity. I'd like to see Peter give a little bit of pressure to Brandon and try to play another defensive shot here. You're going to kind of bank the 2 ball down table. Try to slide that 1 ball right between the 5 and the 8 right there. And he says, "That's not happening, Mr. DeMarco. I'm going to shoot these in. No more Brandon Schuff." What a nice shot that was. You would like to be a little bit lower, although may be able to get this cue ball to carom off of the 9 on its way up table, and that would send it towards that purple 5. So he made that happen. Very nice. Really nice shot, actually. I'll be honest, you can tell that Peter O'Neill has a real mind for the game, and perhaps the execution isn't up to the world-class standards just yet, but the man can play. No doubt about it. He's firing these balls in. Perhaps some added momentum. And like I mentioned earlier, when the players get the open shots, that's really what helps them gain that comfort and that, playability on the equipment. Puts that confidence in that back arm and just allows them to do what they do. He's just going to inspect to see how close we are to that side cushion. And it falls 7-3 to 7-4 now. As Peter O'Neill adds one to his side. And again, if you want to pick and choose which matches you want to see, you can go on over to the digital pool all table pass, and you can get that. All you got to do is just go to that link right there. You can go to the QR code, screenshot it if you like, take a photo, scan it, whatever you want to do, and that will take you to the all table pass, where you can again pick and choose which matches you want to see. And most of the time we'll have 8 matches happening simultaneously. Got 3 matches still going on right now. Eli Poole and Stefanos Araviakis. And they're 6-3 to Stefanos. And Fraser Patrick and Ken Nguyen 6-2 in favor of Fraser. We did have some earlier matches. Don't forget, the winner of this match will go on to play the number 1 seed, Mr. Tyler Steyer. Boris Ivanovsky wins his match 9-1. over Manolis Daskalakis. Next round, we will have Jamie Triplett taking on Yannick Pongers. And then we move on to our second portion of the bracket, all of the 12 p.m. matches. Hey, what a stacked field. Tons of super strong players here. And talking about strong players, very recently saw Jesus Atencio and Lucas Fracasso-Werner in the finals of the Beasley Open, previous WNT stop. And I'll tell you, Lucas has been on fire lately. He made the final in 2 out of his last 3 events, minus the Super Billiards Expo Pro. But taking down the WNT over at Rax in West Hempstead, New York, over Nayuki Oi. And then runner-up finish right there to Atencio in the last stop there. So Lucas Fracasso-Werner looking to stay on it and continue his success. But, I mean, he's been putting in a ton of work. He's been playing a lot of matches and getting in all kinds of events. So, reaping the benefits, kind of a byproduct of all of that. Tell you what, around the world, but he makes it happen. I'll tell you, those last couple of shots, they looked a lot simpler than they actually were. But Schuff makes it look easy as he arrives on the hill. 8-4 ahead now. Again, racing to 9. So it's looking like Schuff is going to be moving forward, unless Peter O'Neill can really pull out something here. But the winner of this match goes on to play Tyler Steyer. And that would be at 6 p.m. It would be a 6 p.m. match. And again, your next matchup coming at noon, just about an hour from now. It's going to be Hunter Lombardo and Sean Wilkie. Get some. And that's going to be a great match. You don't want to miss that. And again, if you would like to pick and choose, you can go on and purchase that pay-per-view pass. And you can determine who you want to watch, when you want to watch. All right, here we go. Schuff to the break. And he is on the hill. And let me tell you something, folks. This might be the shortest rack we've seen. Because if my calculations are correct, there's going to be a 3-shot rack to finish the match. It looks like that is going to be the case. Can he make it happen? Looking for the combination. And he makes it happen. All right, there you go. Brandon Schuff, 9-4 over Peter O'Neill. And again, head on over and purchase that pay-per-view pass. You can watch all of the matches going on around the room. You don't have to stay here on the feature table. And again, that's the QR code right there. Go ahead and screenshot that or take a photo, whatever it is. And then we'll send you straight to where you got to be. We're going to take a quick word from some sponsors. And we'll be back with some more pool action next round, 12 p.m. All right, folks, we're back, and we've got some more action here from On Cue at the Bob Stocks Memorial 2026 edition. And I am Mike DeMarco from Ship the Cash. Joining me, George Hammerbacher. George, how you doing?
All righty, Mike. How are you?
I'm doing well. Looks like we've got a nice match coming up right here. We just saw Brandon Schuff take out his first round over Mr. O'Neill. And now we've got Georgi Georgiev and David Mudre.
David is from around this general area in Virginia, and he's a terrific photographer and just a very, very good guy and a good player too. And when he blows hot, he can be dangerous, especially in a short race to 9 such as this.
Yeah, I agree with you, George. And I'll tell you, if you guys look back just about maybe a couple of minutes ago, you saw them playing that first rack, and the players actually started before the match started. So our on-site official, Mr. John Lehman, he has to initiate the match. So that first game was kind of halted right in the middle, and now they are going to begin officially. So we're in for a treat here.
Yes.
So, yeah, you mentioned David. You know, he is a strong player, and you're right. When he gets hot, he can be very dangerous, especially in, like you said, race to 9. It's 9 ball, and I know he's comfortable in this room. He's comfortable on the equipment, so should be a good one.
We're here at the On Cue Sports Bar and Grill in Front Royal, Virginia, and a terrific venue. There's about 8-9 feet, it looks like, in between tables. Just fabulous lighting. Just a all-universe place to play pool. If I didn't live 140 miles away in Baltimore, I would be wearing this joint out.
Yeah, you know, I got to agree, George. You know, one of the main things that I've heard positively, feedback-wise, from the players is that there's not a lot of traffic around the table areas. You know, the players can kind of just go into their corner of the world and play their match in their comfort zone, and, you know, that's a really nice thing.
Yes, it is, and it's a place that is just got the right type of lighting. And just overall, I feel a sense of ease when I'm in the playing area. And here we go.
All right, first break off. And it looks like a successful break. But where is Georgie's opening ball here?
Looks like he made the 1-2, and he's got a shot from the rail, looking up into his lower right corner pocket.
Yeah, it looks like he's got the opening shot on the 3 ball, but the cue ball is a little tough there. Got to contest with the green 6.
Yes.
So he may actually go to the opposite corner and back cut it, and I think that's what he's going to do. Just because of the positional value, he can send the cue ball right to that right long rail right above that side pocket, and he should be able to come back out to center table.
Yeah, you're right, Mike. He is looking right. He is looking at the lower left, and he's got to watch his cue ball a little bit. He hit it great.
Yeah, you know, I thought he was going to try to stay above that pink 4, but he ended up going down table. Now, he doesn't really have the greatest of looks here. I mean, he can see the whole ball. Doesn't have a clear pocket, though. Bank shot is on. I think he's going to probably play defense here. I don't know if he's looking to open up with a bank shot like this. He can kind of just put the cue ball right behind that 8-9. And that's exactly what he did there.
And he also sent the pink 4 up by the 7, but close to the purple 5, and making it a pretty demanding kick. He might have the side rail, but the side pocket almost is right in that kick lane.
Yeah, it looks like he's got to have a little bit of a light mass, say, George.
Yes.
Try to come behind that 4, try to send it back up table. He does hit it in the face. And the cue ball's going to arrive. Not so terrible if you're Georgie.
Nah, Georgie has to love this one because if he can hit this one clean, he's going to fall on the next ball right in the same pocket.
And it looks like he is going to dig a little bit. Go forward 2 rails.
Yeah, he hit that ball good.
Yeah, you can tell he's still not 100% with the speed of the table. Overran that one just a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
But I think he's going to get right back into line with this one right here. Remember, he's going to the green 6 in the side pocket next.
Perfect.
Yeah, still a little bit far with that one. I mean, he's going to be okay, but definitely a bit far with the cue ball. Not expecting the speed.
A little thin, too. This will be a little bit of a challenge.
And he stalls the cue ball very nicely there. Right back into line. I think he actually wanted some more angle with this one. And it looks like if he did try to stay with the natural shot here, just going forward or stunning off that top rail, he's going to have to pound it. So you might see him actually draw this one. Come back across the center of the table. No, he was able to move it.
He stunned it really nicely and still going a little bit past his mark.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that's something great about these talented players. You know, they can kind of shoot their way out of most situations.
Sure.
And that's kind of what he's doing here. You know, he overrolls, underrolls a little bit, but he can still execute the shots.
Very accomplished player.
And he doesn't get the bump on the 9 he was looking for.
He thought he was going to be shooting it inside.
Yeah, he thought he was going to hit a little fatter than that, but he's looking to cut this one down the rail, and that's the biggest pocket, highest percentage for Georgie to pocket this 9 ball.
Yeah, he'd probably catch it a little on the inside, and just put the electric eye on this one.
Let's see if he can make this happen.
No,
Of course he does.
See, the tables are still playing a little slidey, and they were just recovered 10 days ago, according to the owner of the WNT Billiards, and Cole and his staff have just been wonderful. They have great food here at the WNT Billiards and tremendous place to play pool. They have it completely separated from the downstairs and the food and the karaoke and all that stuff, and it's just a wonderful spot.
Yeah, on cue, definitely one of my favorite destinations. This is my first time here, and I'll tell you, I've really enjoyed it. I like how they have the pool and the kind of the regular guys sections separated here, George. I really like that.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, it's you just don't mix them, you know, so the players can play in peace and do what they got to do. And if you want to have a party and have some fun, you can go downstairs for that. And speaking of having fun and having a party, if you want to have a party on any of the tables you want to watch, you can go to that QR code right there you see on your screen, and you can choose which matches you want to watch at whatever time you want to watch it. All you got to do is go to that and purchase your pay-per-view pass, and you can watch any of the matches. Again, there's usually going to be 8 matches happening at the same time on the first 2 days, which is today and tomorrow. And we get down to our final 16 for the final day, and then we would conclude our event there. But again, starting with 63 players. We were one short of a full field. You had someone drop out last second there, but 63 very strong players. And we're going to see one of them coming up right now, David Moutre, for the first time. We're going to see how his break looks.
I'm familiar with a lot of these regional players, being from Baltimore, and you know, the pros. You'll see a lot, and just be experienced by seeing them play in different places from week to week. David on the break shot looks like he came up dry and left Georgie a very, very nice opening shot on the 1 ball. He's going to have to stretch for it and try to come around possibly two rails, two or three rails to the two in the lower left corner, the blue two. He's going to get the cue extender out,
Yeah, and look, he's doing exactly that, George. Nice call. And you're right, he does have to move this cue ball a little bit. There's a chance he can actually thin this and come straight back down the avenue between the 6 and the 7.
That might be the case,
He might be able to do that.
But and he might be doing that for another reason. Is it that at the pink 4 might, if he has to put a little of the low left on this ball, or the center left, he doesn't want it to fade out and catch a piece of that pink 4.
Well,
he got close to it, didn't he?
Oh yeah, no, he did great.
That was but he had all center diamonds, which is in my book high percentage pocket billiards to play that. And since he's still struggling with the speed, he and rolling up and down, I think he probably chose wisely. So let's see what happens from here. Georgie's in good line now.
Just has to be careful with this 8 ball, and he avoids it very well. And I'll tell you, that looked like a simple shot. That was difficult. That was very hard.
He killed that ball too. When it looked like he hit it a little on the inside. That ball came up like it was on fly paper off of that rail. He hit it with some pretty good stroke. Yet the ball didn't go anywhere particularly.
Yeah, Georgie definitely showing his stuff here. And David Moutre, I mean, we haven't really seen much. He had the kick shot and he had the dry break. But I expect to see a bit more from David.
Like I've seen David play and on some regional events, and he occasionally is subject to put it together. This is an alternate break format situation, and it's imperative to get off to a good start, because trying to come back with an alternate break if you fall behind a player like Georgie is a tough proposition.
Well, you're absolutely right with that. As Georgie looks to finish this one out, this is really going to be the shot of the rack. And he arrives really close to a straight line here on the 6. I don't know if he can cheat this too much. So you might actually see him draw this back under the 7. I don't know if he can stay above it. We're going to find out now.
I like the 7's clear down here to the lower right. He might stun it. He looks like he's following the ball based on his cueing action.
Yeah, he did have enough to cheat that in there. And he comes out nicely here.
He's pure on this ball.
Yeah, that was really the shot of the rack, George. You know, that was the thing to figure out. But now he's in the clear. He's kind of got the go-ahead to just go ahead and finish it up.
I've found in my experience that usually in 9-ball there's that one key shot that you mentioned, Mike, that is going to be the sink or swim shot in every rack. And Georgie, he's playing full-time pool, and he's gonna adapt to the speed and the situation very quickly, generally.
I totally agree with that. It's a little close to his work on the 9-ball, but I don't think he's going to have any issues here.
Might have to get the cue extender.
It looks like he's comfortable cueing the way he is. A little bit of a stretch, I would think. Yeah, he can reach this one okay. And this is get us another one on the board.
And Mike, yeah, you see, and with this racking temp, the 9-ball is going to be very, very much stationary. As all the balls go nuts, the 9-ball, unless it's kissed by the cue ball coming off the side cushion, is generally going to stay in place with the cut break or the softer breaks that the players are playing these days.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And we know how critical that break shot really is. You know, obviously most of the players playing that 1 ball to the side pocket. On occasion, you can play the wing ball as well. But most of the players playing that one ball to the side pocket, trying to maintain position on the two ball. And don't forget, the two ball has to be racked either on the wing or at the base of the rack. So you can kind of plan for that run out.
And yes, and I've been going to tournaments for a long time, and I walk into tournament sites like this or even lower tournaments, and I don't see that many people even practicing the break shot, and that's the only shot we know comes up. They throw balls out on the table, and I just shake my head and I say these guys are all looking to go to the west side of that bracket pretty quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that really comes down to, the players, they want to shoot balls. It's the fun aspect of it. And, it is in some ways counterproductive. The best players in the world will tell you, find out what you're terrible at and work at those things.
Sure.
I mean, if you already can pocket the balls really well, probably shouldn't practice that all the time. It's nice to work on the things that you need some improvement with.
Oh, yeah. Here David is got a pretty just awkward looking little swing at this one ball. He might be going to come down table and try to duck and lay underneath the purple 5 ball.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what he was trying to do there. I'm not sure how he's going to arrive. It looks like he does have coverage here. George, nice shot from David.
Yeah, David is he can surprise you at times. Like I said, I've seen him play numerous times being around this area in this region, and every once in a while he can catch the gear, and he can have as fine a touch as anybody for 45 minutes or an hour, which is what this is going to encompass, an hour and 10-minute match maybe. Well played, but that was a good stroke from him. He played what the table gave him.
Well, Georgie's looking to answer back now with a little jump shot. Looking to cut this in the side pocket. He doesn't get it to fall. And this is really where we're going to see where David Mudre is feeling right now about his game. The table's wide open. He's got a straight shot for the one ball. Offers position on the two. This is where you can show your stuff here, David.
Yes, sir. His 3 ball is back up table. The blue 2 is a good play in the side pocket, and if he can get just any kind of angle coming off that long rail, he can be in pretty good shape to put one on his side of the string.
Well, let's see. We're going to see exactly where David's mind is at and where his comfort level is at in the game right now. I mean, we talk about this all the time, George. These are the times that players look for where they can get that acquaintance with the equipment and kind of just feel how the equipment's playing, and that's going to put them in a position to do their stuff, show their stuff.
He got very nice on this 2 ball. He's just going to come back almost near his bridge hand, I would think. Pretty much.
Yeah, that's pretty good there.
He probably is going to come 2 rails a little bit on the left side, and trundle on into that straight type angle on the 4 to the purple 5.
I'll tell you, he's a little bit straighter than he would have liked. I think he wanted more angle, so he's going to work the cue ball a bit. And I think he did okay with that. A little past ideal.
Yes, he's going to have to probably play the high left ball, or he can draw it off the side rail in between the purple 5 and the brown 7.
Let's see how he does there. Didn't want to stall on the 7 there. As we see our good friend Mr. Payne McBride playing his match on our neighboring table number 7. And again, if you want to watch all of the matches, make sure you go purchase your pay-per-view pass. And you can see all of that stuff at your will. You can choose which match you want to watch at all times.
Some very, very strong players are with us this weekend here, Mike, and it's a real good thing. If you like pool, you really can't miss this. This is looks like he's going to just duck. I don't know about that, but
Well, looks like he might have left him at least a kick shot. If anything, a jump shot definitely available.
it might even be a touch of a swerve with a swerve right, high right. He could go right at this. He's going to have just a little jump over the edge of the 7.
Yeah, he nails the jump shot and unfortunately rests right against that top short rail with the cue ball.
Nobody likes to practice this shot at the pool room.
Well, you know what? You're absolutely right. No one likes to practice it. You know, the only player I've known to practice this shot?
Strickland?
Earl Strickland. That's right. I knew you knew the answer. I know you know your stuff, George. Yeah. I saw him setting it up almost in the same position there and just firing a ball in right up the table. And, rightfully so. I mean, if you can get comfortable with shots like that, and Georgie nails it.
Beautiful stroke. He stayed down and finished that stroke and watched those balls hit.
Yeah, really made a nice connection there. But I'll tell you, it's such a nice thing when, we can talk about things and kind of make those realizations. I mean, we're talking about Earl Strickland, one of the greatest players in history, and he practices that, whereas the rest of the players, the majority, we could say, they're probably never going to practice that shot. So that tells you something.
Sure. It's he turns awkward into comfortable.
You can say that again. As Georgie deposits this 9-ball to go ahead 3-0. Tell you what, David Mudre, he's got a tough opponent here.
Oh yeah, I'm kind of surprised he ducked on that ball because it did look playable in the lower left, and he elected to duck, and it's.
I mean, I think he was trying to play the highest percentage for him personally, but I think that he needed to bank it wider just so that it would go back above the obstruction, but he didn't quite get there. And we want to say thank you to our on-site official, Mr. John Lehman. And for those of you that didn't know, next Thursday, he might hate me for saying this, but next Thursday is his birthday. So make sure that you send him a cupcake in the mail or whatever it is. But we love you, John. Thank you so much for everything you do for us in the pool world. And thank you for being here at the 2026 Bob Stocks Memorial. Love having John here. And I'll tell you, whenever John Lehman's on site, it feels real. You know what I mean?
We were having some food last night, and John, we were talking a little bit, and I said, "You've probably been on more AccuStats videos than Shane Van Boning."
You know what? That might be the case. That might be the case.
And but back to the duck thing though. That long time ago, the late great Buddy Hall used to say, "I'd much rather go down on a tough shot than a tough safety."
No, you're absolutely right with that. I want to go down swinging. Most definitely.
So here we go. David on the break. This is a critical. 3-1 is a whole lot easier than 4-0.
Say that again. And 1-ball square into the side pocket. Makes a nice connection. And he'll have a shot on that blue 2-ball.
Yeah.
Might not be his favorite shot, but he's got one, George.
Yeah. Well, you know what? That's going to be a shot where he's going to have distance no matter what happens between the cue ball and the 2-ball after he shoots. Plus he has a what we would call at least a 2-way shot maybe because he's got maybe that purple 5 for the cover if he happens to overcut it, or his cue ball will come down to the bottom rail.
Well, right now, David just waiting for Mr. McBride on the neighboring table. And again, you can go to digitalpool.com and just search STOCS stocks in the tournament tab.
Mm-hmm.
And you can look at all of the live scores, and you can see what matches are going on around the room. And I do urge you to do that, as well as purchase your pay-per-view pass so you can watch all of those matches.
Oh, he's going to skull out here.
Look at this. What a
he,
result.
He overchipped that ball a whole lot more than he would have thought. It's going to be an interesting kick shot, probably maybe just either one rail or coming down the long rail, but no real reward.
I mean, he wants to masse kick at this. That's the line he's looking at.
Yeah.
And that's super tough as it is, but you can make the ball.
Sure. He hit a little too slow.
Yeah.
And his ball curved on him a little too much. It's a lot like bowling, in that when you throw your hook ball and you throw a little slow, it's always going to hook more on the lane than. And just like that masse shot that he attempted was as hard as it gets. So David has I don't know about this side of the ball particularly. I'd have to maybe go to the other side. I got him coming across the diagonal to land just below that side pocket, the center right, and trundle right into the line on that 3 ball. Going that other way, he's going into dark territory.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would have liked him to actually put it, almost in line with that purple 5.
Yes.
And just kind of like you're saying, just kind of draw the Z.
He went low, and he had to come. He could come back cross table, and would have been on the line the whole way. And he went through dark territory, and he's still in dark territory. This is about the kind of shot he passed up the last time. Maybe it was a little easier last time than this one, but he's going to probably try to duck. They're playing all fouls too.
Yeah, so if he leans over that purple 5 and moves it, that would be a foul.
Yes, sir.
So, and you better believe John Lehman's watching like a hawk. You can see him there.
He's probably one of the 2 or 3 most premier referees in maybe the world. In my
opinion too, George. I'm right there with you. I'm definitely a John Lehman fan, and he gives it to you straight. So looks like David's going to go with defense once more. Gets a friendly little tap on that 5 ball. But again, same type of situation. I'll tell you what, though, the jump is on here. And if he hits it just right, it looks like he might even get position. He could come off that top rail and head towards that left long rail. He might be able to get some shape here. But this is going to be a tricky one in any case.
He fired a little wide. Usually, with right-handed players, with the jump shots, they're generally going to hit the cue ball is going to get a little bit too far to their left because the arm comes out away from the body, and the tip goes a little bit to the left, and you'll see that miss more so than not from a jacked up position like that. I've taught pool for well over 50 years, and people that are jacked up, most of them right-handed players, that's where they generally will miss most times.
Well, I prefer my friends not to be jacked up, if you know what I mean, George.
Yes, sir. Yeah, but sometimes it's going to be what it is, and Beautiful thing though, this game. Oh, David had a half a shot at it, and here he goes from ball in hand on the two to leaving Georgie a nice open opportunity.
I'll tell you what, Georgie's been super solid thus far, and he leads this one 3-0. But I'll tell you what, early on in the match, you start to see who's a front runner, and towards the end of the match, you get to see who the closer is. So, sometimes they are contrasting styles. I'm sure you've seen it a number of times over the years, George,
Yeah.
where a player comes out strong, the opponent kind of, weasels their way back into the match, and the front runner ends up not closing. But, in this case, I think Georgie's going to be, solid throughout the whole match. And David really just needs to kind of focus on the task at hand and see if he can get a hang of it. Narrowly avoiding that side pocket. That was a close call, George.
Yeah, he caught a little piece of the point, but it didn't. He's still going to have to play to the lower right on your screen with probably a little bit of the high right ball, or he might go the low left. I think he'll play the high right ball. I've seen him play a couple times, and he's got very, very elegant touch. He's going to end up with the ball in the side pocket, but he was playing for the corner, I believe.
Yeah, most definitely. And we've seen Georgie kind of overroll a couple of times in this match. And I think that, that's not really his, comfort on the table being there 100% yet. His execution and his lines, his stroke, those things are all going to be accurate. But, just judging the speed and, kind of the friction on the rails, those types of things, those are things that he'll work into. But as far as his accuracy, that cueing is going to be right on point.
I'm sure he was academy trained in Europe, and usually those people are very, very consistent in their mechanics, and
yeah, most of the European players are fundamentally sound. They have kind of a different approach to the game. It's there's a lot of and this is coming from information I've received from some of these overseas players. A lot of areas they're not the hangout spots that we see in the U.S. a lot, where you go out and have some drinks and hang out and listen to music. Most of the pool rooms overseas, from what they tell me, they're more training facilities, more like boxing gym style, where they go there to train and work on their game, not to go hang out with some people.
I noticed some subtle nuances in the stances that a lot of these European pros are playing with, and most of them, a lot of the American players were people that stepped down the line, and these are more straddlers, like the snooker style, where they're opened up like Allison Fisher, Karen Coor, a lot of the great lady players that came over. First, Darren Appleton later, and these are people that'll stand on the line, but they're more straddle than step, and they're very, very consistent with that. They're especially over long distances of time, because if you start to get tired, your step can get a little bit funny, and with the straddle, you get to drop down and load the cue onto the line much more successfully, and get some more consistent results. That's what I've seen, and more American players from the newer generation are starting to play that way a little bit more. That's what they've brought over. At least that's what I've been viewing as a teacher.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, George. And, I think a lot of it has to do with just the technology that's available and the social platforms. The information is out there now.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's spreading like wildfire. The players are getting better, younger, faster, and the heights that they can reach and the level of play that can be reached these days is just unreal. It really is.
Well, you see, for starters, you see the equipment and the cloth, the balls, the cues, everything is much better. I played lots of golf in my career too. And all they could do was make the golf courses longer. Here, they just could only make the pockets smaller and smaller.
Yeah, and if you think about it, it kind of makes sense. It's like, hey, the game is getting easier with the equipment that we're using to execute. We kind of have to make the table itself more difficult. So they've tightened up the pockets for these, top players.
And sped up the rails too. That the cushions have changed a little bit in their profiles and how the balls come off. Everything it's a different game. I came up playing with the back cloth, the felt from the started playing 1962, 63, and everything changed from about 1985, 86 with the faster cloth. The different cloths that came out that were very, very fast, and the style of play changed. Had to play different angles. So David is going to have to bank his ball and stiffen it maybe just a touch, and he's going to have to make his ball and get out here. Now, he kind of one-stroked that ball too. He took his time, but then he quick-stroked it.
I actually know that mindset on that bank shot there with the miss, and the fresh cloth there does play banks just a bit differently.
Sure.
And you have to be aware of what that adjustment is. And I did like the fact that David kind of stood up for a second, not really hesitated, but just double checked. Mm-hmm. And that's a good sign that he's aware of the environment, whatever. But definitely needed to be aware that was going to slide down the rail before rebounding off of it. It kind of just does that just for a fraction of time there with that fresh cloth. It doesn't just come straight off of that rail. Just kind of, doesn't grip right away. And that's why he ended up kind of going down table with it.
Usually, if you play and kick the cue ball around the three rails on the diamonds, the diamond system, it's going to play long about a diamond until because it'll want to flare out a little bit. But Georgie has got just some tap ins here. It looks like all he's got to do is keep breathing.
Yeah, this is going to be elementary stuff for this talented young player.
Oh yeah, he's going to take some beating, but there are a bunch of people in here this weekend that we're going to see a lot of great pool this weekend. So by all means, tell all your buddies about this wherever they're at, and get on board with this pass, and please just keep this great sport alive. Nice and just routine out. He kicked that ball right in front of the side pocket and got all tap-ins after that. So.
And you see that lovely Tal Max rack being used on our feature table here, and heard a lot of positive feedback from that device as well. The players really like how the balls sit there. It's a very reliable type of racking template.
I can also tell you this about the racking templates, as not only are they ultra consistent and all, but what they also save is the wear and tear on the pool tables, because anybody that's played this game for any amount of time sees these little pits that develop in the rack when balls are hit hard by players such as these, hitting these break shots anywhere from like 18 to maybe 20, 23, 24 miles an hour, a lot of them. the balls are going to jump and make pits in time, and tables being used commercially. It's very hard to even get a clean rack after the table's been quote unquote broken in. And
Yeah, those templates definitely help with that situation there. And talking about situations, David Mutre's in a situation 5-0 down right now.
He's had he had that one shot with ball in hand 2 games ago, and didn't get position, and he's really going to have to get moving here. And with an alternate break, this is a spot you don't want to be in. Good break shot.
Yeah, he makes 3 balls off the break, but he's going to have to open up with a bank shot or a defensive attempt.
Well, it looks like the purple 5 and the 9 ball are kind of tight in there, and that he doesn't. He only has maybe 1 or 2 pockets for that 5 ball. Oh,
Well, he swung at the bank shot, but not really going to love the result there.
well, Georgie's got a lot of pull to play to go from the pink 4 to the purple 5, and because it's distance plus there's only 1 or 2 places that are any good.
Looks like he's got a plan in place here, George.
Yes, he's going to probably just go around the horn.
And he played that one rail first to really just, get that precise angle into this pink 4. And you see he's going to come across the center of the table and come underneath the purple 5.
Right, he's going to play what they call the Z shot, folks, and he's going to try to go, and he's going to hit basically center diamonds. He's going to go cross table.
Looks like he's actually looking like he's changed his mind. Yeah. Tell you what, that CPBA cloth might bring him there. He's got the combination if he'd like to play the combination bank on the 9 ball. I mean, it doesn't look great from this angle here, but from right here it looks pretty good. It's a little bit of a back cut, and he can kind of send the cue ball down towards that brown 7.
Yeah.
Kind of play it in 2 ways. The 5 ball's going to drift up table. He's got a chance to do that. I think he's actually looking at it right now.
Yeah. I thought if he was going to go to the center of the table and play the carom from the center table, but he played the combo bank. But he's going to end up selling out a shot there on that 5 ball.
Yeah, the only problem with this one is that the cueing is uncomfortable, and there's not a ton of upside to it unless you're playing the triple combination.
Well,
now if he makes the purple, what's his plan after that?
Well, he might, if he could play it in the side, then the world's his oyster. I'm not so sure he can do that though.
I mean, it looked like he looked at that shot, George. It looks like he might be able to squeeze it in the side pocket.
That might be he did. And looks like that David is going to have his opportunity to get one on the board here with this.
I mean, this is a tough one, though, George. Really, really tough to make a determination on
the
what he's really got.
This is the carom combo from the pike position, the degree of difficulty. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, you know what, George? That's really the only shot I'm seeing, too, carom and combo.
Oh, no. Oh, boy.
Yeah, I think that it was a little bit quick on the get down there. Mm-hmm. He took the time standing up to analyze, but once he got down, it was kind of a quick execution. And, George, I advise players to try the game of scratch pool, to practice shots like that, and to just get a hold of your cue ball control.
We used to play that one by the hour, Mike. You could either play eights a win, or you could play it like straight pool, and with break shots and all that stuff. And we played it all the above because you get to learn tangent lines and percentages of hits and just all the things that we need to play very, very precise shots. Speed too.
Yeah, I agree with that, George. And like I'm a big advocate for scratch pool as a training tool, not just a competitive game. But that's kind of appealing to someone like myself. I don't really do the drill stuff. I don't like to set up shots and things like that. That's a game that kind of segregates one of the skills of the game, which is the cue ball control.
Mm-hmm.
And you control that ball that you strike with the cue stick to a high degree of accuracy. Really lets you get a hold of that cue ball once you bring it back to the regular games.
Oh, sure, and it still requires all the same skills as just playing regularly, Mike, because it's percentage of hit and just the high and low and how the balls react. You get I developed a lot of insights when I started to practice scratch pool. My straight pool game, which was the big game back when I was starting in the game, improved exponentially.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, George. Scratch pool is such a huge piece for me. And unfortunately, George, you're going to scratch on that break, so that's going to be control back to Mr. David Mudre. And that looks like that template's going to come off nice and clean. I mean, I don't see the purple 5 and the 6 really helping David's case here, and there's not really anything close by to help with the breakout. So that's really going to be the key shot for me, George, trying to find a way to get on the back side or the top side of that purple 5.
He has no balls hanging over the pocket that he can get a good opportunity to break those balls. Occasionally, you can do that if you got an insurance ball next, but that isn't going to be the case here. Almost all the balls got nice except those two, and it's going to be problematical. I got him maybe drawing the ball back a little bit, playing the 5 in the lower left on the screen, and trying to go 1, 2, 3 cushions to the 5 on the short side, playing the 3 to the 4, and then coming around the back door to that open pocket that he's bridging or standing over.
Yeah, it's a possibility. It really depends on how he can maneuver to get shape on this 4 here. And he consciously left himself the angle, so that tells me that he's going to be going up table.
He might be a hair thin on this ball to do that now, based on how his table's playing. Let's see how it plays.
He's digging low here, George. I just
right.
don't want to see him scratch here. I don't want him to dig too low. Really don't need too much of the bottom there. It's really about the spin on the side of the ball to navigate there. He's got enough forward motion there. He doesn't really need to do that.
He's taking this shot like this might be one of his last opportunities in this match, which it easily could be. Has 7-0, and then he doesn't want any more. He's going to go around 4 rails to it. Too far.
Yeah, I think that was putting the shot a little bit too high on the pedestal there. That was a natural shot. He could have just 2 rails right above it, float above it.
Yeah.
And, didn't really have to put so much of a stroke on it there. But, then again, when you're at the table there and you're in the moment, those simplicities can be very difficult. And David going to leave. Looks like a bank shot or maybe a thin cut, but
He's
not a hanger.
He's got to put all the high right English that exists on this ball to possibly straighten it out and keep him right along the head string there.
It looks like that's exactly what he's doing there. And he's executed that very nicely. He needs the cue ball to come out a bit more, though.
He didn't get in on that ball, finish in as much as he might have liked.
Yeah, I see what you mean. He didn't really finish the stroke there. He kind of hesitated towards the end, kind of decelerated just a touch.
And he sold out his shot. You see, he's in a lot of ways. Georgie got a little, I believe, got a little sloppy in that particular sequence.
You know what? I have to agree with you, George. And this is a great opportunity for David to put a point up. And I mean, you have to finish this here.
You must.
Yeah, with these balls open like this, you absolutely need to finish.
One down and 3 to go.
And it's kind of remarkable how you can have a match happen in this type of way, and David's down 6-0, and to be fair, we haven't even really seen David play pool the way he plays yet. It's like Georgie's put him in some tough spots, and David's been in some tricky predicaments, but he didn't finish in some of those situations. So,
sure.
But these situations here, again, when the balls are open, you have to execute, you have to close.
He's got a slight off angle going into the long rail. He might pound it off of the rail, and no, he just rolled it to the short side. That was good enough. Barn. Well, I won't even put the commentator's curse on him here.
No, that doesn't exist, George.
No, I never missed a ball from the bleachers either, or the booth.
Totally agree with you.
I'd be in the Hall of Fame.
I'm a perfect 1,000 Fargo rate from the booth. Absolutely. All right, 6-1 now as David Moutre cleans up the final couple of balls after Georgie's missed position on that 6th ball.
We're here at the On-Cue Bar and Grill in Front Royal, Virginia, and a terrific spot in one of the most picturesque portions of the country in the Shenandoah Valley. The Bob Stocks Memorial. Bob Stocks was an old guy that mentored a lot of players, and including Brandon Schuff, who was a gentleman that appeared on the first match we had today on this table, and his name lives on. This is around about the 12th or 13th actual. It was played on regional tours for a while, and now it's a WNT event here. And believe me when I tell you, this place, if you're ever down here in the Front Royal or Luray Caverns, you like pool, stop one down. Don't be shy. Stop on by. This is a nice spot. David on the break shot. Let's see if he can get a little something going here.
Yeah, and I just got to mention one more time, I couldn't agree more, George. This is such a lovely room here, and the staff all just on point, taking care of you. Food's great. Definitely stress. Come on down to On-Cue in Front Royal, Virginia.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't look like he got the opening that we were hoping for here. It looks like he's got just a bit of paint on that 2-ball, but John Lehman's probably going to be removing that template. I don't know if he wants to.
I think he's gonna shoot it right here the way it is, because he must be hooked.
No chance he's pushing out here.
Oh, look! I thought he had blue paint on that 2-ball. This is a kick and stick and behind the.
I don't think there's a chance he's going to shoot that.
No, maybe not.
No way.
Maybe not.
I mean, David's pushed himself to a jump shot, but it's not a jump shot to make it. I mean, if you make this ball,
you jump table.
Yeah, you're probably going to go off the table. I think this is a jump to a safety. You two-rail it out.
He's just going to try to hit this square and stick up. There we go.
He had the right idea there, but that was just too tough.
Yeah, much too tough. Here the tables are fast and the carpets are slow. So George might be even subject to put him on too.
I mean, with the table the way it is, you might not be wrong, but I mean, what's he thinking here? He's going to play the 2 to the side and maybe draw into it? No, he's not going to try to move anything there.
No,
I'm curious what his plan is here, though. Thought maybe he was going to try to do the bull in the china shop shot, but
no.
I mean, maybe he's just comfortable playing the 5-8 and continuing that way. I mean, the combination is on.
Yeah.
And it looks like that's kind of the line he's playing here.
I got him coming cross table to that first diamond. Right, he's looking down a hair lower than that, but with that first diamond where he just picked up his chalk is maybe right about where he's going to come. Maybe with a touch of a high left ball, Mike. It's going to be just a very a speed shot, basically.
Well, we're going to see his cueing action from here. He's playing super low and just a touch of left.
He's going underneath it to stick him. But that
actually, he can make the 9 and play safe here at the same time. He's going to combo 5 into the 9
and put him on top of the 6.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like that shot because it kind of allows you to maintain control while still also having the opportunity to win.
Sure, it would be what we would call a two-way shot, the safety and the 9 at the same time.
Well, all of my shots are 2 ways, George.
Right.
That template's going to come out of there now?
Yeah. His 2 fingers...
Not sure what he's really doing there. What's he doing there, George?
I don't know. I like him kicking the other direction to that open rail where he's standing and coming off of his right side of the 5 ball and going back on the bottom rail and creating distance, if nothing else.
Well, although I like that shot a little better results-wise, I think because it would be a blind kick, he doesn't like it. He wouldn't be able to see his target in his peripheral vision there. You'd have to kind of check back on it.
He might have sold out a shot, Mike. I don't know. I don't know if that 7 ball is...
Oh, most definitely. That ball's right out in the open for sure.
Oh, yeah.
That ball looks like it's wide open there. And, of course, things can always be deceiving from the camera views.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
I mean, it looks like it's wide open.
He might be going around the horn.
I think you might be right. A quick 4 to 5 rail action right back to the backside of that green 6. Oh, he's going to shorten it up, trying to come right between that 7-9. What a nice shot that was.
Yeah, that was elegant.
Yeah, it was a little risky, too, for me, but I don't mind the result. I mean, you got to shoot with your gut, George. You know, you got to go with what you know and what you feel most confident and comfortable with. So,
sure, got
to go with it.
What's high percentage for one player is not so much for the next, and that's what makes it interesting. Sometimes you'll see players of equal ability. 3 players and one beats the other one and the other one beats the other one, and there's no rhyme or reason to any of it.
Yeah, how does this guy beat that guy but he can't beat him? You know, it's like, yeah, it always does work out that way, George. You got a point.
Yeah, well,
inside English there.
Yeah, he was the High Plains Twister on that one.
Not familiar with the High Plains Twister, but
yeah,
it's a new one for me.
He twisted his cookie there a little bit. He had lots of that's the inside English. I thought he was going to play on that ball coming across the head string that he got out of line and gave up the one game he lost. You know, but again, this is a professional player of who's had some success in pro events around the USA and I think overseas too. He's no slouch. There are about maybe 15 to maybe 20 players that are all going to be capable of winning this thing, and I believe he's one of them. Georgie, you have a bunch of. I haven't seen the total list of the field, but I know there's a bunch I saw yesterday warming up and practicing that the boy from the Ukraine, Vasily. He's a good player. That we got a few, and well, here's a chance for Georgie to just. He makes the deuce, the wing ball. And I think he bought a shot on the one on the side and a roll up to the red 3.
Yeah, that looks to be the case, George. It does look like he has the opportunity here, and starting to look like the beginning of the end here, as he's just within 2 games of a victory.
Yeah.
And, everything mostly out in the open here, so you have to like his chances. Didn't want to be on the rooftop here with this 6.
He actually has a little shot to actually flop over the rail. He's coming a little bit from his right to left. He isn't as treetop maybe as you think. He's only going to be going over the inside edge of this pretty much over the top, dead center. But he's going to go off the rail and go down a ways.
Yeah, you don't want to see him work the ball too much.
Ooh.
That was kind of deceiving. I think the English kind of massayed there just a touch to kind of follow it and go straight towards the pocket. But, I mean, he's got all the things he needs here.
Sure. He just basically has to cinch this ball, and he'll have the 5, the purple 5 in the top corner pocket on your screen. And not that this is necessarily a gimme, but it's pretty straight for a pro player of this caliber. Yeah.
I think he's done pretty well there. It does look like he is going to bump the 9 ball. I think he can control the cue ball with that. Just nudge it forward just a hair.
What might happen to
Well, not from here.
He might get buffeted behind that 8 ball, catching a piece of the 9. But let's see what happens. This is all about, again, the percentage of hit, because he has pockets 2 balls wide. And
it looks like the cue ball might thin the top side of the 9 ball.
Never even touched it.
Wow.
We can't quite see what the player sees, and that would be at least my disclaimer.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, George, I mean, you can have 1,000 cameras out there. Unless you're on the line of the shot, we don't know. I mean, there's millimeters out there that make miles over here,
Sure. Well, this is going to be kind of straightish, but he'll make it work.
Yeah, it looks like he has just a baby angle to get to that right long rail. And I think if he does have that, he'll use it. Otherwise, you'll see him draw, which I believe he's electing to do.
Routine.
Yeah.
He'll be dead straight in on the 9.
We're going to test that commentators you-know-what in a second based on that.
He'll probably shoot this 9 in, and the cue ball will stay right on the line, Mike.
Oh, yeah. Totally agree with you there. And here he goes to get to the hill.
Right on the line, wasn't he?
Perfect. Perfect. You couldn't talk him out of that one, George.
No, he was he was flush straight in on that ball. His cue ball didn't vary off the shot line. It just stopped right on the front end of that 9 ball. So Georgiev mounts the hill here, and I've seen a couple matches in my lifetime in the booth where someone came back in a race to 9 with 8-1 deficit with the alternate break with the magic rack, but it took a few acts of Congress and a couple of earthquakes almost to make that happen.
And I'm sure a small couple of miracles on top of that, George.
Sure.
But I've definitely seen it. I've been on both sides of that type of match a couple of times over the years. And, you know, you really just have to take it in strides and try to just enjoy that you're out there competing and do what you're doing. But I'll tell you what, I'm not betting against Georgie here.
So you're looking at David. Let's see if he can at least put a good run. He's been making the one on the side consistently, at least. Except then, of course.
Well, we're going to have to blame you for that one, George.
I'll take the blame. I'm more than glad to take the blame for that one.
That sounds good to me. You see John Lehman expertly removing that Tau Max Rack template.
This guy's racked in world championships and refereed world championship type matches for a long, long time. And
I like to just say forever.
Well, yeah, when there became a real desire for lots of professional referees, this would be definitely the guy that would be the referee guru of referees. I don't believe there are too many that would fall in his category.
No, I got to agree there. And I'll tell you what, with the jump shot there from David Mudre, that might have been his last stroke of this match. And I say that as Georgie Georgiev has an 8-1 lead on the hill, and he's got just 6 balls remaining on the table. Everything looks relatively open. I don't see too many issues for him, so this could be the last run at the table, George.
Oh yeah, well he's dead in line, and he's just going to looks like he's going to either play the back and forth Z shot coming off the 5 to the 6, and or he can play the inside ball,
I
two
think
rails.
Yeah. Well, let's see exactly where he arrives. That'll kind of dictate what type of shot he's going to have to
From
come with on the
5 to
purple.
6, yeah.
Adds a lot of angle there.
That was a mistake. But he might be able to just play this shot with the ton left. This is a makeable ball, but he may not be able to get the shape now.
He hangs it up. I'm not sure he was supposed to shoot that like that. I think he was supposed to play a different shot there.
I thought he was going to try to maybe go forward with it somehow, but his angle was too steep. The 6-9 is playable from like the center of the table, and he's only got one little slot to go to the upper right on the screen.
I'll tell you what.
He's going to play the left edge of the 5 and go near that side pocket.
You got to look out for the 8 ball here.
That's no. Oh no! The spin grabbed, and he got pure on this ball. He's in line to win another game maybe here with a 3 ball out. On the wrong side of it, a little bit.
He might be able to just roll forward just a touch. I don't know if he can cheat the pocket enough to draw back. I just see him roll it forward just a couple.
He's going to roll forward into the fat pocket there, and just settle for this shot. So many times that 9 ball is in that that stationary position where everything else moved except it when the brake shot, and that's
All right, David Mutre looking to stay alive.
oh
Wipes its feet, but does fall.
what was that one commentator said? Either went in the tradesman's entrance or some one of those guys you always heard when the cable TV, when the cable TV was really super big with televising matches, these TV announcers.
Well, I'm not familiar with the phrase, George, but I'll tell you what, I'll take your word for it. As we enter rack number 11, David Mutre puts another point up. So 8-2 here, but Georgie breaking. And I saw him doing a little bit of tip maintenance there as he's anticipating this break. And you and I both know he's looking for a break and run here. He wants to close this match out. No more mistakes, no more opportunities for his opponent. He just wants to move forward.
Sure. As the old saying goes, you just have to grab the bull by the horns right here, and this is looks like it's about that time here. Plus, this guy is still working on his break shot, even in competition here, and highly disciplined. He stuffed the one in the side pocket, but that two ball looks like it's going to be kind of obscured from him. He's got the outside of it from there, probably.
Yeah, it doesn't look like.
It doesn't look like he has a great look at it. He might.
You can see it. You can definitely see it. I don't know if it's to make it. He might two-rail it out. Yeah.
Good call.
But he definitely missed his cue ball. He was trying to hit into the purple, stall the cue ball there. It doesn't make it happen. Now, what are the chances that David Mutre makes a run out here?
I'm making it 11-1.
11-1.
If he makes this two ball, he's got the three sitting near the hole, and he might get something. His cue ball is going to be going to his left if he cuts the two in the side. If he decides to shoot out,
he's definitely swinging here. Position's a little tricky, though. There's only a couple of small windows. I don't know if he's going to try to come back 2 rails and out. It looks like his front tire fell off. So
it looks like he's going to be talking to the Phoenicians here. He's going to be wedged on top of that 4-ball with some cuneiform cueing here from Mr. Georgiev.
Looks like he's up for the task. I mean, I think he might actually just try to float it by and freeze on the back of that pink.
That's exactly what I had in mind. He's going to just wedge him on top of that ball between there and the cushion. That was a sloppy shot. He left him a shot.
Yeah, that was. I think it wasn't necessarily sloppy, but I think it was really just misjudged. He needed to control the cue ball a lot better than that.
He caught it a little thin, in my opinion.
Yeah, and the cue ball just comes right out from there. Then David Mutre follows suit, and he says, "Hey, how about this one?"
All right, why not?
Well, that's the pool gods punishing Georgie for that missed opportunity. We know how that goes.
Sure. Well,
Mutre got to be a little more careful with that green 6 under his body as he gets down on this red 3 ball.
He's adjusting his clothing accordingly. He's a very, very tall guy.
I want to say 6'3" or 6'4" is what he told me, something like that.
Yeah. he's a like real adept technical guy with cameras and sound and all. He's a guy not too different than you, adept with the equipment and all that.
I mean, honestly, I just grab a bunch of stuff, push some buttons, and sometimes it works.
Well, so you're the ship to cash.
That's
guy.
right.
And you know, and where is your central location? You from like New York, New Jersey?
Well, I'm in the Northeast. I'm in Rhode Island, but I'll tell you, these days I'm definitely on the road more so than anywhere on home turf.
I didn't hear any New England accent particularly from you.
Yeah, well, sometimes you got to break away from the home turf and kind of do your own thing.
Sure.
And Georgie's going to sell out again. What a sloppy rack this could be if it was our final rack.
Ooh.
I'd love to see David just finish it up here. I mean, he's got 2 shots here.
I sort of like him, like just trying to play the 5 in the same pocket as the 4.
No, he's going to roll forward and play the combination. He wants to win in 2 shots.
Well, the combination is, there's merit to that. I actually might almost like the carom playing that scratch pool.
You know what? I mean, in some cases, I agree with that.
Well, he got there. Good shot.
Oh, absolutely.
8-3 now. David Moudre wins another game, and 8-3, and Georgie got a little sloppy. He had a dead to rights safety along that side rail near the side pocket, and it got away from him.
Yeah, that was definitely a missed opportunity, and that safety, if he was able to execute that, I think this match would have been over.
Sure.
This match would have been over already.
He might have caught that. He might have caught that ball a little thin, and it wasn't that his speed was all that bad. It was his percentage of hit was, and from an in close distance too, which is kind of a surprise for a player of his skill levels.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. I mean, it's still 8-3, 5-1 ratio. David's still got a mountain to climb.
Oh yeah.
Let's see, Mr. Jeremy Sosi. Is that who I see poking his head around the corner? Of course it is. Hello, Jeremy. I'm sure we'll see you on the broadcast at some point this week.
A very, very good player from Connecticut he is.
That's right, yep.
I did a couple of his matches up at Turning Stone a couple years ago, and he was a force.
All right, here we go. Let's talk about force here. Can he force that one on the side and get some position?
That was a real well hit break shot. He made the 1. He made the 2. He has a beautiful looking shot on the 3 ball. He plays that in the side. He can fall right on the 4 ball past the 5. He actually has what those old New York guys used to call this a Cosmo. If he can make this ball, he should be right on the line for that 4 ball in the other corner pocket. This is the shot right here. Well, he nailed it a little hard. I thought he was just going to just shoot speed to reach and just float it in.
Well, he's got to play the pink to the purple here, and oddly enough, this is the key shot for me.
Oh yeah,
this is the one.
This is it. They're all. It's a think of beauty after that. If he gets correct on the purple, he's a happy boy.
I'll tell you what, George. After looking at this, I mean, obviously you want to play some offense here. Mm-hmm. I might be that guy to play safe behind the 6 here. I might be that guy. You know, this is going to be a little tricky to hold here. You see him playing some of that inside spin. He bumps it.
and he gets a roll. He's all right.
He's okay.
He it take any door to get out from here. Why not? So
Yeah, you never really want to allow your opponent back to the table, but I'll tell you what, David came out really well with that one. And, I think it was conscious for him to bump it. The result might have been somewhat trivial, but he came out okay.
he should be close to middle table. Speed-wise, yeah, a little past the middle. But he's in good shape, but he's just got to just stay focused now.
Yeah, and it looks like he's a bit close to the rail. With that, I think he's going forward with this cue ball. He doesn't want to stay close to the cushion.
He tried to inside the ball. You see it skipped a little bit when
Yeah, honestly, I think he might like this better than what he was looking for. This is a nice line here. He can just come right off that side rail, right back out for the 8. This is nice.
Yeah, it's and he's going a little bit from left to right, which means his bridge hand isn't going to even be affected by that 9 ball, Annie. Everything is good. He can dig in with this ball.
Very nice.
Got a little bit past the line of the long rail. He might have to just go to the top rail and down. Good look at it that way, that's for sure. He's gonna might play this one high, a little on the inside.
No way.
No.
No way. You had me sweating for a second there, George, but
yeah,
it came out all right.
All the people that were playing that he doesn't get 4 were having a cardiac arrest in the bleachers. David takes down game number 12 and now trails 8 games to 4.
Well, I mean, still quite a bit of a task at hand, but 5 games away now. David winning the last few of them. George, what do you think? I mean, is it possible David Mudry really come back into this? I mean, it looks like he's much more comfortable and confident, but with the alternate break format, I'm not so sure.
Well, I've seen player one of the 2 or 3 best players down this corridor a long time ago on a tour that I used to commentate on was playing and he got up 8-1 and against a let's just say a player that was 60, 70, 80 points under him Fargo-wise and alternate breaks, and he found a way to lose, and that player is currently in action right now as we speak. Mr. Sean Wilkie, who's a real solid pro, has played forever through the regions and done well in a lot of big pro events. Georgie made a better break shot there. Got a nice roll off the. He's got basically a no excuse looking situation in front of him now.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, George. This looks like it could be and should be the final run out of the match, but we saw that a few racks ago.
Sure.
David won the last 3 games after being down 8-1. Now it's 8-4.
This is just stay on that line and should be in a pretty commanding position here.
Yeah, having the cushion of the games, it does help the balls to go in, or as it seems that way. Nonetheless, you still have to execute.
3 to the 4 ball is the dough here, and he fell pretty nicely on this, and it would take. He has to just stay about his business now.
Yeah, position on this ball.
He didn't even want to bump into it really, but he'll take it.
Yeah, he's kind of rolling good right now at this point. I mean, the break situation, really nice there. I mean, there's not a ton to really figure out here. It's just the execution at this point. So, really just needs to close out this match and think about going forward.
Yes, sir. Just punch off the rail and just any way he likes, player's choice.
This is looking like it's going to work out just fine. All right, Georgie looking at what should be his final 9-ball here.
Well, David showed some heart here.
Yeah, he did.
Came back a little bit.
You see the handshake there. Very nice match there. So Georgie taking down David 9-4 in their opening round match. And George Hammerbacher, thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure we're going to hear a lot from you this weekend.
Yeah.
And I did want to remind you guys, make sure you go purchase your pay-per-view pass. And you can see that right there on your screen. That's where you can get it. Just head on over to that location, see that QR code on your screen. You can go ahead and screenshot that on your device, take a photo of it, scan it with your camera, whatever. All of those work. And we're going to be back with another match in just about 30 minutes. And I will confirm what that is and put it on the screen for you guys. But for now, we're going to take a quick break and hear from some of our sponsors. So we'll be right back. All right, here we go. 2 p.m. round. We got Felix Vogel and Eric Roberts. And we've got two very young, very talented players. And we're in for a treat. See that lovely universal backdrop facing our arena area. And you're watching the 2026 edition of the Bob Stocks Memorial. We're here at On Cue in Front Royal, Virginia. I'm Mike DeMarco from Ship the Cash. And what a lovely, lovely venue. Lovely tournament. And a great field to boot. Looks like Felix Vogel is going to be our first up to break. Let's see what he can deliver for us here. Spent a good amount of time with Felix back at the In the Box WNT over at Rax in Hempstead, New York. And got to see some of his talents there. Had a nice run at the Beasley. And he's looking to extend his success here in Virginia. Tell you, the young talent, we were just talking about it, you know, the young talent that's coming out of the pool world these days is just remarkable. And these two young players, no exception to that fact. And Felix, I believe, just 18 years old. Saw both players alternating racks on the match table here, just kind of getting their bearings, and looks like Felix is off to a nice start. Successful break. Nice opening run here. I like how compact Felix's stroke is. You know, it's really effective. Doesn't really steer the cue ball at all. Trying to hit that window between the 8-9. Needs to slow down. And he's going to get second prize to the other corner. You see just that little laugh it off type of gesture there. As Eric Roberts sits in anticipation for his next inning at the table. Or I should say his first inning at the table. Very nice. Yeah, Felix was one of the players that, was letting me know kind of what pool is like overseas and how you get brought into the game and all. And I mentioned it earlier, it's not really a hangout type of environment. It's more of a training facility. The players show up at the venue and get to their table and get to work. Felix has exclaimed that he likes to practice alone and kind of just do his own thing. Tell you, the crowd getting a little heavier as the day goes on. And again, the way this venue is set up, it's really nice. The players are kind of in their own corner of the world, and they don't get to, they don't really have to deal with any traffic with spectators and, just regular patrons walking through the venue, which is really nice. And I know that they appreciate that. All the pool tables are upstairs, and these players get to come up here and showcase their talents. Nice opening break from Eric Roberts. And he's going to get a look at the two. A little thinner than he wanted. But he's definitely got the shot. Well, if he does pocket this, he's going to be contesting with that 8 ball. The 3 does pass the 6 to the top corner, so he's going to try to take this on. Just missing the 8 ball, and he stays above it. What a great shot. tell you, this match, it's got all of the ingredients to be exciting and fast-paced. Both of these players don't waste much time. I'll tell you, if they keep breaking like this, recipe for a double hill. Simple 2 rails come out here for the 6. And you see the pace, and Eric and both Felix as well. And just, running around the table, confident strokes. Just wants to get just under the 9 ball here. And it worked out very nicely. And really nice opening rack for both of these gentlemen. I mean, that's really what you look for, especially at the start of the match. Something to build confidence and let your opponent know that you're here. A 9 ball to the corner to tie us up 1 game apiece. Only played just a couple of minutes, and we've already got 2 games passed. Tell you what, this is my kind of pool. And I want to mention to you folks, if you want to watch all of the matches, make sure you go purchase your pay-per-view pass. You can see the QR code right there on your screen. You can go ahead and screenshot that, take a photo, scan it with your camera, whatever you prefer. It will get you to that destination. And you can pick and choose which matches you want to watch. And of course, that does help support the event. All right, Felix already at the table, ready to go. Let's see how his break looks in rack number 3. Drains the 1 ball. Is that 2 ball going to sit well for him? Very close to tell how much he really has here, if anything. Very different from our first 2 racks there. Opening 2 games, balls were wide open. What a very thoughtful shot, we're going to call that. Controlling both balls pretty well. Looks like he's left Eric Roberts just paint on the 2. It's actually not bad, even if he has to swerve into the 2. If he can just get the cue ball back up table, bank the 2 ball across back towards the green 6, he's got a lot of coverage there. Alternatively, he could try to kick into it, try to leave the cue ball behind the 7 and the 4. And he had enough to make it there. So it looks like he left just the right amount. Tricky predicament here. I mean, he can make the combination. Really just got to manage both the cue ball and the 3 ball here. As long as he keeps the cue ball on the right side of the table, he should be okay. I misjudged that one by a lot. So Felix Vogel, ball in hand. And that's unfortunate for Eric. You know, he did have a nice opening shot there on the 2. And see these steps that young Felix is taking there. It's really showcasing his pool intelligence. Really wants to be particular with the lines he's going to fall on. He's going to go underneath to the pink 4. And that's just going to give him that natural line to get up table for the 5. And that'll do. And again, that's the step right there. Just taking a little peek around the corner. Now, for me, this is kind of the shot here. As long as he arrives well on the 6 ball, I think the rest of the rack is kind of all set for him. But surprisingly, that 7 ball is kind of in the way a bit. And you see what I mean there. He just had to avoid getting in line with the 7 there. It looks like he might still have enough to make this. Well, things just got a little complicated for Felix. I mean, he's got the super thin back cut. I don't think he's going to take that on, but we're going to see what he's going to come up with. He can actually thin the 7, put the cue ball underneath the 8-9. I think that might be what he's looking at. I don't know if he wants to be too aggressive here. Just needs to feather it. And he's done well there. So now it's up to Eric Roberts to come up with a solution for this puzzle. And he's got a little bit of help with that 8 ball being so close to the 9. So if he does end up leaving a shot, position might be difficult to the 8. So Eric's electing to go to the air. He's going to be jumping straight at his opponent. So hopefully Felix has his catcher's mitt in his pocket. And that's a double bad there. Misses the hit on the 7 and opens the 8. So Felix very likely to clean these 3 up and go 2-1 ahead. And remember, alternate break format. So in this situation, Felix will hold serve. Eric Roberts will be your breaker in rack 4. Came up a little short there, and that's a byproduct of him going just a bit quick on that 8 ball. Taking it just a bit for granted. I mean, he cleans it up, but got to polish that up. It's not always going to work out that way. And again, starting with 63 players, one shy of our full 64. But very talented group of players traveling down to Front Royal, Virginia. And, of course, mentioned earlier, the top seed, Tyler Steyer. A successful break, and he looks like he might have the avenue straight through. Yes, he does. So really nice break once again for Eric Roberts. Likely going to see him jack up just a bit to dig on this ball. Doesn't want to have to kind of move from that area you see him indicating with his cue stick where he'd like to arrive. And he doesn't actually want to come back down too far either. Wants to leave himself an angle, so almost the same positioning vertically with that 3. He's come up just a bit shy of ideal. The shot is still on. I'm really going to be conscious of what you're going to do when you get down table. This cue ball's likely to head right towards that 6 ball. You got to kind of watch out for the traffic. You might try to sharpen it up. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, worked out okay. Double kiss on the 6 ball. Puts him in decent shape on the pink. He's probably just going to roll into the 8 ball. I don't know if he really wants to try to power this. You can lose the cue ball if you do that. Granted, positioning from the 5 to the 6 might be a little more difficult with that sharp angle. He'd have to travel a bit more. And he ends up missing that. That's surprising. But again, really quick on the get down there. And he took a lot of time preparing to shoot the ball, but then the execution was kind of rushed, in my opinion. See Felix eyeing up his cue ball here. All he's really trying to do is just avoid the side pocket here. And he's done pretty well with that. He's just going to float this purple 5 in, and the rest of the rack is really just open and available from that point. Yeah, Eric Roberts missing that opportunity. Not really sure what the miscalculation was there. As I had mentioned earlier, both of these players are pretty quick about the business. Not really sure what the referee was mentioning to him there. All right, there you go. 3-1 for Felix Vogel now. Nice finish. And again, make sure you guys go purchase your pay-per-view pass and watch all of the matches around the world. And by around the world, I mean right here at On Cue. And again, we're in Front Royal, Virginia. And let's see if Felix can get another good break. His last break wasn't as successful as his first couple. That one looks okay, but again, no shot on the first ball, which is going to be that blue 2 ball. I think he's trying to eye up where he'd like to entertain a push. Yeah, and he's made his decision now. Or perhaps not. So Eric Roberts going to have a look at it. He's trying to think, what was Felix thinking from this position? Perhaps a carom on the 7. Kind of an open shot there. Maybe he's going to come across the other side, go behind the 6. He doesn't get behind the 6, but he does put it in a tough predicament. Bank shot does not look to be on. It looks like he's going to Z the 2 ball up near the 8, try to leave the cue ball right where it is. Oh no, he can't even hit that much of it. A full-out kick shot coming up. Narrowly avoiding the kick combination. So Eric Roberts now back in control. And he's got everything he needs here. 6 ball is a little deceiving. It looks more difficult than I think it is. And the 7 ball being right there. Doesn't really have to work the cue ball too much, as long as it stays where it is now. I want to say really the opening shot is really the big one here. Just get good on the 3. You know, when the balls are out in the open, really expect these talented players to get the job done most of the time. Slightly overrolls that one. I mean, he can manage, but those minor mistakes can kind of magnify and snowball if you don't tighten those up. And you see that's the result of that slight overroll. Now, in hindsight, he could have cut it and gone back and forth with the cue ball. But he was trying to hit that one a little fat for cue ball positioning and, you know, use the rotation of the cue ball to throw the ball in. Doesn't hit the mark. So Felix has inspected that 6 ball. He's got a plan. And again, opening shot seems to be the one. He did hit the point there, so it's a little out of line. He doesn't necessarily want to hit the 7. If it just grazes it, it still should be okay, but and he moved the whole world around. So in hindsight, it looks like he was actually trying to intentionally get the 7 out of there and come into the 6 from the backside, but when plans change, you adjust. And you see him saying, you know what, I don't mind this. I can reach out here. And you see him letting us know it looks like his cue ball is going to track into the 9. Almost had some fortune there. He could have bumped the 8 ball and gotten a little better. I mean, the shot is still available. It's thin. Cue ball's going to travel a bit. But again, with these talented players, I mean, you always like them to get the job done. You know, clean open shot. You know, the cue ball's not obstructed. They can use the talent in that back arm of theirs. should come out okay. Look at the speed. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. So Felix Vogel 4-1 with the deposit of this 9-ball. I'll tell you, these guys definitely showing us what's possible, especially at their young age. Not sure exactly how old Eric is, but I want to say Felix is definitely 18. So, let you know what kind of future these players can have. All right, Eric Roberts. This is rack number 6. Let's see what he can deliver. All right, again, successful break. Not the greatest look here. I don't think he has any offensive or reasonable offensive shots. I mean, you can bank the 2 back towards where Eric's going to be cueing from. Send the cue ball underneath. Try to get it below that pink 4. I mean, I like that versus, sending the 2 down there. You don't have to really power it. Yeah, just like that. Very nice execution. So jump shot is not available here. Felix going to be kicking at this one. And I got to say, with not much to hide behind up there, he's got to kind of get some fortune. So he's going to be powering into this one. He's going to try to hit it full and keep the cue ball up table. And what a great shot. Great result. I want to say that was mostly talent, just a little luck on the side. He hit it the way he wanted to hit it. He could have made that. And, possible carom with the 3-5, but this was also in the cards. And jump shot return, and he's going to leave Felix safe again. Yeah, nothing available as far as offense goes. Can't even really get to that long rail behind the 2. So, 2-rail kick it is. Soft second rail. Come across the face of the 2 ball. You can pocket it. You can also hit it just a bit fat there and bank it back up and try to hide behind the 3 and the 4. That would be second prize in this case. Felix coming up just a little shy. So great opportunity for Eric Roberts to kind of climb back into this. 4-1 down, that's a little early, but 5-1. That's starting to get very serious. And make it 4-2. Looks a lot better on the scoreboard if you're Eric Roberts. Again, fair amount of spectators kind of trickling in here as the day goes on. There's a lot of movement. Yeah, these next two shots are really the telltale of how this rack's going to go. One more decent positional shot, and he should be free and clear. He might elect to go around these. I think that was the right way to do it. Give yourself some room to move. He's going to angle slightly down table, and he's not really a fan of that. He wanted to be able to stay on the left side of the table. Just going to come back out to the center for the 8, but he's going to go forward. It's going to be a similar type of stroke here. Going to go forward 2 rails towards the 8. You see him indicating with his cue stick the line. And he's trying to hit. Very cleanly struck ball. Speed looks good. So Eric Roberts is going to answer back here. Now the only thing about this is that Felix will be breaking. So Eric can't compound that win right there. And again, if you want to watch all of the other matches going on around the room, go ahead and purchase your pay-per-view pass. And you see that QR code right there. Very easy. Just go ahead and screenshot that. I'll take you right to the destination. Here we go, Felix Vogel. And again, I mean, he's getting success as far as the ball's going down. And look at this, he made the 9 ball. I was going to say he didn't have a shot at the 1 ball really, but making the 9 ball. Well, good fortune goes the way of the young German. And all Eric Roberts can do is wait for his next opportunity. All right, Eric stays on it. 1 ball straight in the side. 2 balls going towards a good position. And it's going to get there. I'm not sure how Eric feels about the combination with the 3 to the 5, red to the purple. But I'd like to see him get underneath the red 3. Little inside 2 rails back down the table, trying to hit the foot spot. He checks it a little too much, but I think he's still going to get a look, and he does. So this looks very nice. I mean, he's just a little worried about his cue ball. I think if he just, finishes the stroke, goes all the way through it, he'll be fine. He can come back out. Yeah, that was really nice. Very nice. The score of 5-2, I mean, it's still really, really tight. The only factor is really the alternate break. Felix, got to come up and break after Eric wins his last game and makes the 9 on the break to compound his lead. And it seems like Eric's having to put in a lot of extra work to climb into this. And he's just going to take his medicine, take the long 9 up the rail. I mean, his cue ball's still pretty available there. I feel like he's okay. Doesn't even scratch the rail on the way into the pocket. 5-3 now. Felix Vogel's still ahead. I mean, I tell you, we started off really nice. A couple of break and runs from these two. But Eric Roberts has not been the leader in this match as of yet. But you take away that 9 ball, possibly Eric Roberts coming out ahead in that rack, and we'd be tied up 4 games apiece. So, the match is still neck and neck. Tell you though, Felix hits that break so well. I'm not sure about that 7 ball passing the 9. Looks like it has enough space. Yeah. Looks like everything is there. This could be a very quick rack 9. I'm not sure why he elected to hit that like that. I mean, that was a monstrous stroke where he really didn't need to move the cue ball very much. So he's looking for a 2-rail kick here. And you see him showing us where he'd like to hit that bottom rail. Just before that first diamond from the corner. And he didn't miss that by much, but nonetheless, ball in hand to Eric Roberts. And that's a big deal, and the reason being, if Eric Roberts cleans this up, which is very likely, he will be the breaker, and he'll have a chance to tie us up. And he hasn't really had that opportunity just yet. And I first got to see Eric Roberts a couple years back at the McDermott Classic up at Mason Billiards in Malden, Massachusetts. And I saw the talent there, and he's definitely coming along very nicely. Very talented, but he's definitely putting in work, and he's been getting better over the years for sure. And that position tells you that that 7 does pass the 9 cleanly. Yeah, so Felix Vogel, he's going to think about that next time. It's almost like he was just taking a cruise on his bicycle and decided to pop a wheelie and fell off the bike. I mean, had everything sitting right in front of a pocket, and he kind of super stroked it, hooked himself, and gives up ball in hand. So 5-4 now. Looks like Eric's come out just a touch from his previous cue ball placement, just a little out from the center. He comes up shy with the 1 ball, so doesn't double up. And Felix Vogel looking for redemption after his last error. And you can tell he's gearing up. He wants to fire the bank. And he says, "No, you're wrong, Mike. I'm going behind the 3. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I don't mind that shot, but I thought he was a heavy favorite for the bank shot, and it did have position on the 2. Maybe he's just trying to add a little insult here. Now, these are some of the toughest kick shots just because your target is not in your line of sight. It's only existing in your mind. You have to kind of remember where it is. And just a little bit wide. And he gets there okay. That's pretty good. A little bit of a stretch for him here. He may have to use an extension or the bridge. Really just got to make sure you take care of that 4 ball. You can't get behind it. Don't just get down and shoot here. And he avoids it nicely. Now the pink 4 will pass the 6 into that bottom corner. So he doesn't really need to work the cue ball. He can just kind of float it out a couple inches. But again, he wants to pop wheelies and throw some bunny hops out there. And who are we to tell him how to play? He didn't really have to do that, but I mean, again, sometimes you kind of want to get your bearings out there and you want to move the ball around a little bit just to kind of know where you are and get your compass dialed in. A little shaky on that one. And again, a little straight. Got to look out for the 8-ball here. Yeah, you might want to change your positioning there, Felix. I mean, he's going to add the extension for a little bit more comfort. It's not really clean cueing, but he's going to come out so-so. Again, these young talented players, it's really tough to bet against them with an open shot. Very nice. Ends up literally perfect on the 9-ball. And this will put him up 6-4 as we get closer to the conclusion of this round. Yeah, Felix kind of getting the better end of some of these exchanges. You know, Eric really needed to make a ball on the break in that last rack. That was so critical. And you know what that does? It also adds pressure to Felix. If he ties it up and now Felix is breaking 5-5, it's very different than having that 2-game cushion. And that's not just with the scoreline, that's mentally also. You know, when you know you have a couple of games, you can kind of shoot certain shots with a little extra comfort. You know, it just changes the way that you go about it. Needs it to go. Ends up hitting the point there, so 2-ball contact available. Super thin to cut it to the side, although it is available. Doesn't want to make a ball here. And I think he's done well. Nice shot from Eric Roberts. Felix is going to look around here. He's looking for the 2-rail kick. I'm not sure if he's going to play a lot of pace here or if he's just going to try to go into it. All right, back cut on the 2. Yeah, he's looking good here. And I got to mention again, though, I really like the care and Eric's putting in here as far as just taking a look at his next positional line and not really just tunnel vision. He's mindful, showing his intelligence here. And I don't think he actually has to move the cue ball at all here. He can just play a stop shot. Don't think the 9 will be in his way at all. Just like that. You see him hesitating just a touch as he waits for the neighboring table. But everything's here. Very nice. Yeah, Eric Roberts looking very solid, and he knows he's kind of been on the receiving end of the match so far. But I tell you, he's not faltering at all. This would make us at 6-5 as we go into rack 12. And again, racing to 9 at this point in the event. And very nice, clean run out from Eric Roberts. And that was a direct result of a great safety he played at the beginning of that exchange. So 6-5. He shaved off that 2-game lead into a 1-game lead again, but definitely not out of the woods. All right, he's in that same position again. Down 1 game, chance to tie it up. Got to make the ball. Got to make that 1 ball. And he misses it again, but the 4 ball's going to give him a hand. 6 ball doesn't want to cooperate, blocking that natural pocket for the 1. I mean, he's looking at it like he might be able to get around it. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think he could get around it, especially not at that speed. But, I mean, he's at the table. He saw the line. I thought you could have maybe cheated that into the pocket, but you would have had to let the ball kind of drift towards the hole. You can't hit it at that pace. Doesn't really have any time to react. Yeah, Felix was hoping for that 1 ball to stall on the 6. And I don't actually think that he actually inspected that at all. If the 6 was off the rail a little bit more, I think it would have kind of taken some of that momentum away from the 1. Kind of kept it up table. Tell you what, this is exactly what he wanted, though. He's got the open table here, open shot. Chance to tie it up. Give a little bit of pressure to your opponent. Yeah, Eric didn't want it to be that high on this 3. I mean, he can still make this work. And to be fair, I wouldn't actually mind if he didn't try to play this clean, just make the 3 ball and bump into the purple. Just kind of hold it right there. I mean, obviously not ideal, but I mean, without the brown 7 on the table, I think he'd be very into this shot already. Yeah, that's got to come out. I mean, he had a nice clean shot, clean line. But, I mean, I don't think he had to play it that soft either. You know, you'd rather overhit that than underhit it, if that's the line he was playing. No. Looks like the jump cue is coming out. I mean, that's not going to be terrible, but Felix springs out of his chair. He could feel it happening. He could feel that scoreline closing and tying up there and losing his advantage. Very nice control there. Felix Vogel coming with some really nice shots in this match. You see Eric's letting us know how he wants to contact this. So he's looking for the 3 rails behind the 5. Trying to send it up table. Hopefully getting some separation and maybe even an obstruction, but goes right around it. Another missed opportunity there. Oh, Felix Vogel very likely going to go back to that 2-game cushion. And as we approach the final score line of 9, Eric Roberts running out of time. Yeah, very ideal positioning there. He wants to end up right on that center table line. And that'll do. Really just needed to make sure he had an angle to get away from that rail. Well, I'll tell you, Eric Roberts, as tough as he's playing, a couple of missed opportunities, unforced errors, keeping that 1-2 game lead in favor of Felix Vogel. All right, there it is. 7-5 now. It's starting to get real, folks. And don't forget, in just about an hour from now, Right at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will have another matchup for you. And look at that. Just as we say that Felix has that opportunity, sends it right back to Eric Roberts. And again, it's getting very, very close. You got to keep your opponent off of that hill game. So this is another situation where Eric Roberts can kind of break the pattern, win a game, come with a break and run, tie us up at 7, put the pressure on Felix for his break. He still hasn't been able to do that. Very nice cueing from Eric Roberts. No steering at all. Very nice finish. But again, Eric's really got to tighten up. Make sure he's not making any more of those unforced errors. I might end up having to stay up table just a little more. If he had crossed the line of the 6th shot, maybe he could have come back a little bit more. I mean, he's still okay. Nothing he can't handle. Now, he really wanted to pass that line so that he didn't have to go back up table. You know, that was a big change in how this rack was going to end. Now, it looks like he may opt for a draw shot here. Now, he's still going to go forward. And not going to be thrilled about close proximity to that rail. But he's going to take it on nonetheless. And he's done it. Well, Eric Roberts, really nice finish there. And remember, he is going to be the breaker here in rack 14. So, again, another opportunity. Tie it up. Put some pressure on Felix. If you've always got a lead, you always have that little bit of extra comfort and not really stressing the opponent so much. I mean, it's always been Felix in the lead by 1 or 2 games. And don't forget, Felix had the break with the 9-ball. He had the 9-ball break. You know, and again, it's you know, the match is a lot closer, you know, the whole way through. Even though Felix has been in the lead the whole time, the match is very, very close the whole way through. And And I mean, that's really what you're expecting from these top guys. You know, so talented and, you know, just, they're playing a lot too. They're playing a lot. You know, and that's part of it. You have to be able to, you know, stay in competition and be in that competitive mode as often as possible. Now, of course, everybody needs a break here and there, but you're trying to climb that ladder and be one of the greats. There's no time to rest. All right, here we go. Eric Roberts, this is rack 14. He's down 7-6. And the cue ball gets kicked in. Eric Roberts has got to be saying to himself, what do I have to do to tie up this match? Every time he's in that position, something catastrophic happens where he can't tie up the game. And I mean, Felix, he's not upset about it. He's just worrying about his shot and his situation. But look at this. He can play the 2-ball and then a 3-9 combination. And I'm surprised he didn't shoot that, to be honest, but I mean, you could tell he wasn't going for it when he didn't move the cue ball for the 2-shot. But I mean, these are much higher percentage shots, of course. That's always, you know, the advised way to go about it. Maybe early on when Felix was kind of peeling out a bit with the cue ball and zinging it around a little too much and he got into trouble, maybe that kind of checked him into trying to go about it the natural way and keep the game simple. You know, sometimes, you know, you can kind of get carried away and, you know, you got to remember, as much of a professional as Felix is, I mean, he's still a kid. Sometimes you're out there, you just want to have some fun. Zing that cue ball around. I mean, that's the best part of pool for most of us. Everybody likes to see that cue ball fly around the rails, and it's even more fun if you're the one doing it. All right, long 8-ball here. It wipes its feet on the way in, and I'll tell you, that's not always going to work, but keep in mind that a lot of times, you know, these players, they get ridiculed for playing shots that rub the rail on the way into the corner or whatever it is, and I'll be honest with you, a lot of the players are going to play those shots intentionally like that, knowing that the pocket will accept it. You know, that's not them missing a shot necessarily. You know, that's them knowing what the table will and will not accept in most cases. You know, sometimes position is that much better with, you know, just a 1/4 inch, you know, playing it off the rail just a bit. Letting it kind of slide in. And sometimes that's the difference between getting position and not. But in any case, 8-6, Felix Vogel on the hill. And he's got the break. And look at this. Cue ball looks like there was no chance it was going to stay up, and it does. And he's laughing about it like, how did I not scratch there? I mean, sometimes things are just rolling your way, and you know what? That's okay. Sometimes it's just your day. Nothing wrong with that. It looks like he is going to take the 2-ball on. Just needs to get up table for the 3 to the side, and he's going to hit right into it. Not what he was looking for. And just like that, things got complicated for the young German. I mean, he can back cut this combination. I don't know about the cue ball, but... Oh, he had enough. He had enough to play the carom, but look at what he's left himself. All right, life on the line. Eric Roberts. Jump to the side, jump to the corner. What a shot there. Tell you what, though, he's not out of the woods. Still needs 3 games in total. Tell you the accuracy of these young men. Both of these players. Hey, Gregorio Sanchez popping his head into our broadcast here, a.k.a. Guama. And again, if you want to watch all the matches that are happening around the room, with that carom shot, how about it? Don't be upset about that, Eric. You deserve a good one. He's been getting some bad bumps, and go ahead and accept it. Go ahead. And again, if you do want to watch all of those matches going on around the room, make sure you purchase your pay-per-view pass. Go ahead and screenshot that QR code there, or take a photo, whatever you need to do, however you make that work. And that QR code will take you right there. You can purchase your pay-per-view pass, and you can watch all of the matches at your leisure. Pick the one you want to watch, and you say, you know what, I don't like what's on the featured table. That's fine. We're not mad. You can watch whatever you want. All right, same positioning. Again, Eric Roberts, can he do it? He's got to win 2 games straight. Here we go, rack 16. I tell you, he's got something here. I mean, it's better than the scratches we've seen. And, I mean, that's really the difference. I mean, Felix had a 9-ball break, and Eric's broken scratched. And I believe Eric's broken scratched twice. Once in maybe rack 2 or rack 3 or 4. No, rack 4. I believe in rack 4. And since that point, it's either been 1 or 2 games in favor of Felix Vogel. So all things considered, this is a good look. And he's made it. What a nice shot to open that one with. And shooting it right into your opponent's direction. Sending a message. He said, Felix, this match isn't over yet, bud. I'm still here. He loses his line a little bit there. Got to come with something very nice here. And again, life on the line. Felix Vogel sitting at 8. Needs just 1 more. It's really one direction or the other. And he's going to send the cue ball down. Maybe trying to get under the brown 7. If you can get right on it. I mean, the 3 ball, that's okay too. Nothing wrong with that. Very nice shot. I mean, the only thing I don't like about this one is that it's going to be a very simple contact for Felix Vogel. You know, he can jump at the bank or he can kick at it, and it's kind of a big ball from this line. Can also make the 9 in this case, 2 rails underneath it. And you see, not far off from the combination there. But Eric Roberts going to come out with a shot. And you know what? That's all he wanted. Just give me a chip and a chair, an opportunity to stay in this match. And Felix Vogel, again, playing really solid the whole way through. But did get a little bit of good fortune and a little misfortune by the way of Eric Roberts. Don't tell me. Unbelievable. I mean, he missed the shot. That's one thing. You got to go in the pocket on top of it? I mean, Felix Vogel is definitely getting a little simple way out of that one. I thought for sure Eric Roberts was going to tie us up there and get there at the last minute. But as it looks now, Felix Vogel going to be your guy. Yeah, not too much to figure out at this point. And you can see Eric Roberts kind of beginning to accept his fate. He knows what's the likely outcome. And young Felix is going through the motions and doing what he does. And that right there should seal it up. I mean, barring an earthquake or someone tackling him, you got to like Felix to finish this one. He did the double, triple chalk just to make sure. And he's going to roll right into position. And, I mean, that was a nice fight we got to see there, but Eric Roberts coming up just a couple of games shy there, so congratulations. Felix Vogel moves ahead, undefeated. And we will be back with another match at 4 p.m., so just about 40 minutes from now. And in the meantime, I'm going to say thank you to some of our sponsors. They'll be back in just a short time. Don't go too far. All right, boys and girls, we got another great matchup coming for you from the Bob Stocks Memorial 2026 edition. We're here live at On Cue in Front Royal, Virginia. And we've got Aiden Wagner and Rodney Morris, the Rocket. What a match this is going to be. I am Mike DeMarco from Ship to Cash. Joining me, Mr. George Hammerbacher. George, how you doing, sir?
Oh, lovely! Getting ready to watch a BCA Hall of Fame champion, Mr. Rodney Morris. He won the U.S. Open 9-ball in 1996, among numerous other major professional titles over his storied career. Originally from Hawaii, from Honolulu. Probably got schooled at Hawaiian Brian's down there in the day.
And I'll tell you what, he's never let me down without a performance, and he's definitely been hitting the table a lot recently. We're going to see if he can deliver right here on this lovely diamond 9-foot table. He opens with a break and scratch, not what he was hoping for.
No, sir, it was not. There's absolutely no, look at that, the 7-9 locked up. You have the 6-ball in the Hooskow over there on that side rail. This is a very, very demanding layout for Aiden to start with ball in hand, but at least he gets to stretch and get his stroke going a little bit and get to feel the conditions.
Yeah, I can agree with you there. And, of course, Aiden Wagner, very talented young player in his own right, and getting first dibs there. But like you said, he's got a little bit of trouble with that 7-9 specifically, but he's going to give it his all. It looks like he does have a plan, and he's looking like he's got something with the 3 to the 4. That's the big exchange we're looking for here, George. Now, how do you think you see him taking this on? Maybe leave an angle, trying to just go straight down into the 6.
That would be the plan, because if he goes past it and doesn't strike it, he can play safe and hide behind the 6. But we'll see what he does. He's got a really good opportunity to maybe do some business with that, but the 7-9 is also pretty tough.
Yeah, it looks like he's got the big shot here, and yeah, he's going to hit the point. I mean, he's not in the drink, and he still can see the ball, so all things considered, not so bad, George.
No, he's going to. I believe he'll be trying, if he can catch his right side of that 4 ball, he can use the 7-9 for cover.
And let's see if he agrees with that assessment.
No, he tried to use the 5 ball for cover, and it's problematical whether Rodney's got the edge. I don't think he does. But
it's going to be close.
Yeah, there's no grind with Rodney. I can just tell you that. He's fun to watch. No, he had it.
And he did have that open shot.
Look at this. He's going to. He went a little bit past getting that angle to go into that 7, but he still has a. Might roll him into the 7.
I think he was actually playing the 5-9 combination there, George. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't put it past him. If he can see it, he can make it.
Sure. Like I said, there's no grind. Playing guys like Rodney, they're fun to play, even when they're beating your brains out. It's a whole lot less pain. It's a whole lot less painful.
Almost definitely. Yeah, Rodney definitely been hitting the tables quite a bit. Now he's been traveling a lot with our good friend Mr. Dennis Hatch, doing some exhibitions, and he did win a couple of tournaments recently. So he double dipped. I'm not really sure exactly where he was, but I know he won 2 events where he was located there And I was with him just about a month ago, and we're at the Iowa Open for Ultimate Pool, and he won the 10-ball showdown. So I mean, he's definitely out there competing and doing what he does, and
Sure.
he's definitely not faltering these days. I'll tell you that much.
Oh yeah, he's still a very formidable player, and it wouldn't be any surprise if he took it down this weekend either. Really.
Yeah, never a doubt with Rodney Morris. He's always going to come with his best, as Aiden Wagner misses the opportunity on that 7-ball. So Rodney Morris now looks like he's forced to take on the bank.
He's got about he's 95% to make this ball and get shape.
And he was within that 95% there, George, because he nailed it and he's got shape. Great call.
Those are what I would always call compulsory banks for semi-pro and up players. They're 95% or better. Rodney Morris takes down game number 1 over Aiden Wagner. I'm not really familiar with Aiden, but I've done a few Rodney Morris ones, and this is always a treat to do Rodney, because there's absolutely no grind in his giddy up.
Oh, no. And I know exactly what you mean with that. I mean, he's just going to steamroll until somebody says, hey, stop the fight.
Sure.
It's over. Stop the fight. You don't have to fight anymore, Rodney. It's over.
Or somebody else catches the stroke and might go past him, but it isn't going to be one of those multiple inning
No.
Just tooth pulling contests.
Yeah, if he's 60-40 with 60% favoring the defense, he's still shooting.
Sure.
He's still going to shoot.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. And, folks, don't forget, there's plenty of awesome matches going on around the room, and if you want to watch whatever you want to watch, you got to purchase your pay-per-view pass, and you can purchase it. All you got to do is scan that QR code that you see right there. At the top of that, it says All Table Pass. Scan that right there, and you can watch whatever you please, whenever you'd like. And it also, of course, helps support the broadcasting and the event itself. But you can pick your poison, really.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's a ton of nice matches going on around the room, tons of top players. And if you want to watch those, all you got to do is purchase that pay-per-view pass. You can watch all weekend.
We drew 63 players here at the Bob Stocks or Stocks Memorial Tournament. It commemorates and celebrates Bob Stocks, a guy that was a mentor for a good many of the local regional players that I'm aware of. I'm from Baltimore. I never really got to meet Bob Stocks, but I've done about 7 or 8 of his tournaments before they came to this venue or to the Matchroom World 9-Ball Tour. It was on regional tours, and it's expanded the last several years, and just a fantastic venue. This ONQ Billiards. It's in a sleepy little village at the foot of near the Luray Caverns. Just a fantastic place to come and hang out. If you're tired of camping or going through the caverns, stop in here and you can see championship type equipment that's completely separated from the regular food restaurant that's downstairs and bar to the just the best in equipment. Aiden was on a jump kick. He hits it, but he's going to sell out a very good opportunity for Rodney here to just do what he does.
Yeah, Rodney's going to be thrilled with this opportunity. He did play a nice safety to heed that shot opportunity there. So, definitely earned that one. That was not good fortune. He played a tough safety. And Aiden Wagner, he came with a nice jump shot there. Didn't really open up anything for himself, and he wasn't able to get safe. But Rodney Morris, a little bit far on this one.
He's going behind the 8-9 probably.
And look at that little ticky-tacky.
Opens up the 8-9, and he looks like he probably left a little bit of the edge on the red 3.
I think he would have to masse to get around it or maybe jump. I don't think he's got any of this one here, so he's going to look to jump, bank it up table, maybe get the cue ball back under the 8.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he's not going to like that result.
He's misplaced his mineral.
I like that.
We have to wax alliterative at this juncture.
Totally get that one. So it's Rodney Morris, ball in hand here. And, this is very available. And you see him nudging into the 6. That was not by mistake. That was intentional. Wanted to make sure that was open for him. He didn't want to have to shoot it off the rail. And that makes this rack so much easier, having that 6 ball in front of the side pocket, George.
Oh, sure. And he had complete... He had complete freedom to do that because he was going to have a shot on the next ball regardless. Now it's just a matter of him just staying focused, and he always seems to get on the right side of the balls. It's just he's uncanny.
Well, I'll tell you what, George, that's no accident either.
No,
Rodney
sir.
Morris, always coming with the heat. Showing you exactly how you're supposed to play this game.
Oh yeah, Rodney is he's prodigious talent and very warm, nice individual. I've spoken to him a couple times, and just a gentleman that is still playing pool and still does it mighty well, as you can see. He takes his 2-0 lead here over Aiden Wagner, and I hope Aiden isn't starstruck and not too much, so we can at least see something from his game.
Well, fortunately, Aiden Wagner, I think, is a bit young to have grown up with a Rodney Morris, but he definitely knows who he's playing. Sure. That's for sure.
Oh, sure, because if you start playing pool and you get to over a 600 Fargo rating, chances are you're going to be well aware of previous champions and all, because you'll be a fan of the game, not just that you play it well.
Yeah, exactly. And you're going to be aware of those things. Some of the other players and tour industry workers, they're all going to spread the word to you. They're going to say, hey, Aiden, did you know who you're playing next? And hey, do you know who that guy is? And eventually you're going to learn, and sometimes you have to learn firsthand.
Well, Rodney got the 2 ball got a little, just dribbled down to where he had a shot after he made the one to the side, and now he might have a nice connector here. So. Oh, that's ideal.
I'll tell you what, he's looking like he's in top form right now, George.
He's dead perfect here.
Now, be honest. The CPBA cloth, I'll tell you what, a lot of the events have been with the CPBA, and Rodney, I know he's been traveling to a lot of these events, playing on it, so I think he's got a lot of comfort on there as well.
Yeah, it's somebody was explaining that it had some of the features of some of the other traditional cloths, but it also has some of its uniqueness too in its own right. And Rodney just breaks and runs out there and takes a 3-0 lead over Aiden. he got a lovely country club kick with that two ball. He was on the top rail with his cue ball, and the two ball just floated not only to him, but right where he could get the nice line out to the middle of the table, and stay in perfect line the rest of the rack. He's not a hard shot.
I'll tell you what, George. We've been playing for about 11 minutes at this point right now, and we've played 3 games. Now, you do some math there, and anytime you can say, hey, we're sub 4 minutes a game in this setting, I mean that's a great pace, and I'm sure that our viewers are enjoying that.
2 minutes and 45 seconds, or no? Yeah, was it 9 minutes or 10 minutes?
We've been playing about 11 minutes.
All right. Well, so it's about like 3 minutes and about 40 seconds.
Yeah, 3 minutes and change. Yeah. And that's just remarkable. And to be fair, it's the Rocket Rodney Morris playing in the match. And win or lose, it's always going to be a reasonable pace like that.
Oh, sure. I know one thing. I'll bet you he laughed when he got to events where they had the shot clock.
Well, it's funny you say that. Rodney Morris, I just mentioned earlier, he was at the Iowa Open Ultimate Pool event. And, we've been seeing Rodney showing up at these events recently. And it's kind of nice because now everyone has to play Rodney's format. They have a 30-second shot clock. At the final 10 minutes of the match, we go down to a 15-second shot clock. Now everybody's playing Rodney Morris-style pool. Guess who came out on top? How about that? It's like they have to sing his song to get through the event. So
where was
it's
this
really
all
nice.
My pool life, right?
Yeah, right, exactly. It's like, hey, they're finally doing it my way. Let's go. Let's get it.
Aiden has a little bit of a situation here. He's got this 3 ball. He's not necessarily. He might have to steer it around that 8 ball. Yeah, he went off the 8 and got kind of fortunate. Fell on the purple.
Tell you what, Aiden looks like he's got a really nice stroke on him. I've seen Aiden out there. I don't know his game enough to really analyze what I've seen in the past. But from what I've seen before and what I'm seeing now, he's a talented player, and he's definitely got a powerful stroke on him. He's really just got to fade the environment and really just kind of focus on the task at hand. Look at these shots. Well, little unfortunate there. He hit the point of the side, and it went up table instead of coming out for that purple 5.
Well, it does look like he'll get carded by any bartender. That's for sure.
I would hope so. But he's coming with some heat, and he's swinging.
He's getting ready to see Rodney flip this 5 ball down the rail and fall nicely on the 6. These are,
Yeah, doesn't really need to work the ball much. Just shoot the ball in. Look at that. Doesn't even tempt the side pocket. Doesn't even tempt the side rail there. Straight through the uprights, George.
Sure. 1-2 pumps and fire.
And Rodney does have that kind of a jab stroke to his his way of delivering the cue. I'll tell you what, man, it's so accurate, so deadly.
Well, I've always been the advocate of the shorter backstroke for the simple reason that nothing can go wrong with it, because of these long strokes that I see. All the players have to do is develop even the most minute little mechanical error, and I've been studying form for a long time, and as an instructor, just as an observer of this great sport, and I can only say that who had a shorter stroke than Alan Hopkins?
Fair enough.
There were a few people that could stroke inside a phone booth, And,
I like that analogy. I like that a lot.
That's about his backstroke. He could stand in a phone booth and run out, and that was yeah. But Rodney, I've always it's as when I'm just home and just flipping around and seeing old Rodney Morris tapes, from days of yesteryear. I just can't resist. I always just will gravitate to that because I know my head isn't going to hit the side of the table and I'm not going to fall asleep on it. That's for sure.
I get you. All right, Rodney Morris to the break. This is Rack 5. And we just hit the 15-minute mark, and we've completed 4 games in total.
Right on that pace of 3 minutes and 45 seconds a
Yeah.
game. Rodney broke dry on that particular break, and but the 2-7. The two. Yeah, that's a 2-7 is locked up on that side rail. And
Yeah.
it's this game's subject to be a little bit more of a grind.
Well, you know what? I'm going to disagree just because Rodney's involved. And I do think that Aiden is going to take a swing at this. If he makes this one ball, he can come across the table and bump right into that 2-7, or even ideally just peel the 2 off.
I don't know from the rail that that might be very, very ambitious.
Well, as ambitious as it might be, Rodney Morris is going to get to the table now, and he can give his professional assessment of the situation and see exactly what he can do here.
Go behind the 6 ball, maybe. Go the other way. Go behind where he has more cover to the high percentage. But he opened up the one. He left plenty of distance on a contain.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some distance there. Aiden can play a return safe here. He can also alternatively try to bank the 1 to the 8, which is sitting very close to that bottom right corner. And he ended up kicking at the ball. And what's the result going to be? A little bit of fortune. That's okay. Not so bad. I'll be honest with you, I don't think he has any piece of this one ball. And if he does, it's not going to be much.
He's going 2 rails into it. He fanned and separated it a little bit.
Yeah.
But there's, I would have like Aiden almost play the 1-9 and get behind that 3-5 because he doesn't have a percentage play on the 2-7.
I got to agree with you there.
Plus, he might have he either has a smaller pocket or a big pocket.
Well, the winner of this event is going to have a slightly bigger pocket. I'll tell you that much.
Sure.
But I got to agree with you, George. I like the combination and just try to get the cue ball right behind the 3 ball there. Got to be mindful of the 1 ball too, though. I think he did pretty good with that.
He
read that. He read the shot well. You know what I mean?
Yes, he did. He cut off the long side rail. He's going to have to go to the short rail. He's probably going to sell out a shot. Oh, he fanned again. He's on two. He's on two whiffs, I believe. Yeah, he's on two fouls.
He is on 2 fouls, and I'll tell you right now, if Aiden Wagner plays safe here and gives the opportunity for Rodney Morris to get 3 fouled out, I don't think Rodney's going to miss that one. Like with that type of pressure, and not even pressure to lose the match, just I'm not going to get 3 fouled. He doesn't want that to happen. So, and I'm a little surprised here, George. I figured Aiden would go under the 8 with the 1 and just follow into the 2.
Oh, he's gonna just try to zip the 2 ball slightly, to have it touch the rail and go way up table. But that's an easy side rail, bottom rail kick.
I think he might actually be trying to get the cue ball behind the 6.
That's what he wants. But he has a big travel. That ain't gonna get there.
I mean, that's not terrible, and he is going
Oh
to tell
no,
him.
that's pretty fair. Rodney's on 2 chuckles. Yeah, and he's laughing. He said, "Yeah, that's right."
No, John Lehman said, hey, you're on
Yeah.
2. He's like, yeah, but he didn't tell me. He said, yeah, but my opponent didn't tell me.
Well,
He almost won the game on 2 fouls. How about that return shot?
yeah,
Good stuff from Rodney Morris.
This is the only game that we've really had multiple innings. In the first, this is rack number 5.
Honestly, I think this rack has taken longer than the first 3 games we played. I'm pretty sure.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, we were on average for like 3 to 4 minutes, right in that range. And this one here has taken a couple minutes in its own right, and we're still on the 2.
And we got a lot. And there's a lot of pocket billiards to be played from here. And I don't think he can stay on this 3 ball. He might.
All right, nice swing there.
But he's got to carry more than 9.
I mean, in this type of situation, I kind of feel like you have to do something with the 9. He's down 4-0, doesn't really have a great shot. I feel like you might need to play the carom here.
Rail first, I like. He just got down a little too deep. He caught it too chunky.
Yeah, he wanted to play that rail first, but just a little misjudged right there.
Sure.
But in any case, Rodney Morris going to have his way with this 3 ball in just a moment.
These tables are way far apart too. Very seldom are you going to see much interruption in play, because the players have plenty of room. Cole did a marvelous job with this place. He could have maybe put in more tables, but he did what he did, and he did a great job. This looks like a pretty cut and dried situation here.
And look at this. Comes with that great opening shot there on the 3 ball and follows up with a nice smooth run out. Yeah.
Simple. He plays lots of more 1 rail routes than a lot more of these players that are playing the 2-3 rail routes. He's for the most part, he'll go 1 rail, and he keeps it very, very simple. He goes up and down the table better than just about anybody I ever saw.
I mean, Rodney Morris definitely one of the all-time greats, and he's always kind of had his own unique style about the game too, just the way he goes at it. And my favorite part of Rodney's game is his lightheartedness about it.
Oh, yeah.
If he messes up, he'll smile and say, "Oh man, I can't believe I did that," but like he's smiling about it. He's enjoying the position that he's in. He loves being able to play the game. And I think some of the players nowadays could learn something from that type of sentiment.
He's sort of the opposite of
Careful, George. He's the opposite of who?
No, he's the opposite of a lot of these. Let's just say more mechanical looking people.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
And
most definitely.
And we the ones that got stamped out of academies. He came from the era before the academies, and that brought us this wealth of just guys that play the game downright almost perfect. A lot of these European and Asian stars that we see these days are.
Yeah, I mean it comes down to a lot of the trained and learned talents and some of those natural abilities. And I think Rodney Morris has some of the most feel that we've seen in the game, possibly ever. I mean there's a lot of players out there that are mechanical, and they look to see the game. They look to find a shot, where Rodney's kind of just, I'm going to do this. That's what I feel. and he makes it happen. You know, he's projecting the shot out.
That's that I couldn't agree with you more. And the fact that you see young people like this young man Aiden here, and we saw a couple of real youngsters playing in that last match. Carl Vogel and his opponent. Those guys, the people pick up the game young. They flow.
Yeah, Felix Vogel, Eric Roberts.
Eric Roberts,
Yep.
right? And those guys flow. And,
Yeah. There's a way about them to it. Yeah.
And people that pick up the game as an adult, they don't have that same fluidity. And Rodney is a whole lot more the artist and a whole lot less the technician. And,
Yeah, you know that's a great way to put it, George. It really is. Yeah, Rodney's definitely got a lot more feel to the game, and you know he's not going to look for a jump cue in this situation. I don't believe.
No.
And you know, a lot of times that would be the case. Kind of leak it out just a bit. He might have left this to the side pocket.
Yeah.
Keep in mind that 5-9 still tied up, and the 4 ball not in the greatest of spots either.
No, it's almost like he's baiting the boy to try to do some of the heavy lifting for him. He's not really in good shape here, particularly.
Yeah, these next couple of shots here going to kind of determine how this rack might end.
Oh, that was good discipline.
Yeah, I like the idea of that shot. And he executed it very nicely.
He's got the side rail kick just past the side pocket. I would think. Oh, he's misplaced a mineral. That cue ball walked that rail down there, and that cue ball was sunburned and sought the shade.
Well, I'll tell you what, Aiden Wagner still got some work to do here. You know, 3 ball, that's not the issue. 4 ball, even that, it's not ideal, but still not the issue. It's that purple 5 ball tied up with the 9. How is he going to solve this equation, George?
It's he might have to play the duck again.
Well, he's definitely swinging here. He's got himself into a position where he kind of has to continue.
His shot, if he can play this pink 4 in the right side pocket, I don't know if he's got that shot.
I mean, it's going to be super thin if he does.
It's
I think he has to
It's
go to
going
the
to be a
corner.
runner with right hand English. No, he just didn't do himself any favors.
I mean, the only shot that I'm seeing here that's, I mean, somewhat, you know, reasonable. Maybe he can just play into the 5-9 and try to play the speed with the 9 ball to get the cue ball still behind the 9.
That's right.
You know, try to beat it.
He's going to try to thin the 5 ball, and use the 9 for cover.
Yeah, but I mean, another big problem is that 6 ball makes that corner pocket massive. So you got to be careful where you send that.
That's no good.
He might have gotten him there, George. That might be the case. He might have gotten him.
He did, and he got to 5-9 in a position, and the 7 ball is in the cross table path a little bit, but he can hit this 5 ball coming down 1 rail on the inside. He had a little piece of it, and
that was a similar shot he played earlier, and I mean that's just a really smart way to play. You know, it doesn't have to be the big jump shot, crazy shot, you know, fireworks. You know, just playing natural lines like that, that's going to put your opponent in tough positions. Really is. And Aiden Wagner, opportunity. He could make the 9 ball here.
Yeah, he's going to have to go a little rail firster, I believe.
Yeah, he's going to have to go rail first, of course. Can't see the 5 ball, but...
Fanned. Oh.
Oh, no.
Well, we know this is even on Rodney's correct side, the left side of the table here, where he doesn't even have to stretch for this ball. Where's the ref? Yeah, well, okay.
No. He is going to take on the combination.
Of course, this is on his left side of the table. He doesn't have to stretch. Routine.
Nails it. 6-0. Rodney Morris. And
we started, what, 4:05 p.m.?
we're at 30 minutes right now.
Yeah,
we started at 4:11, I believe was the time. Yeah.
So we're only what like
about 30 minutes in.
30 minutes in. And,
yeah.
And that game almost, you're right, almost took what the combined first 4 or 5 games.
Yeah, that game doubled our time. We were at 15 minutes after 4 racks. So how about that? Rodney looks disinterested. He says, why's that game got to take 15 minutes? And not for nothing, it's kind of ironic when you think of it, George. You know, we ended that game with a combination on the 9, and it was a 5-9 combination, and it still took that long.
Sure.
It's, I mean, that's actually a testament to both players, you know, ticky-tacky back and forth and not really giving the whole thing up till 15 minutes in. I mean, Aiden Wagner, you know, he's holding his own. But, I mean, Rodney Morris just so tough. So tough to hang on.
Well, in the end, you see Aiden is going to gain some valuable experience, if nothing else. And the only way I used to go when I was starting to play, when I was younger and playing tournaments, I'd go to Pennsylvania, New Jersey, all these other places, is away from Baltimore and all, because I played about everybody in Baltimore. I wanted to play other people. And that's the only way I learned to get better. And I would go to places like Philadelphia and all, get my brains beat in. But when I got back to the pool room, I had just a little bit more focus and a little bit more zip in my game, regardless. Look at that 2-ball spinning inside the shelf there. It's burning.
You're going to fall?
It's going to burn that shelf. Original diamonds had deeper shelves in these pockets today, incidentally. Where I was talking to one of the players, a friend of mine that's in this event yesterday when he was practicing, and I showed him the difference, and he couldn't believe it. That I was in 1990. I was playing a tournament in Wisconsin, and that was the first time I ever saw the diamonds. And these were the early version. But back to Aiden, back to this easy jump, and see what he can do.
Well, I mean, he's got the pocket available.
Oh,
doesn't make it happen, but you know, I got to say, you know, Aiden Wagner, if this is your opening match. And, you know, you open up with, hey, this guy just drilled me 4 games in 2 seconds, and then I had a safety battle for 15 minutes, didn't come out on the good end of it. You know what I mean? It's just he's not even, like, playing pool yet. He's still trying to get in stroke. You know, most of the runouts, it's just Rodney there, and he's just sitting in the chair waiting for that opportunity. You know, sometimes a player like Aiden Wagner, he's put into a position, and it doesn't mean that it's just like him. I mean, any player, they get into a position where the other player kind of puts them in handcuffs, and you can't really get your comfort on the table, can't really get started, if you know what I mean. But, I mean, all things considered, I think Aiden is playing some nice shots here.
He's playing the correct shots. In most cases, his execution is falling a little short, but then, you know, that's easy to say from here. And
yeah, I mean, anybody back here want to go play Rodney Morris after this one? Not I, said the cat.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, he left him a shot here. You got to be really careful unless he can play the combination. If he plays the carom here, still can be funny, but I think he has enough here to play the combination. What do you think, George?
The combination is dangerous too. He can lose the cue ball because that's a real thin back cut. And he made both balls. In a lot of ways he's fortunate that, because a lot of times that ball would have kicked to the top rail and he would have been hoodwinked by the 8 ball. So he's gonna try to duck behind the 8 probably.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment, George. That's a similar shot he played earlier. I feel like that's his style. He knows that kind of shot, but not going to happen this time.
This looks like a road map to me.
Yeah, I have to agree.
Pop, pop, pop.
Yeah, Rodney looks like he's very comfortable and confident out there. And anytime you see an open table like this, and a guy like Rodney is out there feeling comfortable, you got to expect him to just finish it.
He's on the correct side of every ball, just about. Once he gets out in the open, he gets on the correct side of all these balls.
It gets a little funny here.
But he's a little awkward. He might have to get the rake for this one.
Yeah, I think he's going to. You see our on-site referee, Mr. John Lehman, giving him a hand and a bridge.
But Rodney is a guy that grew up having to use the bridge long before they had those extenders on these cues that I'm not a fan of myself. But he's still on the correct side of that 7 ball. And heading right towards the 8, it's, he's just going to play maybe just fire it in and just go to the middle of the table.
Yeah, really nice there.
Sure.
Rodney Morris looking in top form.
Still on the correct side of the ball.
Yeah. Maybe just a little stun here. No, he's going to go all the way around. And that's definitely the smarter way to do it. But, on occasion, I do see players sometimes opt for that. I'm just going to drop below the side pocket just because it's a nice angle there. Don't move the cue ball much. But Rodney's feeling good, and he just got himself within 2. And just about 37 minutes in.
Sure.
Not bad.
You get a chance to eat some cheeseburgers after between the next match.
Yeah, exactly. Next round going to be 6 p.m. Well, you're not going to want to miss that. We got more great matches coming to you from the Bob Stocks Memorial 2026 edition. And again, we're here at On Cue in Front Royal, Virginia. And I am Mike DeMarco from Ship to Cash. And with me, Mr. George Hammerbacher. And George, you said you're originally from Baltimore, right?
Yeah, still living in the greater Baltimore area. Live out in the southwest suburb called Catonsville, and it's I'm still teaching pool in my house, and I'll come out occasionally, for people that want me to come to them. But generally, still teaching, still active in the game, playing a little bit here and there, and still trying to enjoy what I can enjoy, and just a wonderful time to get a chance to call a Hall of Famer, Rodney Morris. Just still got it. Rodney's got to be approaching. He's got to be at least about 60 years older now or so, I would say. Give or take.
I mean, you still count?
Oh yeah,
I stopped counting somewhere around 26. I'm just like, yeah, it's somewhere above that.
Well,
I don't think Rodney counts either. He's like, yeah, I'm there.
I came out kicking and screaming, knowing the whole story, 77 years and 364 days ago.
Oh boy. Oh boy!
Tomorrow is number 78, and I'm still enjoying myself trying to play. Rodney kind of runs into the 5. Let's see what he does.
I mean, he looks like he's got to do some kind of fancy maneuver here. Maybe 2 rails into the 6, or maybe try to get himself into the 9 ball 1 rail. Yeah, he's looking at both of those options here. Not sure which one he likes the most.
He's going to thin this and go between the 6-8.
He's going to go right into the 6.
Right into the 6. Well, but he created a little problem with the 6. So,
I mean, he could just go on the other side of it.
mm-hmm.
You know, and I think that that's a very reasonable idea. I mean, now that he's on this side of this pink 4, though, it does change things a little bit. But I think he's going to be just fine.
Oh, yeah, he's going to fade to the 5 in the same hole and end up playing the 6 to the short side.
Totally agree with that assessment, George. As Rodney Morris has really kept pace the whole time so far.
This might be another 1 rail route. He might be a little flat for the 1 rail route. He might have to go 2.
In any case, he looks really good out there. And
No, the one rail route. That's Rodney's specialty. Look at that speed control, and he's still on the correct side of that 6 ball. To just fade to the 7, just like stealing. That was so easy.
I mean, like I said, he's been out there competing, and Rodney Morris, that's in stroke. That's tough to beat. That's tough to fade.
Oh yeah.
Maybe cheat this one a bit. Maybe
This is the only time that he really got out of line, just an eyelash.
Yeah, and I mean he's still there.
This is just a shot the players all become adept in. These shots that are, because that with this racking template, Mike, as we know, that 9 ball just doesn't ever migrate too far from that spot, and players have really just learned how to make all those 9 balls that were on in proximity to that spot from almost anywhere.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, Rodney Morris looking like he's only going to need 1 game here. Mm-hmm. And should this be the last game, whoever wins this match here, looking like it's going to be Rodney Morris in this situation.
I rate him the slight
But we can
favorite.
never count anyone out.
No.
It's 9 ball pool. But after this match ends, the winner of this match, we're going to head out and talk to our own personal roving reporter, Mr. Madison Ortiz. He's going to be out there, and we're going to catch a word from the winner of this match, see how they're liking the event, and just kind of get some insight into the mind of the players. And I'm really looking forward to that segment there. That's one of my favorite pieces of pool, really just understanding what the players are going through, in their minds, emotionally, personally, what their overall experience has been.
Rodney breaks in the 5 ball in the upper right. Has a reasonable looking layout. If that one ball is in play, if he can draw his ball a little bit to the 2 ball in this lower right pocket, I could say that this is going to be probably just another page in pocket billiards history.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny, George. We're assessing the first shot or two, and he's already on shot 4. We're like, wait a minute, I wasn't done saying what you were going to do. He's already 3 shots in.
Well, he's got a little
He's
work.
moving.
Sure he is. It's 1-2 pumps and fire. And he's going to be a little straight on the 5, but I think he's going to come just get a similar kind of shot on the 6. Yeah, and
a little straight here. I mean, he can manage something here, but he is a little bit straight.
He'll end up with the Z shot from the 7 to the 8.
Tell you what, he's a guy. He might superstroke this.
Oh,
look at that!
Look at that, straight in on it, just about.
I mean, if you have that stroke in your tank, I mean, you don't really need position, do you?
No, he got a real good grip on this cloth on this table. He might take some beating.
I'll tell you what, Aiden Wagner definitely learning a lesson in pool and billiards. today. And I'm sure we're going to see him out there competing again in the future. But for now, it looks like it's going to be the Rodney Morris Show. And again, Madison Ortiz going to be standing by in just a moment. Going to be looking to get a quick word with Mr. Rodney Morris and see how he's feeling about the event.
Aiden's
just going to get into the mind there.
Aiden was smiling a little bit, but he got to play a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, exactly. He's definitely going to love that experience, and take what you can from this experience, Aiden. I mean, winning and losing is not everything. I know it's great, but gotta take that experience and really just enjoy what that is. So we're going to take a quick word from our sponsors here, and we're going to head out there and catch a word with our winner, Mr. Rodney Morris. So stand by for that.
This is Madison Ortiz here live worldwide at On Cue Sports Bar and Grill. We're here for the 2026 Bob Stocks Memorial. I'm here with one of our American legends, Mr. Rodney Morris.
What's happening? What's up?
Rodney, great first match. You start out 9-0. That must feel well. One thing that struck me with the commentary, honestly, you look like you're having fun, right?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I've been playing a little bit, so it's good to have fun. Still trying to figure out the break, on this one here. The lighting is a little bright for me, because the perimeter lights. It kind of, I make sure I don't look up. If I look up, I get blinded. So I just got to make sure be aware of that. Keep my head focused, and my vision doesn't get out of whack where I get a white halo.
That's awesome. So you've been playing for quite some time now. I just watched the video where I guess you were planning on going to the Air Force at one time, and then kind of pool happened. So what's the dynamic shift, you think, from back then to now, if you will?
Well, it was, a lot slower cloth, back then, a lot more, people playing a lot more money games as opposed to tournaments. Now it seems like there's a lot of tournaments, and equipment is fast. A lot, all the equipment is a lot better now. A lot more faster equipment, so it's a lot more players are actually playing good. So I mean, anybody can beat you first round. So years ago, you kind of, you could pick, like your first 3 rounds, usually probably a big favorite to win. Now it's like, first round is that you can get beat. So there's so much more people that play good that can beat you in a race, short race. So it's a lot tougher to win tournaments, So, but the best players are always gonna be there at the end, right? So
excellent. So who's next? Do you know who you're playing and what time?
No, probably some European guy never missed a ball.
Excellent. I'm going to actually send it back to Ship the Cast, Mike DeMarco, and we'll see you again. Madison Ortiz.
All right. Thank you very much, Madison. Really appreciate that. And thank you, Rodney Morris. Congratulations. I'm sure we're going to see you on this featured table again this weekend. All right, folks, we're going to be back again in about 1 hour's time, 6 p.m., your next match. So stand by for that, and we'll be back again, just 1 hour's time. Thank you very much. We'll be right back.
wait. Please have Here's the way I look at it. If he does something else, one day like this, the voice directs him. Whose fault is it? The guy on the phones. I just lost. I don't know. The only thing I don't know also do a lot of shadows. They don't play the tour, so if they show up for any league, they're great players playing on. Yeah, but it's why they put my ever to be first fucking seed. And I pull up all the time for they need to the goddamn. Yeah, you would have been the fifth seed and come on that. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's your pal Mike DeMarco from Ship the Cash, and we're here with the next round of the Bob Stocks Memorial 2026 edition. We're here live at On Cue in Front Royal, Virginia. And joining me, Chip Klein. Chip, how we doing, sir?
Oh, pretty good. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Enjoying the weather. Everything's kind of agreeing with us over here. And I wanted to ask you, what do you think about our current match right now? Got Tyler Steyer and Brandon Schuff.
Well, Brendan's been playing pretty good lately, so I expect it to be a real strong match here.
Now, Brandon did have the opportunity to play on this table. I want to say he was at 10 a.m. So it's been a while, roughly 8 hours or so. But it's been about 8 hours or so. And, Tyler hasn't even played a match yet. So that's something to consider. But then again, Tyler Steyer, number 1 seed in the event. So that's something to consider as well. So.
Yeah, you say he hasn't been playing much, or?
Well, I mean, like I said, Brandon played a match on this table 8 hours ago. So small advantage there. And Tyler, this is his first match. He was the number 1 seed. So Tyler's coming into this match, I don't want to say cold, but he's coming in without a match under his belt.
Oh, I see. Has he had any time to play on the tables at all? Or?
Yeah, I'm sure Tyler's been hitting balls at some point. I know he's been here over the last couple of days, but very different from a match situation. I'm curious how these guys are going to go at it now. It does look like he hasn't had any right between round. So let's have the shot available.
It looks like he's going back on the table. Only 1 ball up there to bother him, the 4 ball. So he might be open on the 2 if he decides to attack this.
And, judging by his cue ball, I don't know if he was really going at that. Look at his cue ball here.
Yeah.
Well, Tyler's going to really be thrilled with this result. He's got that 1 ball hanging in the side pocket for him. I'm sure he's going to be thrilled to have that nice open shot. Starting in rack number 1. There. Yeah, nice shot from Tyler there. So, Chip, I mean, I'm sure you're familiar with both of these players here.
Yeah, both. Brandon more so. And years ago, Brandon and I ended up in the finals of a good tournament. And I believe in that match, he missed 1 ball. And I still managed to squeak past him, so I played a little better than I was playing. So ever since then, we've been, I believe we're 2-2. More teaching.
So you teach billiards?
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate the service. It's something that we need in the game for sure.
Work with Christina Dodge, James Aranis, both of those, real strong players. I like the science of the game. I don't know if you like that or not, or.
I mean, honestly, anything about pool, I'm usually into.
Oh yeah.
I guess I'm mostly a player advocate and try to deliver whatever services I can, and ended up on the production side of things. But yeah, the science is definitely intriguing to me.
Yeah, I was fortunate to have a professor of physics teach me from West Virginia University, so that's how I started my pool. I mean, other than, as a kid banging around on the bar table.
Everybody's got to bang him around on the bar table now and again.
Yeah.
Well, Tyler's looking pretty sporty so far. It's really these next couple of shots that are going to determine how things end.
Yeah, no, even if he drifts up too far on this, he can still circle the rack to get back on the 7. So just don't want to end up too short behind the 7. And I guess the 4-ball, the 5-ball is purple here, right?
Yes. Yeah, it's pink 4, purple 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could show it to me 1,000 times, I'd still forget. 4 ball's always been purple to me, but
40 years ago.
yeah.
That's what we'll do.
Well, they took it out and then they added it on another ball.
Yeah.
I always wanted to figure out who are they, because they did it. Tyler's got the 6-ball open. Looking pretty good here. Don't see any issues for Tyler to finish this.
Just punch straight over and be on the 8-ball.
And Tyler's been super active, playing in anything and everything. Just got an experience with him in Ultimate Pool over at the Iowa Open. And he was enjoying his time out there, playing some pool on the 7-foot tables, 8-ball format.
Oh, yeah. I like bar box 8-ball. That's a good game to play.
Yeah, just that close proximity, trying to navigate and get out the clusters, and just the whole strategy to it. So I'm assuming you're a one-pocket fan as well?
Yeah, just about everything I'm a fan of. Anything pool, I guess.
Well, Tyler looking to close out rack number 1. Just 9-ball, there it is. Number 1 in the books. And I just wanted to remind you folks, if you do want to watch all of the side table action, you can do that. Just go to that QR code you see on your screen right now. You can just screenshot that, and it'll take you directly to where you need to be. Purchase your pay-per-view pass. Watch any table you like, whenever you like. You don't have to stay with us here. You do have to purchase that pay-per-view pass. Continue to be supporting the event, so what's to lose there? There's still plenty of matches coming. This is only day 1. Still have tomorrow and Sunday. And we're going to get down to 32 players. And then final 16, single elimination redraw. That's going to happen on Sunday. So looking forward to that.
Exciting stuff, huh?
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of great players in the tournament. And I'll tell you, it started with 63, one shy of the full field. But it's kind of deceiving how many top players are actually in this event. Some of the opening rounds, you see a player you might recognize and a player you don't recognize. But by the end of tomorrow, you're going to know everybody.
Yeah.
You're going to know everybody. Maybe a couple of new superstars coming up. Might see a couple of new names and faces.
Yeah, the older I get, the less people I know, it seems.
I'll tell you what, the game is definitely evolving, and it's also kind of, gaining momentum. So I think we're getting more players sooner, and they're coming into the game a lot younger too. And we are broadcasting to multiple platforms, and I guess the easiest places to watch, Ship the Cash YouTube. That's an easy one for you guys. Full Can Sports. And also the WeChat channel over in China, the CPBA WeChat channel.
Looks like he's going to try to kick here and stick him behind the 4-ball. I think I'll start saying the pink 4-ball so that I remind myself.
Yeah, that's actually a common practice now. I've been calling the colors versus the numbers a lot of the time. I mean, like, the numbers are there, but colors definitely more noticeable.
Yeah, that was the problem with that, the 6-ball interfering with what he was trying to do.
And Tyler's got to float by this 8-ball. Cue ball's going to be a little bit hot, so he's just going to be mindful of how far up the table he wants to go. Tell you what, though, super sound fundamentals from Tyler Steyer, per usual.
I thought he might try to dig this out, but it looks like he's just going to spin it to get up. Nice soft side spin. That's parallel English for people watching at home. Kind of keeps your cue ball true when you're slow rolling like that.
And Tyler's got a nice pace. He's doesn't seem like he's taking too much time. Doesn't look like he's rushing. He's kind of right in the middle, right in that comfort zone. And like I said, he's been here for a couple of days. So prior to the event, he's had some time to get acquainted with the equipment and the environment. It's always key. Now, Chip, you mentioned the science of the game. Do you guys ever get into the psychology of the game?
Oh yeah, definitely. Spending so much time on the road, I had to get stronger than what I was when I was. Oh, in my early 20s, the 9-ball could be a foot from the pocket, and I was going to dog it. I was going to miss it, and that's when I started studying sports psychology to see what was going on, and I tell everybody, get some books on it, Olympic athletes and things, and lots of times you'll just pick up a few things in those books that can really help you.
Yeah, I feel like, of all of the science involved in the game, I think that one's the most intriguing for me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just, how mental the game is and, just balancing your thoughts and trying to maintain your focus. And, it could be something that happened off the table, something that's happening right now while you're playing. Those things, massive factors.
Certainly. A big one that I teach a lot of people is questions. And when you ask yourself a question, it activates the mind, and your brain immediately starts searching for truth. So you might have a long, hard shot, and you might say, "Well, how do I want to shoot this shot?" Well, the answer isn't going to be like a little wimp. You're going to say like a champion.
I like that.
And when you get that clarity, that gives you your focus and courage for the shot. So questions is a really good one to help you with your mental game.
Oh, that's really great insight, Chip. Thank you.
Oh.
And it looks like Tyler's going to be taking rack number 2 and going up 2-0 here. So definitely no cobwebs in that stroke. Coming out pretty strong right off the bat. I mean, it's been a nice and smooth event. Haven't had really any hiccups since the beginning. I want to say that before the event, there's always some craziness going on.
Oh, yeah.
Setting up and making sure all the players are confirmed, who's paid, who's showing up, who's not. All that stuff. We had some technical things going on, and we're kind of just rolling with the punches, but I think we're rolling pretty good now. The players are definitely liking the environment out there. I've heard a lot of the players exclaiming about, the privacy of where the tables are located in the room.
Mm-hmm.
They're on a separate floor from, the general population, we'll call it.
Yeah.
And even where the spectators are, you can kind of view the entire event in its own little box there. And the players really like that. Let's see what Shuff comes with here. Down 2-0. Looking for something on the break here. Drains the 1 ball. Doesn't hold on to the cue ball. But it looks like he might still be able to see this 2 ball. Looks like it's still available.
Yeah, he's got a little traffic here, it looks like, to get down on the 3. Just straight up and back between the 6 5 ball. The purple 5 ball.
The purple 5 ball, that's right.
Have you played any of these events?
No. I mean, I like to play, believe me when I tell you.
Uh-huh.
I think we all do. But I know my role, and I do what my strong suits are, and, play my position the best I can.
Yeah.
Onside official. She's going to be trying to maneuver that template out of there.
Yeah, good luck with this one, huh?
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one. Definitely going to have to get that 9 ball out of there. He's going to use that ball marker.
Brandon Shuff studying the guy, making sure nothing goes.
You move that cue ball 1 millimeter.
Yeah.
I'm telling John Lehman.
Yeah. Well, there, it looked like he did a pretty good job there.
Yeah, he actually did. I think he did that perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, based on the way that the 9 ball was placed back in there, the 2 ball's got to be available. I mean, you can see it now clear as day. I mean, he's got the shot. I mean, I know you mentioned trying to come right back between, just straight up and down, but I think he's maybe exploring kind of holding it tight, 2 rails and out, but got to contest with the 6 and the 8 in that case.
Yeah, I think you could clear the 6, but that 8 ball's big.
Yeah, it is.
And it's coming that deep, he's going right into the soup if he touches the top of the 8, right into the side pocket.
Oh, yeah.
So, and of course, depending how much he likes that shaft he's playing with, inside English makes the shot a little more difficult for him.
Yeah, with the slick cloth, it might not grab as much as he would
Yeah.
like. Oh,
Well, I'm glad he's shooting it and not me.
I'll tell you, I agree with you there. But, I mean,
He
having a
might-
chip in a chair, though, you know what I mean?
he might-
Ironically, chip in a chair.
yeah. He might just duck and send this ball down below this toward the 3 and stick him on the 6. Just spin soft over to the 6, you know.
I could see him doing something like that, but being down 2-0, I feel like he wants to shoot, and he did.
Yeah, well, it turned out pretty good for him. This guy's got a long shot, so.
Yeah, I want to say all things considered, that wasn't terrible. Tyler does still have the ball available. Chance he might graze the 7 as he pockets the 2.
What I think is funny is people say, "Oh, he should be out from here," you know.
Well,
You know, and you look at the whole length of the table at this shot. You know, you're holding it for the 3. So anybody can miss this ball.
yeah, I mean, I said it earlier, especially with some of like the super talented young players, 18, 19, 20 years old. They can see the shots so well. But, you know, you got to like them to make it.
Yeah.
When they're a professional player, you can't bet against them.
Yeah.
You just have to like them to make whatever it is. But, yeah, I mean, these shots are super difficult. It looks like Schuff's going to be forced to play some defense here.
You just have so many balls in the middle of the table that you can actually go for some shots, and you might end up with the accidental safe anyhow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and they're all right in the center of the table, too.
Yeah, yeah. And that's sometimes when I'm shooting a hard shot, I'll think about that. I'll think, how many blockers do I have just in case I don't execute this shot the way I want? And that's all percentages, you know, figuring out the percentages. These guys do it for a living.
And he comes with it. I can't even believe he had an avenue there. That was deceiving, Chip.
Yeah. What happened here? He fouled somehow?
Did he scratch on that shot?
Well, we missed something.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely missed something. Maybe a little bit of movement on either the 9 or the 3 when he shot the ball, but
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, what a great shot, too.
Yeah, maybe as he came through, he touched, where was it, a 9 ball? Maybe he
Yeah,
touched
that's a
the 9 ball.
possibility.
Is that what happened? Yeah, we have an official sitting here. He says that's what he thinks happened. So
Perfect. At least somebody's paying attention,
yeah,
Chip.
yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, Tyler looking pretty good from here. You know, once you get down to like 4 or 5 balls on the table, if there's nothing blocking a pocket, nothing tied up, nothing stuck to a rail, you know, percentages are way up for the players to get out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I mean, this is Tyler's opening match. So, you know, that's also something that I feel can actually help in certain situations.
Yeah, see, I'm just thinking I want to get short on the 7. The 7's far enough from the pocket. I want to have a real good shot on the 7 ball. You know, if he hits this and kind of doesn't get it down there, then he's shooting a long shot, trying to get on the 8.
So you're thinking he's going to pull it back and play the 7 to the side, not to the corner.
He could play it to the corner, but just don't let up on the shot. That's not a bad shot there. Play it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if he was playing to the corner, don't let up on the shot and end up with a long, hard shot, and then, not necessarily a hard shot, but a shot that you could miss.
Right.
So I like what he did there. Come back to the side pocket. And the tighter they make the pockets, the more side pockets I use. I'd rather be a little bit off on my line and still play into an open pocket than shooting the ball the whole length of the table. I don't know, do you know the pocket size here?
Not sure the pocket size, but maybe somebody out there does. I'm sure somebody will get us an answer at some point.
I guess 4 1/3 maybe, is that?
I mean, that's a reasonable assessment.
Yeah. Long bridge there, probably about a 15, 16-inch bridge off the rail.
Drilled it center pocket, 3-0 to Tyler Steyer right now. And like I said, we've had a fair amount of spectators kind of rotating throughout the day.
Mm-hmm.
They'll come in, watch a couple of matches,
Mm-hmm.
go grab something to eat, come back, watch a couple more matches, kind of rotating upstairs and downstairs. And did have some folks, coming from out of town just to kind of get their glimpse at some of the great players that we have here at On Cue.
Yeah. Well, Chris has been asking me to come down to do some commentary for about 4 months, and of course I end up with bronchitis, and then I had trouble with my ankle. I just off crutches about 5 days, and so I finally called him this morning and said I'm walking again. So made it down.
Well, you didn't walk here, right?
No.
Just making sure.
Yeah.
All right, so Tyler's got his line down on the break. Let's see if he can repeat his success. Very precise. And look at this result. This is beautiful, Chip.
Well, yeah, I think he can cut it in the side, can he?
Yeah, the side pocket's going to happen. Likely going to see him play some left-hand spin, kind of just hug the left rail.
Mm-hmm.
The first time I saw that shot, that I remember anyway, was Jason Shaw shooting it. And I just kind of went, well, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Of course you play it that way.
Yeah. And how's that? Did you say we play it?
With the left-hand spin, just, left hand,
sure.
hit the left long rail, top short rail, and then back to the left long rail and stay on the left side of the table.
Yeah.
And you play 3 rails
And here, a lot of
the
players,
fancy way.
A lot of players play this with high left, and it leaves the cue ball before it gets to the end rail. So just go soft center, and all that spin will stay on it.
And he played it soft, just the 2 rails and out.
Mm-hmm. I guess he's got a stop shot here, right?
Yeah,
Almost.
I don't like the angle he's got here. I mean, he's got just the smallest angle.
Mm-hmm.
But if he plays the stop shot and he's not perfectly accurate, he could end up stuck to the rail.
Yeah.
Just kind of nudge it over.
Yeah,
So-
I kind of play a slight overcut to get me off the rail here, just to pop it. Oh, he is dead straight. That's a great shot.
Yeah, he played it well.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, though, Tyler's looking pretty solid. I don't see anything that's really holding him back right now. He's
Well,
playing nice speed. He's pocketing the balls. He's breaking well.
Well, the 7 ball, is that in a tight spot there?
Yeah, it is. I mean, the ball is open, though. It has more than one pocket to shoot it in.
Oh, I
And,
thought the 9 ball was blocking. It's clear.
It is to the bottom corner, but he has both of the top 2 corners there, and the 6 ball's right next to it. You kind of got to like him to get there. He might have overhit that one just a touch, but obviously he's going to be fine here with the 6. But I think the favorable angle was a little different. He's just a bit straight. Just going to go right through to that top rail.
Well, I look at this and I just feel like I really want to get good on this 7, because I don't want to be shooting backwards to a pocket.
Yeah, I think he's trying to make it so he's got just the slightest angle towards the 9 with the cue ball, and pocket the 7 in the top left corner. Can even just like nudge the 9 ball soft, perfect 8 ball to the bottom left.
Yeah.
I think that's his plan of attack anyway. And a lot of times you see some of the amateur players, they'll try to run into something like this, but if the ball goes, you don't really need to do that. And the question is, did he get there?
Yeah, I think he got there.
You know what? He did get there. And looking at this angle, I think he's just going to roll forward here, Chip. What do you think?
Yeah, he could probably punch it a little bit and just, you know.
It looks like it's kind
Do
of.
you think he could punch it and just stop right there for the 8?
I think he could.
We'll see.
Yeah, we're always going to find out, right, Chip?
That's right.
We're always going to find out. Yeah, I think the comfort to make the shot is to just punch it and kind of stop the cue ball right there.
Mm-hmm.
But just a slight imperfection could make that angle funny.
Yeah, nice shot.
Yeah, he pulled it right back. He didn't even have to contest with the 9 there.
Yeah.
Or just play it to the side.
Yeah,
Very smart play.
I like what he did there because if he maybe rattled the 7, he had a little protection there. You know, if he caught a point and the 7 came out of the pocket, he had kind of built-in safe.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I mean, a lot of the two-way shots, you know, I favor the two-way shot most of the time, but I'll tell you what, a guy like Tyler, I don't think he's thinking about missing very often.
Yeah.
I think he's kind of taken back when the ball doesn't go in the hole.
Well, the older I get, the more I play two-way shots.
He walks that one right in. And there we go, 4-0 for
So
Tyler Steyer.
How long have you been playing, man?
I mean, I've been playing since I was a young kid.
Oh, yeah?
And, you know, I want to say it was probably just over 10 years ago where it was kind of a sharp halt, and I started working on the opposite side of the pool.
Oh, I see.
You know what I mean? So, like, I still play as often as I can, which is not enough and not a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But you'll catch me out there sometimes. Yeah, again, like, you know, the game and the community around it, those things mean a lot to me. So, you know, I'm okay not playing so that they can play and something goes well for them. You know what I mean? Kind of like the dad vibes. Go ahead, kids. You go do your thing. I'll stay back here and push buttons all weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Chef. Got another chance to make something happen here. Hasn't really had a ton of opportunities. I mean, he had a couple of chances, but look at this. Like 7 caroms to keep the cue ball down table.
Yeah.
But I think he does need to bring the cue ball up just slightly when he's delivering the break stroke. You know, you watch the most successful breaks, and they're coming across kind of right in line with that foot spot. And Brandon's cue ball seems like it's just a little lower than that, and it's getting kicked and staying down table.
Yeah.
Not really favorable for him. So
Let's see if he corrects that his next breaks.
yeah, I think Brandon will recognize things like that. You know, he's a progressive player, and he's been around the game for so long. I mean, he knows how to adjust. It's just, you know, he honestly, Brandon's been working his you-know-what off on this event here for quite some time. And, you know, all that considered, he's still doing his thing. I mean, look at this opening shot here.
Yeah.
Not terrible. But, you know, it's just a testament to, you know, his dedication to the pool and billiards world in general, where he can play at the level that he does, and he's also working in the industry. That's remarkable.
Yes, this 4-ball, he really doesn't matter as long as he gets on it. He's got a route to the 6-ball.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, this is exactly what Brandon wanted, really what he needed. You know, a couple of nice open shots, get the juices flowing, and try to put something together. But in an alternate break format, down 4-0, and you're playing Tyler Steyer, that's tough. You're hoping for your opponent to have an error.
Have we had any break and runs yet?
I think Tyler's second rack, the second rack of the match, I think was Tyler's break and run.
So that's what I was worried about, that fast stable rate on that shot. I was going to say it, and I didn't want to jinx you.
Well, you know what? Just the thought.
Yeah.
You know they say it's the thought that counts. You did that to him.
Hopefully he won't watch this later.
I'm going to tell him. I'm telling him.
Yeah.
No secrets here.
Yeah, that 4, when he, or the 5, I guess it was, when he's shooting that 5, I was just thinking, it's easy to overroll this, and that's unfortunately what happened to him. It's really your fault, because you said this is all Brandon needed. As soon as you said that, he was done.
You know what? I'll take responsibility.
Yeah.
I'll take my lashes. That's fine. So, I mean, it looks like he has the bank and he can get underneath the 7 comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I kind of feel like you got to shoot here.
Yeah, and I don't know if the 7's lined up on the 9 there or not, is it?
It looks like if he was actually dead center on the bottom rail, he might be able to make it so that the 9 ball's thrown towards the side pocket.
Yeah,
Looks like he can make that happen. But in any case, I mean, I don't even think you play to get to the 9, really.
Yeah.
You play to get under the 7. You can just stop shot and freeze him
right.
if you had to.
Yeah, he might just play the 6 on the end rail. No, he's went aggressive.
Well,
Yeah.
judging by his cue ball, the 7 ball does pass the 9, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering, you think he was going for a breakout on that, or to try and run into it, or not?
I mean, there's a chance, but
No?
I don't know about with that speed. But then again, I mean, Brandon could be a little frustrated with how he got on the 6 ball and maybe just overhit it a little adrenaline there.
Well, it looks like a 7 passes the 9 there at the corner, so maybe he got right where he wanted to. You see that?
Yeah. Well, good shot
Just
coming up
circle
from
around.
here. Tyler, I think he just needs to cross the center of the table. And he misses.
Yeah.
Now, that's the first real miss we've seen from Tyler thus far.
Yeah, something, the low right threw him thick into that 6 ball because he caught the side rail. So that could be a deflection issue. Wonder how long he's been playing with that particular cue.
Well, he's coming down here.
A little too much.
Well, I mean, he's not on the correct side to be able to throw that, but perhaps there's a carom
Well,
with the 7 off the 9.
Well, if he puts left on the cue ball, that can gear the 7th right and give him the throw he needs on the 9 ball. It's got to be a slow shot and not too much spin, or the 7 won't take the spin.
Yeah, fair enough, Chip, but I don't know if you want to play something like that just because it's kind of all or nothing.
Well, look at
If
this
you don't
angle.
make that, you're dead in the water.
Look at this angle. Fortune favors the bold. Didn't you know that?
Well, I've said that a few times today,
Yeah.
but then again, I've also seen some guns blazing, and they get left on the side of the road shots too.
Yeah, it's
Well,
hard.
he's
It's hard
entertaining
to tell.
it. Oh yeah, we can see that. He's got about 3/4 of a chalk between those balls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's got plenty of space there.
Yeah, it looks to me like he could gear that 7 to throw the 9 ball. Like I said, if you hit it too hard, then that spin won't take. This
He
is a
might
one-
make both of them.
This is a 1 pocket shot, actually, when you're playing to the corner. See, there it is.
He's
Nice
going to
shot.
make both of them. How about that?
Nice shot.
Who'd have thunk it? All right, 4-1. What a shot from Brandon Schuff.
This guy sitting beside me over here, he thunk it, I think.
Well, making both balls?
Yeah. Who we have behind the scenes here? I haven't met this gentleman.
That's George Hammerbacher.
Nice to meet you, George. I'm Chip Klein. Nice to meet you.
If we had a third headset, we could continue that conversation.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, we got Brandon Schuff down 4-1 here. And he's got a tall mountain to climb. Looks like Tyler took a break. I don't think he's on site right now.
Yeah, he's trying to shake that 6 ball. He knows he should have made the 6 ball.
Yeah, I mean it's one shot, but it was a big one.
Mm-hmm. Well, sometimes he wasn't putting a lot of right on that. Sometimes when you stay close to center cue ball, you'll actually get a bigger push into the object ball. And that's actually something called compression deflection. And because the full weight of the cue ball is coming back on the tip, it explodes and actually push you thicker into the 6 ball.
Now, call me crazy, but I bet you have a diagram of that somewhere.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I knew that. I knew you did.
Yeah.
And honestly, I want to see it.
Yeah. These,
It's shipthecash@gmail.com.
yeah.
If you could send me that, because that sounds awesome.
Yeah. It's actually an interesting shot because you think the more English you'd use, the more it would throw you thick into the ball. But it's actually that one tip of English. Me and John Schmidt was talking about that one day, and he says, I tried to tell people that for years, and they wouldn't believe me. And I said, yeah. I said, it's actually something, it actually happens. So.
Have you seen John lately?
No, I haven't.
I know he's been hitting balls.
Yeah. I guess he did pretty well in a tournament out west somewhere. I think he said that was his first tournament in 3 or 4 years or something.
I haven't heard anything tournament-wise, but I know he made another run at the straight pool record.
Yeah, what was it, 820 something?
Somewhere in that neighborhood, yeah.
Can you imagine?
You know what? If I was John Schmidt, I wouldn't have to.
Yeah.
And Brandon coming up a little shy here. Doesn't make it work here. So Brennan not going to get his ideal shape on the 3 ball here. I see a shorter cue there, and he goes and grabs it. Now, Chip, how are you playing this if you're jumping this ball? You're jumping to the 3 ball here.
Well, let me think. Well, he's probably going to dig it out. If he hits it bad, the 3 comes back down table, and he might get up there on the 6. So you have to look at the possibility that you're going to miss this. So I'd be jumping it with a speed to make sure the 6 makes it back down table. See, he hit it at a good speed there, and there's it behind the 6. Yeah.
Well, if only that 6 was just a hair bigger, he's going to leave the open shot.
Like it or not, part of the game is luck of the rolls, and when you're shooting a jump shot like that, you're hoping it turns out in your favor.
Well, any tournament that you sign up for and it starts with, hey, it's a 9 ball anything, definitely going to be a factor.
Yeah. Well,
that's 1,000% sure.
Yeah, not just 9 ball. Even I've seen so much luck in one pocket too. It's just.
Oh, I mean, all games for sure.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
I was in at the Reno Open one time, and there was a guy there, and another guy he got mad because a guy lucked the ball. And he says, "Name another game where you get lucky." And this guy says, "Well, football." He says the quarterback throws the ball, and a wind comes along and blows it right into the receiver's hands. And if you think about it, there's luck in every sport.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Yeah, he's not.
He's not wrong.
Probably happens a lot more often than we know. We just think it's a completion,
He's probably just a basketball guy.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
he's like, hey, you throw it at the crowd and it just happens to go in the hoop anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not the case here, but
I learned a long time ago. You can't even think about the good and bad rolls. It's just part of the game and move on.
Yeah, totally agree with that, Chip. So, Tyler, a little awkward cueing here. Looking for the pink in the top left.
Looks like he's just going to kill the cue ball over there on the right. Yeah, he did. A little overcut.
Tell you what, I mean, he hit that pretty deep on the rail.
Yeah.
But, again, fresh cloth. I think the turnaround was like maybe 10 days ago, somewhere in that range, I think is what they told us.
Oh, yeah.
So, still pretty slick. And, I said it before, but a lot of the players, I'm not saying that particular shot, but a lot of the players will play a shot knowing that the table will accept it in that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, they get ridiculed sometimes for it. It's like, yeah, but they played that because they knew it would work.
Yeah.
Not
Well,
because they missed it and got lucky. They played that because the position might have been way better.
Yeah, and had he hit a little harder, it wouldn't have gone.
Right.
So, he may have had that in the back of his, I might hit this a little bad. I mean, like you said, he is cueing weird off that shot. So
Yeah, it was awkward cueing.
yeah, awkward cueing. That's what I meant.
Yeah, well, I mean, in any case, he made the ball,
Yeah.
and he's got just the 7, 8, 9
Just come
remaining.
back over. Nice shot. Yeah, and this will help erase that 6-ball that he had. That 6-ball memory.
Really nice delivery.
What's funny is, if you go back and watch matches and you'll talk to a guy and say, "Oh no, that ball that I missed, it didn't bother me," but you watch their performance drop dramatically, and it's like
It didn't bother you?
Yeah, I don't know.
You
if it's,
sure?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a denial thing or trying to convince yourself, but just accept it. Yeah, okay, it rattled me, but now I'm back. Just continue.
Yeah.
That's how you recover from that.
I think we have to start the accountability movement,
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we could all learn something from that, both in the game and in life.
Yeah. Well, one time I saw Earl Strickland miss 2 ball in hands, and he recovered and won the match. So, that's a good lesson.
If that can happen, great.
Yeah.
But as long as nobody outside of the table was involved,
Yeah.
keep the audience out of it. Well, there we go. 5-1 right now. Schuff in a really tough spot here. And again, especially with the alternate break format, if he's able to get on the horse and start riding, he can't continue to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it all depends how well, when you're behind, how well the opponent is breaking. And sometimes, I've seen guys come back often, whereas alternate break, and for whatever reason, the breaker starts getting some bad luck.
And speaking of luck, he made the adjustment. Cue ball tracked higher, so he did make the adjustment, and he makes the 9 on the break. So there you go. I know we were mentioning if Brandon was going to be able to make that assessment and adjustment with his cue ball on the break, and he totally did. I mean, his cue ball's been tracking low, and you could tell he made an adjustment, and it definitely was coming much higher there.
Yeah.
So nice job from Brandon Schuff. And honestly, he needed one of those.
Yeah.
He needed one of those.
Did you notice, did he check the rack before he broke?
I don't think you can do that.
Oh, you're not allowed?
Yeah, I don't think you can do that. We're using the template. We've got some great officials on site, and they're racking them for you, and you're going to break them. And that's it. And that's final.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, I was just wondering if he saw something in the rack that made him break that way, whether it's...
I mean, he looked like he was in the same break position for the most part.
Uh-huh.
Just, slight adjustment maybe. Let's see what Tyler comes with on this one. Now his cue ball is going to go a bit low, but that might have been somewhat intentional because of the positioning of the 2 in the rack.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, Chip, but in this event, the 2 ball must be racked on either the wing or the bottom of the rack.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be in one of those 2 places. And I have noticed some of the top players, they have 2 versions of the break. They're always trying to go for the one on the side, but they have one that gives them position on the 2 from the bottom, and another one that gives them position on the 2 from the wing. So that might have been an intentional thing because the 2 ball is still down table. Maybe not perfect, but definitely think that there was some thought behind that one.
His cue ball would have been right where the rack is, but a ball came over and tapped it down and pushed it down toward the corner. I don't know if you noticed that or not.
Yeah, I mean, you're always going to get some clicks and bumps, and, even the great Shane Van Boning, you see him breaking the same style of rack and same style of break, and a lot of the times you'll see the cue ball across the table and go right into the side pocket.
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably one of the most, repeated scratches on the break. They make that the 1 ball on the side. A lot of times you'll see the wing ball go in as well. But cue ball always tracking crisscross.
Yeah, That's a good shot there. Speed's a little off, but it was a nice attempt.
I think his cue ball was more off than anything because he wanted to stay under the 6.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, these are the ingredients to give Brandon that beginning of a comeback, to get back into maybe even at least even. Maybe by the time we get to 7 games, that's reasonable. It's 5-2 down right now. Yeah. Maybe he can get on even keel by the time they get to 7. These are the things that he needs. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, but he's actually looking really good from that shot. I don't know if he really intended on doing that. What do you think, Chip?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that he knew he was going to run into that. It just was a natural, because the two was missable from where he was at unless he paid, just tried real hard to pocket the ball. That's when you're trying to steer the cue ball and you rattle the ball. You hang it up for the guy. So I think he just went all out to make it. I think he can just pull this back, huh?
Yeah, I don't think he needs to work it too much. It might be helpful with that little bit of an angle.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
Got a little flat here. All right.
Do you think he can just go forward and back out? Just go to the side rail and back out toward the 9 then?
I'm not sure if that shot's available.
Yeah, I think that's what he's doing. See that? Right to there and then back out.
I'll tell you what, he didn't make the 5 ball, though. And that's a byproduct of trying to get that little spot on the rail that was available. I think he would have been better off, just digging or just choosing a different type of shot.
Punching it out.
Yeah, just something there. A little more comfort on it. A lot of times, when a player hits the ball slow, everything's magnified if there's some kind of imperfection in there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You tried to baby that to the rail and just narrowly missed the 6.
You have been playing a long time, huh?
I know a couple of pieces. Just don't tell anybody.
Yeah.
Want to play some hand pool, sir? Well, look at that stroke from Tyler Steyer. Really nice.
Here, I like just sipping this around 2 rails just because I can.
You know what? Those are the things that most players enjoy.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's a right and wrong way to do it, like percentage-wise.
Yeah, right like that. There's nothing wrong with them playing like that.
Yeah, I like that shot. But, I think we saw a little bit of that with young Felix Vogel, young German phenom.
Mm-hmm.
He was out there playing really well against another young American strong player, Eric Roberts. And, there were a couple of situations where it was more so Felix than anything.
Mm-hmm.
Felix would get to a position where it's like, all right, he's got the out. No chance he doesn't get out here. And he would kind of, I referred to it as like, hey, he was riding his bike and he decided to pop a wheelie, and then he fell off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he had too much fun with the game at a certain point.
Yeah.
And, he drew the ball off the rail to come back out instead of just bumping it forward or something, or just staying, drawn soft and staying behind the obstruction.
Well, you mentioned it. You mentioned it earlier about the mental game and balancing everything, and you got to try to stay loose but not too loose.
Yeah. Yeah, you really do have to balance those things and try to just. I mean, I like to say it kind of like you got to be a caveman out there. Like, I only know one thing, and it's this is about to happen. There's no other things in there. There's no tournament. There's no money. There's no opponent. There's no spectators. There's nothing. It's just, I'm going to make this thing happen, and you just kind of push the button. And, I think that if you can bring yourself to that state, I think you'll see, your best performances, kind of spectating yourself performing the shots, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
You don't really want to be thinking about what you're doing when you're out there. You just want to be doing. And Schuff's cue ball, again, too low, going right in the drink.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not going well right now.
And I mean, we say this all the time. Everybody knows it. The break is like the most important thing, especially at the highest level. I mean, if the balls are open, most of the top players are just going to get out every time. But if you can't get that opening shot, you can't do so. And, you know, Shuff's definitely been struggling with the break more so than anything. So, I mean, you know, in my opinion, I got to say he's making it a little bit easier on Tyler right now. You know, he's giving him a lot of, you know, leeway with this match.
Yeah, after that miss on the 6 ball, you know, you think that didn't know if he was going to recover. You know, he had some trouble not too long ago. And now this is just building his confidence for him.
And you see Tyler bringing that cue ball all the way to the other side of the table. That's because he wants to cross the center of the table.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to drag this out 2 rails, stay on the top side of the 8 ball, and get right above that 6.
Yeah, and even if he gets below the 6, he can recover from there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's even workable. You can even get to the bottom rail as long as you stay on the right side of the table. You're okay.
Yeah.
But, you know, he could have just left the cue ball on the left side of the table. Of course, that purple 5 ball is still available, but position to the 6 is not as simple from there.
Now see where the 6 ball is. It's about maybe 3 balls up. So that means if you hit this wrong and roll on the bottom short rail, he hit a good speed, you could get under that 6 ball and then things get tricky. But he hit it good speed there.
Yeah, Tyler seems like he's got the speed down pretty well on this table. And, you know, of course, he's just a super talented boy in his own right, usually performing pretty strong.
Yeah, he had a little rough time here a couple months back, but, you know, that's all part of the game.
Yeah.
Every great athlete has bad time.
I got to chime in on that. If you haven't done it, if you haven't seen it, and if you haven't talked to this gentleman, just stop.
Yeah.
Just stop.
Yeah.
Like, come on. I've even poked fun at some of those situations, but I'm joking.
Yeah.
I know the guy. He's a great dude. He's out there giving it his all.
Yeah.
I mean, just let it go, guys. And girls, whoever's talking about it, let it go. Let it go. Kid's a champion.
Well, I had one guy, we were debating that, and I said, you think the guy can't play? Just go play him a couple $1,000 sets, see how you do.
I mean, play him anything.
Yeah.
Just play him for embarrassment. How about that?
Yeah. Donation to St. Jude.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, anything. Really. All right, Tyler Steyer, 7-2 now. And, we're going to get off that subject, but one more thing. Perhaps a little more support could have put him over the edge to do those things.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes that's all we need.
Yeah.
And you know, from personal experience, I know I've been, playing in an event. I'm beating somebody that I shouldn't be beating because I'm looking at the rail and I've got my people saying, get him, get him.
Yeah.
My guy takes a bathroom break. My guys disappear. The guy comes back to finish the match. I can't win a game now.
Yeah.
What am I playing for? I lost all my juice.
Yeah.
You know, they were feeding me power to get the job done.
Mm-hmm.
You know, stand behind your people. Yeah. It's like the guys that they switch their sports teams based on who's doing better or who's the most popular.
Yeah. Well, if that happens, it's happened to you. You said so, but now you know the drill to do if you're ever taking your game seriously again, and play that out in your head. Play that scenario out in your head, and be ready.
Let me tell you something. I play that scenario out all the time, even just getting coffee. Now, let's see what Tyler's got here. This is rack number 10, and he's up 7-2.
How much do you get to play, bud?
Again, not enough.
Yeah.
You know, I'll say it's at least like 8 to 12 hours a month.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
There's a great
But
player.
then if I get a tournament in there or something, I get like one good day or something. But I mean, like I'll go on little binges for like 2-3 days if I have the ability. But I am not like super active by any means.
There was a great player from Texas. His name was Bob Vanover.
Mm-hmm.
And he told me just to maintain your game, you have to get about 12 hours a week in practice just to maintain where you're at.
Oh, that makes total sense.
Yeah, so I always went by that and always tried to get that much table time on by myself, and then match play above that. So it's a lot. It's a big commitment. People have no idea the commitment people make to this game.
I'd like to get a translation, and I'd love your assessment here. So, translation: you can't play on a table. Watching and learning pool. What's the ratio there? Like, 10 minutes of watching, 10 minutes of playing pool or practicing or training is equal to 1 hour of watching, proper pool or instruction or things like that. What kind of ratio could we do there? Because someone similar to myself, not me, but someone that's trying to play, they don't have the ability to get to the room every day. Watching pool, watching these, Dr. Dave's information. He's brilliant. He's got a lot of great stuff out there. Like how important is that, and what kind of translation could we see there, Chip?
I don't think you could give it a number because people learn at different rates. Just the same as we see a 30-second shot clock now, but there's some players, they just think a little slower. But they might come up with a brilliant shot if you give them that extra 15, 20 seconds.
I mean, I could probably invent a rocket if you give me like 100 years, but
I always tell players, if you're watching pro events, and just ask yourself, how would I play this shot? And if they're playing it differently than what you were going to play it, then you're thinking wrong, maybe.
Right.
Or at a lower percentage. So that's a good way to learn. Say, I would play this shot like this. Then you see a player that's much better, and you play that shot, and
you're like, oh, why did he play it that way? What was he thinking? Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I was really asking because you said, they say 12 hours a week.
Mm-hmm.
That's the number. Yeah. So, that's a blanket number for players.
Yeah.
So is there a blanket number of, hey, can you do X amount of watching things in your spare time to kind of keep sharp on the skills and the knowledge of the game?
Yeah. I think when Bob told me that, he was talking about a high-rated player, and just to maintain
that type of skill. Yeah, I get you.
Just so that you're a danger to anybody that you play,
Yeah.
And Bob Vanover, he was a danger to anybody he played. And I remember he is, probably late 70s, and my buddy says, "Don't worry, Bob doesn't play the way he used to," and he 4-packed me. And I just glared at my buddy. I said, "Oh, he doesn't play."
Who told you he doesn't play like he used to?
One of my friends from Texas.
Okay. Yeah. Did you tie his shoelaces together after the match, or?
No, should have.
You should have. Yeah. Yeah, that was warranted.
Well,
you say anything before a match.
It's
wrong.
I actually came back and won that match hill. So I wasn't.
I'd still do it.
Yeah.
I'd still do it. So. You made me sweat. You made me sweat that. The guy opens with his 4-pack.
Yeah, same thing happened with Alan Hopkins out Drexel Line Billiards. My friend there, he told me, he says, "Yeah, Alan doesn't play much anymore," and he 4-packed me too out of the top. So maybe 4's not my lucky number.
No. You know what? You got the 4-ball, Chip. Let's go.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's not your ball, so
yeah.
Figure I got something going on there.
Yeah, you know all the moves.
Well, Tyler Steyer's still looking pretty strong here, still leading 7-2, and I'll tell you what, man, he's got such sound fundamentals, this kid, and that's something that he can always just fall back on. You know what I mean? Like, there's players that might not know the greatest route to get there, or they don't understand this particular type of safety or this bank or whatever it is. But Tyler knows the game. He's an intelligent player, but his fundamentals are something that he can lean back on and fall back on when maybe he's not feeling that great about the game. He's got something on his mind. If he just lets his stroke do what it does, that's going to get him, pretty far.
This is just below center right. He's going to zigzag this, I believe, unless he's thicker. Yeah, that's the only problem right there. That ball.
And it's ironic he hit it right in the face.
Yeah, that shot you really put a little bit of extra right on it, and then even if you go into the 5-ball, you still have, you might still have the 5-ball.
Yeah.
Just anything to stay away from that 7-ball.
So, Chip, it looks like he's going to try to come 3 rails around the 8, maybe get under the 6. Looks like that line is on. I mean, I don't know if you see something else here, Chip, shout it out, but I feel like that's kind of what he wants to do.
Yeah, he's shooting Left-handed. He's going to try to get down behind the 8. That's
Doesn't
good.
want to hit it.
See how he went in
It
short?
worked out okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he went in above the 8. That was a nice shot.
Yeah, I think that, coming underneath the 8 there would have given him a little bit longer in a bigger target zone to get safe. But that did work out for him. He had good speed control again. But perhaps if he was trying to avoid the 8 there, maybe, the third rail was the left long rail to get on the bottom under the 8 there.
Yeah.
That's fair.
And I think that's what he was trying to do, I think he was trying to get to the end rail below the 8.
Guama wants to watch, too. What a shot from Brandon Schuff.
Yeah, no reward.
Guama's going to ask him for his autograph after that one. And look at the result here.
Yeah.
You got to just feel that, it's working against you, and you got to try to fade those thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
Get them out of your head. Just play the game.
Well, he might
Act as if this is rack number 1.
Yeah, he might try to go 2 rails and nip the 6 and send it toward the 9 and send the cue ball up toward the 7.
Yeah, it looks like he can do something like that. Alternatively, he can kick underneath the 8, 2 rails into the 6, try to stay under the 9. More of a, controlled type of kick.
Go to the short rail, then the long rail? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, go to the short rail, then the long rail. Just try to stay, underneath the 9 ball. Just try to hit the 6 ball kind of fat there. Hit it into the rail. I guess it would be 1 rail from that perspective, but
Yeah.
If you can get the 6 to go all the way to the top rail, though, that's something. But there's not a ton of upside here.
Yeah, I think I'd go to short rail, side rail, just try to nip the 6, and that sends my cue ball up to the long rail on the right, up behind the 7.
Fair
And
enough.
Then even if I don't get coverage, he's got to play the 6 and then get back up table for the 7.
So you're playing mostly cue ball here, Chip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and he's a good enough player. He messes around with 3 cushion billiards that he could clip the 6 and send it right into the 9. He decided to.
How about just make the 9 ball?
Oh, no, not this.
Are you kidding me?
That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable.
Oh, Brandon, I feel for you, brother. I'll tell you that. That is just tough.
Yeah, that was.
He's had multiple breaks. Cue ball kicked in the bottom corner.
Well, you know what?
Comes with a great shot and scratch.
Mhm.
Brandon's getting the worst of it right now.
What was nice is he played that with a base, so even if he misses that side pocket, it doubles over and goes the other side pocket. So he really was riding that ball.
Well, and just a reminder, folks, after this match, we are going to hear from our winner, Mr. Madison Ortiz. Going to be getting some insight from the champion from our feature tables.
So I never met Jesus. Somebody's out there behind us.
Yeah, he's out there floating around. He's actually really easy to talk to.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah, so I was telling him about like instruction and everything. I never met him. I didn't know who he was. And then somebody says, "Oh yeah, his Fargo's like almost 800." I said, "What?" And so
Oh, you didn't know who he was when you were talking with him, yeah.
No, I didn't. So I'm here telling him about different shots and how to get position on.
And I
balls.
bet he was. I bet he was a perfect gentleman about it.
He was, and
Yeah.
he actually one of the systems I used to read the cue ball he'd never heard of before, and he seemed to like that. So I showed Aranis that. When I showed it to Aranis, he actually spent about 30 minutes shooting, and he says, "All this time I've been guessing." He says, "And it's a mathematics thing, you know." So yeah, it was.
That's
But
pretty
it
good
was
stuff there,
funny.
Chip.
It was kind of funny because here I am thinking that I'm going to teach this guy something, and here the guy's a world-class player.
Oh yeah, he actually just won the Beasley Open. He won the last WNT stop.
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah. In a couple of weeks, we're going to see him down in the Ultimate Pool, down in the Florida Open.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see him in that format because I don't think he's ever played that kind of pool.
No.
It's one to see a player like that playing 8 ball, but then like under the shot clock and that type of environment,
Yeah.
different style of equipment. I'm excited to see that too. I always like seeing players play different formats or things that they're not usually seen playing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like you get, some of the top players, they usually can play all of the games,
Yeah.
but there are some players that are kind of, I only play rotation pool.
Mm-hmm.
And if you play any other game, they don't know what to do.
Yeah.
And look at Schuff bringing the cue ball way up table now.
He's on the 2, huh?
Yeah. Well, whether it was an adjustment or just the way it fell, but, I mean, he's still got the
I've
4 and
seen-
the 6 a little funny.
I've seen Brandon, get knocked out of tournaments and then just come back twice as strong. So I think would this be his first loss?
Yeah, this is Brandon's second match of the event. Yep.
Okay.
And again, this is Tyler's opener.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, and Brandon, of course, yeah. I mean, he's definitely a resilient player. He's not like, oh no, I'll never play pool again. It's just if you get the short end of the stick. I mean, that's what happened that time.
Mm-hmm.
And I always say that you could play out an entire tournament bracket, redraw the tournament the next weekend. It is not the same result.
Yeah.
It's not the same result.
Yeah.
Not the same. Different people are going to win different matches at different times with different score lines, and more than likely you get a different champion at the same time. I mean, you really don't know how those little bumps are going to work out for you, but, I mean, you always obviously got to favor the top players.
Sure.
They're going to have the highest percentages, but, those little clicks and bumps, they matter. They totally matter.
Well, I was playing a strong player, and they was going around the room. They said, "Oh, this is about 4 years ago or 5 years ago," and they were saying nobody can beat him. Nobody can beat him. Well, as soon as I heard that,
I want to try to beat him.
I just clicked in. Every time I went to the table, I said, "Don't do anything stupid. You're playing." I'd name this player in my head, and I said, "Don't do anything stupid. You're playing this guy. Don't do anything." And I played a perfect set. No balls missed, no kicking errors, nothing. I ended up beating the guy 9-3, and then 6 months later, he won the U.S. Open. So my buddy says, "Well, why don't you go out there and play if you're doing that good?" I said, "Just because you beat a great player once doesn't mean that's going to be your level of play every time."
Totally get that.
Yeah, and so you have to stay realistic.
Yeah, I can actually relate to that. There's definitely a lot of times I just really feel like playing, haven't practiced much, and you go in and you beat, I'll be like the best guy in the tournament, or, hey, this guy's 100 points higher than you in rating, and you drill him, and it's like, now what? What's the excuse? It's like, well, that's just what happened. There's no real reasoning.
Yeah.
It's just that's what happened.
Yeah. Sometimes the balls are perfect for you.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're distracted. They just broke up with their girlfriend, whatever.
Yeah, right. Honestly, Chip, I talk about that stuff a lot.
Yeah.
Giving advice to these up and coming players. It's like, well, I'm rated this and they're rated that. What's the game? I'm like, try them even, cheap, whatever. Just go try it, see what happens.
Yeah,
You don't know what it is.
Yeah, sure.
You're looking at the screen here. It's like, you got a little bit of a difference between these guys. If Tyler's having a bad day and Brandon's having a great day, now they're mismatched.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's the other way around.
Yeah.
That's just what it is. It's such a mental game, and there's so many pieces to it. I'll tell you, I'm here for all of it, Chip. Every bit of it.
Yeah, I know. I just told this story yesterday. I was playing a fella, and I had him 8-1, and then he wins the rack, and then makes a 2-9 combination, a 3-9 combination, and a 2-9 combination, and 4 games in a row. And I said, "What's going on?" And then I realized he was putting the 2-3 behind the 1 ball and breaking so that they were setting up.
Oh.
And I was just so flustered by it, I couldn't make a ball to save my life. And so the guy came back and beat me 9-8.
Oh.
And that's why I said, when people are racking their own, you got to be right there watching.
Oh, most definitely. No, we're not going to have that problem this week.
Yeah.
We've got some great professional officials, and we're using the Talm Max Rack template. And from what I hear from the players, they work perfectly. They like them.
Yeah. I got an opportunity to talk to one of the refs out there, Richard Thompson, I think his name is. And seemed like a real nice guy, smart fella. You know who I'm talking about?
Not familiar with him in particular. But I mean, they're not just some random guy. Hey, put on a striped shirt and go talk. Go pretend like you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
I'm sure they've been given instruction.
Yeah.
They know their stuff.
So here, let's see.
Yeah, Tyler's. I mean, he's on the hill, so I mean, he's got kind of the green light to kind of do whatever he wants. You can do whatever you want.
Here it looks like he's doing angle in, angle out, but now it looks like he's bisecting the angle. So here I like to visualize a 5-ball hanging off the table the same distance from the pocket as it is on the rail, and that's my mirror image. And so mirror image kicking. So I would literally visualize a ball off the table hanging out there.
Well, he
Look
hit
at that.
square in the face,
Oh,
double
that's-
kiss, and comes down the table.
Yeah.
I mean, he ends up down the table. I mean, if it went behind the 6-ball,
Mhm.
then I think we might have seen a javelin.
Yeah.
Probably not from Brandon, but it would have been warranted, I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
the way this match is going.
He has to come down behind the 8-9 here.
Yeah. It's kind of the only way to do it. And I think you really want to try to get that 4th rail to get it snug in there. You got to be careful with your cue ball. I don't think you can actually scratch in that corner. That would be low percentage for that to happen, sending the cue ball on that 2-rail line towards that 8-ball. But it's not a ton of alternatives here for Brandon.
Yeah, our co-pilot here says 4 rails on this.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 like this. And
Or do you go below the side pocket? Yeah, I think for him to try to go below the side pocket, just above the 9, and then come to the short rail, that he'd have to hit the 5-ball too hard for that. I think.
I think you want to go 2 rails and hit the bottom short rail with the 3rd rail, and try to.
I might even try to put that 5-ball on the 7-ball up there.
And just try to keep the cue ball uptown.
No, leave the just skim that 5-ball and try to lay it right on the rail, and try to get the cue ball down behind the 8-9.
No, Brandon knows the.
There.
Look at this.
Boy,
He made the ball,
I don't think
and he gets behind it.
he wanted to make the ball, did he? You think he wanted to make that ball?
No, I mean, I'll be honest with you. He might have just inadvertently done that. Like ever play a safety, and you're shooting the ball into a rail, and you just drain it cross corner, and you're like, what do you mean? You hit it perfect.
So what do you do here? Do you shoot?
I think you got to shoot. Your opponent's on the hill. You got to shoot.
Looks like he's coming back into
You got to
the
come
8-9
with
now,
something.
huh? Is he coming back into the 8-9?
No, I think he's just going to draw it just a hair. He doesn't have to get to that right long rail with the cue ball. He can just keep it maybe a foot or so away from the 6.
I like hitting the 6 right below the side pocket there, sending it up toward the end rail and getting behind the 8. Because I feel like he played. Yep.
He drained it.
Good shot. That's that 1 pocket, huh?
Yeah, I think it is, but I think it's also positioning in the match.
Yeah.
If this was rack number 1 or they're tied at 1-1, I don't think he shoots the bank there.
Yeah.
I think maybe he does take a little bit more time and say, hey, let me bide my time and send the 6 up table, see how the balls are rolling for me a little bit. But, in this situation, I think you kind of have to shoot. If you mess up the safety, you're going to be like, I had an open shot and I just shot it into the rail and let him win.
Nice shot.
Look at this.
Perfect for an angle to crawl back up on the 9 there.
Yeah, here we go. Shove to go 8-3.
Good shot. Yeah, good shot. See, I probably would have banked the 6, made the 6, and missed the 7. So I think that's that's what I wanted to.
Bank the 6. Miss the 7.
Yeah.
I mean, you should have just gone with a bank on the 7 if you were going to miss it. At least it looked cool.
Yeah.
And speaking of looking cool, you want to be the coolest kid in your town. All you got to do is go purchase that all-table pass, and there's that QR code we've been talking about all day. You just go ahead and screenshot it or take a photo if you got this on your TV right now. And that'll take you to that all-table pass. And you can watch any of the matches. Whenever there's matches, you can just watch them. And again, we're going to be doing this all day today, tomorrow, and Sunday. So still plenty of matches to come. And Tyler did take a quick break again. So we're going to be on standby just for a moment until Tyler returns. Looks like Brandon might have taken a quick break as well. So we're going to see both of them heading back, I believe. Yeah, Tyler's back, and Brandon's going to be heading back over there in a second. We saw him walk by a second ago.
And whose break is it?
I want to say it's Tyler's break. And although it's not maybe written in the rules, a lot of times it's frowned upon where it's your opponent's turn and you leave the table.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's kind of a no-no. But I don't think Tyler's that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he might do that by accident, but I don't think he would be the guy to try to pull a move like that. That's not Tyler. That's not how he is. All right, here we go. Tyler Steyer, 8-3 ahead, and he's got the break here. Let's see what we got. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, 2 balls visible. 2 ball is visible. I don't know if you can attack from this position. Obviously, the bank is on, but I don't think you really want to swing at that. What do you think, Chip?
Oh, I just like I like sticking the cue ball down here below the 3 ball in the corner pocket. Come off the side of the 2.
Yeah, I like that shot.
Left side of 2.
Yeah, I like that shot. The only thing I don't like is that if you don't get under the 3, you're definitely looking like the 2's going to be sitting in front of the pocket. So I think I might actually bank the 2 ball, try to hit center diamond on the bottom short rail, try to stall it right above the 6 or the 4 of the 5 ball.
Yeah.
You know, just create that distance there.
The 7, 9, and 3 to get behind down there. I would think that he's looking for the.
Yeah,
I think he's looking to play that ball. I don't think he was safe in there.
Well, in any case, you know, shooting that in that way, you know, that was always going to be the result. You know, if you don't make the 2 or you don't get stuck under the 3, you're probably going to sell out the table.
Well, I think at that base that he shot it, I think he is playing to make it.
You know, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think he was playing it also.
Yeah, that's like a shot I would go for.
You know what? I might shoot at that too. I actually might have banked it.
Well, I'll tell you, sometimes you go for the shot and the guy can't believe you went for the shot, and it can rattle the guy.
You know, there's a move that you can make your opponent do, and if you make them do that, they probably won't win any more games.
Mm-hmm.
It's called the whirly bird. Okay?
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you what that is. So you get that opening shot, you fire the bank shot, right? And you run out. And the guy sees the shot you just took, steps to the table, does a full 360, and then looks back at the table. He's probably not going to win any more games.
Yeah.
That's the whirly bird. You come with one of those 6 shots, they can't believe what just happened.
Yeah.
As soon as you make him do a 360, that's the end of that.
Well, I learned that a long time ago, never to say that my opponent shouldn't even go for that shot, because I don't know his percentages on that shot.
Right. Yes, exactly.
And
exactly.
There was I don't know if you remember Don Steele or not from the Pittsburgh area.
No.
Don Steele is a great player. When he's 75, he beat John Schmidt at the U.S. Open. John was the defending champion, and I believe he beat him. Don Steele beat him 11-5, if I remember right. And he is 75 years old. Just got out from everywhere, you know. And it was he once there was a guy, and he made this real hard cut shot, and the guy says, "You're not even supposed to shoot that shot." And Don looked over and he says, "No, you're not supposed to shoot that shot."
Yeah, you know what? I want to meet this guy.
Well, he unfortunately passed away
Oh,
a while
man.
back, but it was so funny, you know. And I use that line quite often now,
Oh, that's definitely my style right there, Chip.
Yeah.
That's definitely my style. As Brandon Schuff answers back, making it 8-4 now, and he is going to have the break. So, I mean, is it a tall order? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Is it possible? Most definitely. So,
Absolutely.
yeah, we're going to see.
I've probably seen Nick Varner come back from like 7-0, 8-0 than probably any other player I've ever seen. And his tenacity was just unbelievable.
Yeah, Nick Varner, of course, one of the all-time greats, and he can still play. He can still play.
Sure can.
He can definitely still play.
I believe he's in his 70s now, isn't he?
Yeah, and I know he does some instruction.
Mm-hmm.
I actually got to visit his homeroom recently, just about a month or so ago, over in Kentucky, and I went in. They had a 9-foot table set up. There's a bunch of tape on the ground, and I was like, "What the heck is this stuff?" And I guess it's just foot positioning, approaching the table and all of that, really breaking it down. So, I mean, the man obviously knows his stuff, and he's spreading that wealth of knowledge. And that's the break right there. That's a little bit better.
Wow.
I mean, he's still kind of getting the worst of it here, though. I mean, the 7 ends up dead center between the Q and the 2.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to have to check Brandon's bumper. Perhaps there's someone's cat under there.
Yeah.
He wasn't aware.
Well, Brandon, during the break, he walked back here in the booth and looked at us and rolled his eyes. So that pretty much is his frustration. Of what's been going on here.
Yeah, I mean, it's no secret, like, what's going on here. Yeah. Tyler's playing real good. Brandon's playing real good, but he's also getting some weird reactions and, not really making the break work. And, he's going to be accountable for some of those things on the break and some of the missed opportunities. But, I mean, when it comes down to those little minuscule things that could have gone either way, they're definitely going against Brandon.
Yeah.
Most definitely. And, sometimes that's, again, that's just how it goes.
And there he is. You can see how he's still completely dialed in. It hasn't gone away, even though all these things are happening to him. He's completely dialed in. Mark of a champion.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Chip. So
now, wouldn't that be something if that locked up in that ball's dead?
I'll tell you.
Can he kick behind it and throw it?
That's exactly what I was going to say. If you can kick behind it, maybe throw the purple in.
Yeah.
That's looking pretty good.
You show that shot to some students and stuff, and they think it's magic.
Yeah, I mean, Chip, it looks like it's pretty close to on.
Oh, yeah, it is. And if there is a gap between them, you slow down the pace and give it a chance to throw a little, and
so I'm curious what Brandon's going to do here. I mean, he definitely had a plan. I mean, does he have a line between the 3 and the 7 to that bottom rail? Is that what he's thinking, trying to kick it and send the cue ball back up table?
Well, I think he can go between the 7-6 and kick the 2 up table, can he?
I'm thinking that. No, he can't see it between the 7 and the 6. He doesn't have the view there. He's completely eclipsed by the 7. I think he's going to have to come to the bottom rail between the 7 and the 9.
Oh yeah.
But I mean,
I almost like aim at the 6 here with a little masse to get to curve it and then go to the short rail or the long rail, short rail, and kick the 2 up. Just a slight masse. That's a good shot, but just so much traffic there,
Yeah, and unfortunately, does leave the 2 very available. 3 is near the 4-5 if he did want to break that open. Even though we all want to see him kick and throw the ball in combination, we want to see that shot.
Oh yeah, definitely. We might even go set it up again.
You know what? We might. We're definitely going to do it.
Take a snapshot of that.
There it is, one more time.
It goes. I mean,
most definitely.
You'd have to pay me not to shoot that.
I just want to see it happen.
Yeah.
Well, Brandon knows that may have been his last swing in this particular matchup. And Tyler knows that in this type of situation, this should be his final run.
So if he decides to go in behind it, yeah, if he decides to play the safe, he could send the cue ball back down behind the 8-9, huh? If he
Yeah.
decides not to go for it, just hold let the 5 ball hold. Is that the 4 ball?
Well, yeah, the 4 ball is the pink next to the purple 5, yeah.
Yeah. So if he's not comfortable for it, looks like he's going to kick at it, and he's trying to read where the 4 is going after contact.
I think that's exactly right, Chip. Fair assessment.
That's why we get paid the big bucks.
You get paid for this?
Oh, I don't.
All right, here we go.
Pizza maybe, huh?
I'm going to go for some pizza later. All right, Tyler just kind of getting comfort shooting with that extension on there. He knows it's going to be a stretch. And we're going to know his plan as soon as he shoots it, yeah.
From this angle, he may not have to go rail first. He might be able just to cut it.
Yeah. Yeah, looks like that might work as well.
Make sure your cue ball doesn't end up on the end rail, though, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can actually play this ball rail, and it is going to come out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think you can still make the combination. No, he's not doing that. He's
What's he doing? Yeah, he got behind the 8 going that way. Nice shot. Beautiful.
what a great shot. Tyler
Good
Steyer
speed.
coming with some really nice ones here.
See, now we know he doesn't know what we know, or he would have played that shot.
Well, to be honest, he might have known the shot and
Yeah,
said,
I'm
"You
sure.
know what?
I'm sure he did.
I am not playing that here."
Yeah.
Maybe he's listening in his left earbud or something,
Yeah.
and he's like, "I'm not shooting it just because they want me to."
Yeah,
I mean-
Brandon won a couple games. He might be saying, "You know what? I better stop this before it goes too far."
No. In my opinion, Brandon's really got his back against the wall here. I think you got to jump the bank. I mean, what are you doing? Your opponent's on the hill. You're at 4. You still need 5 more games. You're going to try to just make contact and hope. You can 2-rail kick the 4 towards the side pocket on the left side, or you can jump the bank, or you can just guess.
Yeah.
You know, I like trying to shoot out here. Just jump the bank. Try to win the game. You know, I mean, maybe he's trying to go just 1-rail kick. I mean, the purple 5 does make the pocket just a touch bigger, but only from that line there.
Yeah, there he see what he did to the mirror image. He held his tip right where the mirror image is, where he wants to kick at that ball, and he's wondering how he can get something down behind that 7, 9, 8.
I mean, if you're a jumper, you jump on the bank. If you're a kicker, you 2-rail kick it towards the side, play the speed to get underneath the 9.
Yeah.
You know, those are the
Well,
2
he's-
shots I'm thinking
Yeah,
here.
he's both, so it's hard for us to read. Oh no, that's too bad.
And he let that open up just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, I've seen Brandon jump a few balls in table length. I was thinking, hey, he's comfortable jumping. Why not swing at it?
Yeah, yeah, not a bad choice.
Yeah. Well, in any case,
Of course, had he kicked it in, then we'd say he's brilliant.
yeah. And don't forget, you know, when we do conclude this match here, we are going to head out to Mr. Madison Ortiz, and we're going to get some insight into the mind of the winner of this match here, whoever that may be. And Tyler looking like he's got the correct resume for that position.
Yeah, this is just connect the dots now. There's no overstrokes. And
And you look at this here. I mean, we're almost there.
I always found it tough to be sitting there watching a guy run out the rack when you know there's no problems, you know. You're just thinking, oh, everything had to be stop shot out for the guy, you know.
Yeah, it's like when you get to the table, everything's tied up. It's
Yeah.
awkward. You got to kick. You got to,
Yeah.
you know, make the most incredible shots to get out of a rack.
Yeah.
And this guy's got stop, stop, stop. All right, well, I don't think anything's going to stop Tyler Steyer in this position here. So, good fight from Brandon Schuff, and congratulations to Tyler Steyer. Yes, he's going to move forward. So, in just a minute, we're going to be joined again by Mr. Madison Ortiz. Chip Klein, thank you very much for joining.
Thank you, bud.
And, folks, we'll be back in just a little bit. Remember, our next match starting just about 8 o'clock, so don't go too far. We'll be right back. And again, we are going to be heading on over to Mr. Madison Ortiz in just a couple of minutes. Tyler just packing up the gig, and he's going to head on over there. See our main on-site official, Mr. John Lehman, giving him a little bit of comedy on the sidelines. And that's going to be any time now. I see the boys heading over to that area right now. But our next matchup is going to be featuring Mr. Lucas Fracasso-Werner. I do know that that was one of our two players. And again, that match is scheduled for 8 o'clock. And I don't know if it's going to be directly on time, but it's going to be very close. It might be just a few minutes after. I'm going to be starting roughly 8 p.m. All right, it looks like they are set to begin, so we're going to head on over to Mr. Madison
Ortiz here live again with Tyler Steyer. Coming off his first win, 9-4. Kind of a scrappy little match. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, had a bye first round, and obviously matches start at 10 a.m. today. So got here 20 minutes before my match, so, just kind of, there's nowhere to practice, right? So you expect the first couple games to be a little scrappy, so no problem.
Excellent. I know your kid tested and mother approved, as they say. What did you think about that last shot? Did you think Brandon was going to jump the ball? I was a little surprised that he elected to kick and kind of gave you the ball in hand for the win.
No, the kick was the right play. With the jump, not a lot of good things could have happened. He definitely played the right shot, but this table's been covered, so he's just not used to the slippery table. So, I mean, he'll make adjustments throughout the tournament.
Definitely. I know you mentioned slippery. We're playing with the new Royal Apex CPBA cloth. How do you like it?
Yeah, so far it's pretty good. It's pretty slick, so that's good. We'll see how it holds up the rest of the tournament and see if it changes with people in the building and humidity and stuff like that.
As usual, your stroke is like flawless. How are you feeling overall about the conditions here?
Yeah, good. The table play is good. Chris runs a great tournament. It's all spaced out. Like if you look at the bracket, you know what time you're playing, whether you're on the winner side or loser side, every day. And that hasn't been the case in previous tournaments that we've played. So I don't think tournaments should be going past midnight. It doesn't look great for our game ever. So if you finish, right at midnight for a 9 o'clock match that runs long, that's one thing. But to have matches going to 2:30 in the morning, and opening the tournament and accepting extra entry fees when you shouldn't, I don't like it. So this is great. He caps it at 64, and he runs it as a very professional tournament.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I'm going to send it back to Mike DeMarco with Chip to Cast. We want to thank our sponsors, CPBA, and all the others. We'll be back to you soon. Madison Ortiz signing off.
All right. Thank you very much, Madison and Tyler. Tyler, congratulations. I'm sure we're going to be seeing much more of Tyler. So we're going to get these boys geared up for our next matchup, and I will have that stuff for you in just a few. So we're going to take a couple words from our sponsors, and we'll be back with your next match again starting right about 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's about 20 minutes from now. So go grab yourself a snack. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. And what a match we have here. Lucas Fracasso-Werner and Dan Charlo. Again, this is the Bob Stocks Memorial 2026 edition. And we're here at On Cue in Front Royal, Virginia. I'm Mike DeMarco from Ship to Cash, and joining me, George Hammerbacher. George, what's up, my man?
Oh, man. I can tell you this. I've seen Lucas play many times, up-and-coming young player from, I believe, Connecticut.
That's right, Wallingford, Connecticut, to be exact. Yep.
And my original instructor, Champagne Ed Kelly, was also from Connecticut. So,
Yeah, Connecticut produces a lot of strong players, to be honest. They do.
It's all through this northeast corridor, we've had a high. Looks like he's got a clear shot on this one ball. He looked like he might over-chipped it a little.
Yeah, so Lucas Fracasso-Werner, definitely a player a lot of us are becoming familiar with if you're not already. Just coming off of a nice win at Rax in West Hempstead, New York, winning the in-the-box WNT stop. And his third in a row was the Beasley Open and runner-up to Jesus Atencio. Didn't strike gold at the Super Billiards Expo Pro Open, but 2 out of 3 finals. That's pretty strong.
Oh yeah, Lucas. He's a player that I saw that just I saw him playing in Philadelphia up at the Bluegrass Billiards about 2 years ago plus, and he was just in need of a little bit of polish, and he did what everybody says you should do. He went out and played the best players he could find. And he played lots of contest pool, but I know that he's been known to wager a dollar or two from time to time.
Yeah, he's been in action quite a bit, and I'll tell you what, he definitely did go to the Philippines, get his seasoning out there, and he definitely got punched in the face, if you know what I mean.
Sure.
And, sometimes you need that. I'm guaranteeing you that the best fighters and boxers in the world, they weren't the greatest until they got punched in the face. And Lucas definitely went out there, battled the best in the world, like you're saying. He got some seasoning, and he's definitely back on the scene with some vengeance. So
He's got like almost a different type of a personality and mindset from what I saw a couple years ago. When I saw him in Philadelphia, I think it was either the fall of 2024 or it might have been 2023. I don't know. Time's starting to fly when I'm getting old, but here's the beauty of it, that he's very teachable, and he's just a nice young man too. Always carries himself well, and I don't believe that he there's going to be any ceiling for him anytime soon.
No, he's definitely skyrocketing, both rating, performance, and win percentage wise. But he's definitely on his way and making a name for himself in more ways than one. But his opponent, Dan Charlo, New York native, and he's a player that very much well could surprise us here. If he keeps Lucas in a tough position, Dan Charlo does have the tools to get the job done. He's a player that travels a lot, goes to all the events. He's not afraid of anybody. He'll get in action with any of the players. Just truly a fearless player. And some of you might actually recognize him. He's got a viral video out there with just the most insane 10-ball out you've ever seen, from four-railers, kicks, combos, you name it. And if you saw this, you'd be like, that's not real. That can't be real.
That might have been almost like the like the run out that English boy did in New York.
You're talking about Chris Melling over
Chris
Mika
Melling.
Immonen.
Yeah.
God rest his soul.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was in that range where it was just amazing shot after amazing shot, and you would just not believe. And honestly, it was to win the tournament, which was even more remarkable. But a lot of folks, they'll see the video and be like, oh, yeah, I saw that. I'm like, yeah, that's the guy. They're like, that's the guy? You know, so, I mean, Dan Charlo, definitely, on paper underdog, but not when it's at the table. If he's comfortable, he can totally get it done.
Most of these people that are here, you see, first off, they're here for a reason. This is what I always say, and they believe in themselves. And there's so many nits that are sitting around in the pool room right now. Trying to sneak up on people and stuff, and these people are out here battling anybody and everybody from the pros to semi-pros that are here. A lot of good players, but Daniel Charlo does take game number one.
Sure, he does.
With a very very smooth run out where he just stayed within himself and didn't do anything special or spectacular. He just got the job done. Unlike the rack that you described. That's
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah, and honestly, I mean, at the end of the day, isn't that really all that matters? If you got the job done, you got the job done. Win is still spelled W-I-N, no matter how you slice it.
Yes, indeed. And here Daniel is on paper he's 114 point Fargo underdog, and none of that's going to matter in one set. That's going to take roughly an hour and 20 minutes, depending on the pace of the match. But Lucas is on the break. This is an alternate break format, all ball fouls, and that alternating breaks, and we got the very best referee in the business taking care of this table, Mr. John Lehman, a Hall of Fame referee for sure.
Oh, most definitely. John
He
knows his
belongs
stuff
in the
more than
Hall of
anybody.
Fame. He belongs in the Hall of Fame. I told him, I think you were in the room when I said you've probably been in more videos than Shane Van Boning.
Yeah.
And he said, no doubt about it.
Oh, most definitely. Well, let's see how Lucas's break is looking.
Lucas can string racks, but in this alternate break format, his pace might be altered. He can put packages together with the best of them, but with this template, he could be a little bit off guard if he doesn't get out when he's supposed to. That's a beautiful shot. Fell beautifully on that 3-ball.
Yeah, Lucas is really, that quick connect style player. Really just sees the picture and pushes the button. Once he recognizes that everything's lined up, he kind of just goes about his business. Not going to waste much time, especially with the balls open like this.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if he was looking for this one, this 5-ball particularly.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to stay above it, but this is definitely a bank in his wheelhouse. I don't see him playing defense here. I feel like he's just going to shoot it.
Oh, this is like one of those compulsory banks for a player, but he might run into the 9-ball. He played it real cozy. Okay. Sometimes they whip that ball and try to get too close to it, but he did okay. He's perfect on this one. He's just draw it back around his bridge hand.
Yeah, look at him go. Super confident, super accurate. He's playing really well.
Oh, yeah. I think he might play every day. I'm just taking a wild guess on that.
You know what? Your guess would be accurate. A day that Lucas doesn't play pool is non-existent these days.
Yeah. One game apiece.
What was that one? 48 seconds about that run out?
It was almost like that Nicolas Cage franchise movie, you know, where they were taking the cars, gone in 60 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And in this case, it was gone in 48 seconds.
Right.
All right, tied up one game apiece, and you're going to have Dan Charlo back to the table for the break. And just for the record, these guys do know each other. They do know each other. They have for some time.
Well, they're from the Northeast. As you say, Daniel is from New York, the New York metro area.
Yep. He's a New York guy, and Luca's a Connecticut guy. And you know, I've seen these guys very much so over the years. I mean, I've been around Lucas since he was maybe 8 or 9 years old, and got to see him really turn into a pool player, turn into a young man, and kind of watch the whole thing. And Dan Charlo, I mean, he's been a Warrior for quite some time. So, you know, I've been around both of these players for a while. You know, pretty familiar with what style of pool they play and what they're capable of and those types of things. So, you know, I'm pretty sure, you know, what type of pool we're going to see here. And, I mean, in this situation, we call Dan Charlo the money player. You know, he's the one that's going to decide what's going to happen. You know, we're going to get mostly consistent performance from Lucas. And if Dan can stay ahead of it, he does have the advantage with the break. You know, he had the first break in the match. So, you know, that's something to consider.
Lucas at times, at least before, would get a little bit lackadaisical at times, or he would get careless, and or just hit shots that he didn't have to hit. But that isn't the case anymore. His approach has generally been much more disciplined. He made a mistake there though, and he might find himself behind the purple.
You know, I don't know exactly how Dan's thinking this is going to go, but he's definitely kicking the ball. So I mean, he's either going to go towards the side or maybe try to split the side in the nine ball and try to get it down table. But I don't know if he can get behind it. I mean, you know, on second thought, I think he's actually going to double bank this and keep the cue behind the 8.
That could easily be.
It looks like that's exactly what he's thinking, but it really depends on how much he can see of this, George.
Yeah, I think he tried to go behind the 5 ball, and But he did something really good. He put the cue ball on the top rail and left plenty of distance, and won on the opposite side of the table. So it was a pretty good effort. Tough shot.
I'll tell you what, you know, Lucas gets into these funny spots, and I'll tell you what, he's been playing so much and he's been playing so well. You see, he wasn't even phased. He's like, oh, this is a tough shot. Actually, I know the answer to this one already. He's not faltering in the least.
I think he's. I don't know. I haven't seen Dan play, and you, like I said, you said you've seen him play plenty.
Yeah, and you know, again, it's like Lucas is going to stay consistent. He's going to come with the same types of shots over and over again. Going to break pretty consistently. He's going to shoot the balls out when they're open. But again, Dan has enough firepower to win a race to 9.
This is going to be
especially alternate break.
This is going to be a jump shot, and with I don't know what he's going to do. He's got the short cue out there. I know that. I just don't know about this part of his game, or we'll see what happens. Should hit it pretty good.
Just trying to maybe nip this on the side here. Very nice. And you see, it's shots like that where, he doesn't have a clear look at the two ball here, but he's got enough firepower where if that two ball was just a couple inches higher and he's got the open shot, maybe he runs out from there with the jump.
Well, you see, from here, if he's got any piece of the blue there, he can overcut the ball and come cross table and use those balls at cover, the 4 or the 6.
Well, I'll tell you, George. The way he's eyeing this up, I don't think he has any piece of this too, or at least not any piece he wants to shoot at. He's definitely kicking at it.
Oh yes, so he is. Okay.
And he's going to take another peek. Just double check what he's shooting at here.
The kick is a little tricky because if he comes off wrong on the 2, he could go down the drink in the lower left. That might be the danger. This is percentage of hit here. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, he wants to come at it. Yeah, and it happened exactly as you said. It was always going to be on the list of things, but in hindsight 2020, and he's going to remember that reaction and try to, process that the next time he's in a similar situation here.
I've been in that situation myself from time to time, and at last result, physics and the laws of the universe are still the same. Coming off in the percentage of hit was the whole key to that shot. It looks like that at 3 and 4 ball, it might be wired in that corner pocket, but he's playing to hit him probably.
Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what he's going to do here. Ideally would just hit the 4, but he's going to come behind them and peel the 3 right off, and he's going to get a nice open shot here. Great shot from the Connecticut kid, Lucas Fracasso-Werner.
Well, it looks fairly elementary here. 5 is up table to purple 5, and he's probably going to just go one rail on the inside, and he's going to end up respectable on this. He's got the job done. He's just going to go to the middle of the table somewhere and take care of biz.
Yeah, and we say it all the time, but players of Lucas's caliber, even if they do get out of line just a bit, they're so accurate they can really just shoot themselves out of these issues. We see that time and time again. They get a little out of line, and next thing you know, they come with some great shot and just make it happen.
He's very, very fluid. You see, people, I've been teaching pool since around 1975, and I can tell you from my observations of people picking up the game that kids and people that picked up the game when they were young people are much more fluid in their movements than the people that picked up the game as adults.
Well, I think a part of that might be that, as they're developing from a child into an adolescent into a young adult, all of those stages, those movements are now part of their development.
Yes, sir.
So it's really just, it's instilled in their DNA at that point where they're not trying to do something, they just do something.
Yeah, you see, and that's absolutely right. That's the developmental growth, which makes this anybody that picks up the game as an adult. And believe me, in the 1980s, I was just talking off the camera about this. Was that when The Color of Money came out in pool in 1986? That everything exploded in pool. Cue makers that were going broke, got rich. In Baltimore, where I'm from, we had 5 zip codes that each had 5 pool rooms in them.
Wow, that's incredible.
Well, that was the mid 1980s through the mid 1990s. It was just nonstop, and Lucas on the break here with a 2-1 lead. Let's see if he gets a breakdown here. He breaks the one end.
Tell you what, it looks a little funny there, but there is an opportunity here. You know, obviously the bank is on, 2-ball cross side, and although there is a lot of traffic in this bottom left area of the table, that 9-6 does look like it's on. I don't know if he's going to attack, but I feel like that's kind of just his vibe these days. You know, just shoot the balls.
He fired it wide, but the 9-6 looks like it's sitting a little bit towards the short rail.
Yeah, it's not going to go in now.
Might have to get tossed if those balls aren't frozen. He's thinking possibly playing the carom off the 6, or ticky tack the ball rail first off the 6 on the carom off the 5-ball.
Yeah, and it looks like he wants to make sure that if he's going to attack here, he knows where his run out is going. Where's he headed?
Yeah. Now you see that 6 is sitting up a little too high. Oh, he fired it wide.
Well, not a terrible result here.
This might be an extension of what I just described. That 5-ball has a channel to go in off the edge of the 6. He's going to probably play safe though, but I don't know. Lucas will shoot at lots of shots. He's going to shoot at this one, I think.
Yeah, Lucas is more so a dominant shooter. You know, he does not want to play safe, doesn't want to do the defensive thing. You know, that's his strong suit, that he can just put the balls in. He's so accurate. And, you know, with that, he knows to play to his strength. And I think that's kind of been part of his development as a player. And, you know, becoming a strong amateur, becoming a traveling player, and then now becoming, you know, one of the professionals that's, you know, right there in the mix. He can win an event at any given moment. And you know, it's just, you know, he's learned what he's good at and what he needs to work on, and you got to play to those strengths.
He's gonna probably plop him behind the 6-9. No, he banked at this ball. Oh, I don't know. That was kind of surprising.
Well, like I said, I mean, I think he wants to shoot, and you know, you look at where the cue ball was. You know, I think he wanted to arrive directly behind the pink, but you know, he mishit it just a little bit. But I mean, he had a plan there.
He missed the shape on that particular shot.
Yeah,
and the speed.
Yeah, exactly. He needed the ball to open up a little more and kind of manage the shot versus the cue ball.
Here's a dangerous. Here's a dangerous shot here. Going to try to come off the inside of the 3. Oh, he hit that to perfection, and plus he tied up the 6-9 good, and this kick, he might be right back down on the bottom rail again if he comes off that 3-ball and comes back towards the 6-9. He might be right back here.
Well, he just indicated with his cue stick he wants the cue ball behind the 9-6.
Yes, sir.
Chance he makes the 9-ball too.
He caught that 3 a little thin, and he sold out a shot. And the 6 might play from around where the 3-ball is. I don't know if he's got that much of the 6 sticking out. We'll see when the time comes, I think, because these next couple are sort of routine looking. Get to the middle of the table and get to the 5-ball.
Well, Dan's going to take just a quick look around.
Or the 4-ball, actually.
Yeah, it looks like he wants to go around the back side of the 8-ball, and although I don't think that's necessary, you have to go with your gut. You know, you can't tell a player don't shoot what you want to shoot, but I think he can just go straight forward, go run rail forward.
But he wants that angle from the long rail because he runs into the 8.
Yeah,
he still has a shot to go into the 6-9, but this is...
He doesn't need to, though, George. I mean, the balls are wide open. I don't know why he sent the cue ball towards that 8-ball at all. He could have just went forward one rail off the center of the top.
I think it was like Yeah, you see how that 6 ball is sort of open from the middle of the table.
Yeah, you can make that 6 ball from anywhere. I don't think he needed to move that 8 ball at all. He didn't even need to contest with it. I think he just play the ball on the side, go one rail straight down.
Now he's gonna probably go into it for sure, either with a high or the low ball. He fired it wide. Well, left distance, but Lucas is subject to pour this in and a little on the inside, and missed to the overcut side.
Open shot like that. I mean, again, Lucas just deadly aim, deadly execution.
John's watching the hit from the chair. Good hit. He drew it off the ball.
John knows what to look for there. I mean, we said it before. I mean, John just knows his stuff. He knows what he's really got to get up for and get in the mix. But
he's like I said, we saw one Hall of Fame player earlier in Rodney Morris, and we see a guy that really belongs in the Hall of Fame, and that's Mr. John Lehman. But Lucas takes a 3-1 lead. Daniel might have won that game.
Yeah, he had the opportunity there. I'm not really sure why he elected to try to go around the 8 ball. I mean, I'm going to ask him about that and try to just understand that, but I didn't think that was warranted there. But nonetheless, Lucas 3-1 ahead. And again, you know, there's plenty of matches still going on. If you guys want to follow your favorite players and, you know, just see what's going on around the room, go ahead and purchase your pay-per-view pass. And you get it right there. Just go ahead and, you know, you can screenshot the QR code. You can take a photo of it. Just scan it with your camera, whatever you want to do. And it'll take you right to that location. Really easy stuff there. And you can watch all 3 days. Again, we're going to be here tomorrow and Sunday with plenty of matches. Going to get down to 32 players. Then on Sunday, our final 16. So you don't want to miss that. And starting with 63 players. And we're going to get down to those final 16 on day 3. And if you're local to Front Royal, Virginia, if you're within a couple hours, come on down, hang out, watch some of these top professionals. I mean, you're going to see some really great matches. And as always, George, you know, as we go through the events, the cream rising to the top and you get tighter and more exciting matches. And it's really just going to get, you know, better and better as the event progresses.
And I'll also say this. We'll also see the personality of the tables change a little bit by Sunday, Mike, because the tables are just freshly covered about 9-10 days ago, and the rail is still playing real slick, according to Tyler Steyer that played most recently, played against Brandon Schuff in the last match, and
yeah, I think they'll change a little bit. I mean, there's going to be some grit getting involved there. I mean, 10 days, I'm not sure how busy they've really been. They've had some league play here and, you know, some in-house competitions and things like that. But, yeah, I mean, 10 days in, they're starting to tighten up a little. But this particular table here, I agree. It's going to change drastically, you know, from now till the end of the event. This table here, definitely going to see some changes.
Oh, sure. But you're going to see the tables in general. They're playing on 8 diamond blue label, 4.5 by 9 tables. I believe they're 4 1/4 inch pockets, but I can't swear to that as gospel. But everything is just perfect here. Beautiful conditions, dry. He might have left Lucas clean on this ball, or he might have the jump.
Oh no, he totally left the ball wide open. And if I know Lucas, I mean he's going to try to run out.
Oh sure.
You know that ball. That ball right there with the 8 ball, the purple 5 ball, that's really the big deal in the rack. And he's also got this pink and the pink 4 and the green 6, also looking funny. I think he can get that ball around it, perhaps to play safe.
The only place the 5 looked like it played is in the right middle, where he just reached for the rake.
Well, I'll tell you, it looks like he can actually get the cue ball behind the 7. And I don't know if he's going to try that or maybe try to get the carom to work. He can actually just thin this into the 6. I think that the 4 ball would stay there and he would get the cue ball up behind the 7. But, he can see exactly what's available much better than we can. And it looks like he's just going to play a simple safety here.
More like a contain, and I like the 2-railer coming towards the middle diamond bottom if he can't see this ball. Middle diamond bottom and coming behind the ball, and sending the 4 way up table and seeing the cue ball go back to the bottom cushion. He's going to jump, and that's always dangerous because if you don't execute the jump, you break up that mess, and that's dangerous.
Well, he did a little bit of both there, George.
And
executed the jump, broke it out, but
he did the devil's work for him.
Yeah, he did. He definitely did. Lucas, nonetheless, has the table available. Now, as tight as that purple 5 might be behind that 7, I do think that you can cheat the table there and still make it work. So I don't think Lucas is going to try to do anything crazy here. Just try to get on that purple. And he's going to actually mess that one up a little bit.
Maybe this ball bank.
Oh, the ball definitely banks. I think he'd have to turn it over quite a bit.
He's going to try to go down behind. Oh, it did. He tried to. He just swung at the ball. Look at this. He's going to. Oh, he left a shot on this 5 ball. It's a pretty nice shot, really.
That's pretty good.
Or he might just bank and stick and stick him on the 9. I don't know how much of that 5 ball he has, whether he's going to cut the ball towards the lower left.
Yeah, I think that if he was trying to play the stop shot, it's literally right on the edge of being able to play that.
Yeah.
But, playing Lucas, he doesn't want Lucas to get out of the chair. He wants to just shoot the ball in and win. And, to be fair, if he can pocket this purple 5, I think that he can just win the rack from there because you can make the 6 from up table. Just needs to be on the left side of the table and above the 9.
The high ball, he might just miss hitting the 6 if he hits this 5 ball to the lower left on a good line, but what the percentage of hit is. And again, Mike and I have been around this game a while, and we still can't quite see what the player sees. And
yeah, you could have 1,000 cameras out there, George. We're never going to know exactly what's available unless you're down on the ball. It's never going to happen.
He just might have just signed his death sentence in this game.
Yeah, Lucas has a bank available here. Cue ball will be covered, so we can play it 2 ways. And you see that was the speed he was trying to play, but I don't know if he got it to stick to that rail. No, he didn't. Wide open shot.
This will definitely see if this gentleman has a brawny enough stroke to get some kind of play on the 6, because he's gonna be right around right headed towards not the middle diamond but the first diamond for sure, and he ain't gonna, if he tries to make it.
Oh, he's definitely going to try to make this one.
But
look out, cue ball.
But he had no market to get down table to the 6 ball.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to make sure that he pocketed the ball and play 1 to 2 rails and come out. he did play it a little bit off, hitting the point. But, nonetheless, he's shooting at the 6 now. Lucas is still in the chair. That's usually the goal. Keep the kid in the chair. Don't let him get out of there.
Is he looking to go behind the 8 ball here and play short?
I think he's actually going to shoot.
Two-way shot. No, he's looking to go behind the 8 ball.
No, good call there. But again, I feel like, that might have been the right shot there. But I also feel like Dan had that ball to shoot in.
Mm-hmm.
But, you have to go with your gut. It's not always what you should do. It's what you can do.
He's got to turn some percentages in his favor because he's going to be not the loudest gun at the table. And it paid dividends for him.
Yeah, Lucas went around the entire table and scratched. No contact on the 6. Kind of funny how that works sometimes, George. You're kicking at a ball, you miss the ball by a millimeter, and it goes around every obstruction right into a pocket. And you wonder, how did it get through all of that?
You see, and this is a critical game. This is game 5, and 4-1 in a race to 9. Alternate breaks or 3-2 is as they all say, the horse of another color, and he just is going to just come back and fall in straight in on the 7 and have a nice easy 4 ball. He hit this one terrible.
And I think he was really just mindful of the side pocket. He wanted to favor the lower portion of that zone, and he just favored it just a hair too much, hitting the bottom of the 8. He's still supposed to get out here.
Yeah,
I don't think there's any issues with him finishing this rack.
But that was close. He's going to be just coming off the rail about a half a ball off of this shot if he hits it clean. Half a ball off the rail. That's about right.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, he doesn't really need to work the ball from the 8 ball. As long as he's not stuck to the rail, I like him to get out.
That could be that he might play the table a little bit and play this ball a little short like that to give him and now he's going over the side pocket where he isn't really even shooting off the rail anymore.
Yeah, and I think he was conscious of that, George. He's an intelligent player. You can tell that, he knows what he wants to do here. And again, he's got enough in the arsenal to be able to win a race to 9.
Sure.
So, really just needs to maintain focus and try to keep Lucas in that chair when he's at the table. Don't let him back.
He's there working right now.
Yeah.
Mike, he just got to just drive this joker into the darkness. Good shot.
Yeah, very
3
nice
games
finish.
to 2. That was a big game. He had to restrain himself a little bit and play the percentages because he might win a little bit of a head game, and looks like he's walking away and taking a break or something because
I think he might just be like going to tell somebody something quick, like, hey, can you go fill this up, or hey, can you grab me another drink?
That could be.
I don't think he's going to run away.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, he went and got himself a drink there. Okay.
No, he had that with him, George. I think
Yeah.
he just went to go say something to someone.
Oh, okay.
But nonetheless, he's back there, 3-2. Lucas Vercasso-Werner still leading.
I want the action to continue nonstop.
You know what? Me too. Me too. It's like, hey, it looks like he's scratching the side of his ear at this moment, and he's going to go down for a little chin action. Not bad.
Having fun.
Yeah, of course. You have to, George.
Oh yeah, this is more than fun for me. What this is another 3-letter word that you can't ever take away, and that would be JOY, which is joy.
Real strong, George.
Well,
All right, let's sweat Lucas's break in rack 6. Looking for the 1 into the left center pocket. Let's see if he can make it happen. Nails it. Cue ball up table.
Kicked up table, and he's in the sweetheart land on the deuce, and he's got a he's a sweetheart looking layout here. Just fly off that rail to the 3 in the sun. Look at this. He's got the speed going on. He's on the correct side of the ball to go right to the 4 ball in the lower left on your screen, I would think.
Yeah, he's really just going through the motions and kind of autopilot. You know, you can tell he's just so confident. And you see coming up short on the 5, but that's kind of a byproduct of, you know, just kind of going too fast.
He one-stroked it, really.
Yeah, I mean, you can't take these shots for granted. You can't take your opponent for granted.
That was what I noted a little earlier, is that he's prone to do that from time to time still.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely been something that he's done in the past more so, and it's been working out of his game a little bit more so recently. But I mean, that's always just going to be part of the progression of a player. You know, like first like recognizing what your imperfections are and what you need to work on, and then actually doing the work. But, you know, Lucas knows, hey, I know what I just did. I can't be doing that stuff, and he's going to back off of that.
I think he's got a little purple paint sticking out there.
Oh, he can make this ball out right here,
Sure.
George.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. Little purple paint, and if he hits it on the inside, he can fall pretty good on the 6 ball.
Yeah, I mean, I like this one just a touch. Just a little touch of that right hand inside English. Just a touch. And just avoid the 8 ball and you should be okay.
Uh-oh.
Don't like this.
That ball just kept on trundling after it hit that point.
It sure did.
He didn't hit it with enough inside, and the ball came out skipping on him. This is ill-advised.
Got to hit this one square in the face here. Looking to send the 6 ball up table, cue ball staying right where it hits.
No, not that.
No, he had it right off the bat. It's a little bit of a massé to the kick, but I still think that's the right shot.
That's also the dangerous on these slippery rails, hitting the inside of that 6. That 6 has got the first diamond and the point pretty split, and that can cause the scratch to the lower right if he goes that way. He's going to probably come to the long rail on this side and try to 2-rail this ball.
Yeah, I mean, in second thought, I don't really mind the 2-rail kick here. It's just the speed that matters.
That wasn't even close.
No, I see that a lot, where a player takes a lot of time to set up the shot and measure. They figure out their line, and then they get down and fire it in literally 2 seconds.
They're afraid they're going to lose. They're looking at a spot on the rail, and they're afraid they're going to lose their spot.
Yeah, you got to kind of bring the peripheral back into your zone and into your mind and say, okay, does that all check out? Not just, that's where I just aimed at. I got to shoot that, and it'll go in all by itself. You got to kind of bring it back to the reality of that entire zone. And just, it's not just one reference. You got to look at a couple of them there. And I think that, sometimes a player literally just kind of goes blind for a moment, and you just kind of shoot off into oblivion.
Especially when things didn't go according to plan. He hit the point, and Lucas is.
And look at this 9 ball.
He's going to skull the 9 in.
Unbelievable. Lucas Fracasso-Werner says, hey, you didn't see that? I saw it. Unbelievable.
That looked like the stock market there in the Lipper averages.
I mean, literally dogs the 9 ball. He jaws it, and it walks up the rail into the top corner. You're going to see that one posted. I'm going to post that one 1,000%. Well, I mean, a little good work. Good luck on the side of some hard work. It's okay.
Well, sometimes, Daniel's giving him the business. little bit, but you know, and it all looks like it's very good natured. That's for
Oh,
sure.
absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, Daniel is another very well-mannered, great example of a pool player type of guy. You want him on your team. You want him at your events. You want to play action against him. You might pay him, but you know what I mean. Like that's the kind of guy he is, and you know they're not going to be like actually arguing ever. You're never going to see that between these two, especially.
That's there were players that every match they ever played in, they were in an argument. I saw more than my share of them in my times playing in tournaments and both playing, watching, commentating, all the above. But here's a good break shot, open on the 2 ball, and another big rack here for Daniel to get back to 4-3, and not be trailing 5-2 with Lucas breaking. That could be the beginning of the end. He's jacked over this ball, but he's just got to put a good stroke on it and finish it.
Yeah, George, you know, time and time again we see the scoreline at 4-2, and especially in a race to 7, but also in a race to 9, this is the pivotal rack. 4-3 versus 5-2 is massive. Massive.
With the alternate break format, and
Even
the
more
magic,
so.
and the rack template, it's
I mean, just all things considered, just in the race length to 7, it's massive, and it is very relevant in the race to 9. But this is always a critical rack, you know, with this type of score line.
He's got to hit a good shot, and the beautiful thing is, if he hits this shot and it comes to his lower left corner, he can't scratch because there's a ball in the way, and he's got to hurry. Got to hurry.
And he's going to get there.
He got there. He kind of dug at that ball a little bit because he was jacked up, but he hit it good from that distance. That was a real strong shot. Now the 4 ball's up table on the head string, and he got the 5 down to the lower left, the purple 5 near the lower left pocket, and the 6 ball is going to be the puzzle, because it might even be a 6-9, but let's see what he does. It's his shot, not mine. Let's see what he does.
I think he was entertaining the idea of maybe brushing into the 9 or leaving it right where it is.
Oh,
You know what I mean? Because he's got that opportunity, it looks like, to just make the red 3, maybe just brush the right side of the 9 just lightly. I mean, I totally could be misreading this situation, but I feel like that's what he's looking at here.
He's as old Danny DiLiberto used to say, he's amphibious.
Absolutely. I'll miss hearing that voice, tell you that. Yeah, he's not going to contest with that at all. He doesn't want to move it.
I'm getting. Excuse me. I'm gonna have to step away for a second.
Yeah, that's all right. All right, we're going to hear back from George in just a few. But I'll tell you what, you know, these guys have been battling. You know, this is rack number 7. And, you know, I want to say that maybe the pace is hindering Lucas just a touch. You know, he really likes to move fast. And when I say fast, I don't mean, you know, all right, well, let's just, you know, keep it moving along reasonably. I mean, we got a reasonable pace going on in this match. But Lucas really just wants to shoot right now. If it took 3 minutes for a shot, he says you should add 10 seconds. He just wants to move along. And I think that that's another piece to the puzzle that we could see Lucas trying to overcome and just trying to take off of that list of, I don't want to call them ailments, but, you know, just hindrances. All right, it looks like Dan Charlo had a plan. So let's see what that plan exactly was. I think Oh, I see what he wanted. He wanted to be able to play the 6-up table and stall on the 9, and he can still do that. Just got to be very careful with the cue ball and make sure something hits a rail here. That's the big deal. Really got to make sure that you just stall the cue ball by hitting the 9 ball full. Right into the face of it. Yeah, see. So, although he still got something blocked there, that wasn't the best result there. He wanted to play more cue ball where he can bump the 9 full and stay directly under the 7. And if he had done that, fair enough, the 9 ball might have been his rail ball, and the 6 ball floats up table, maybe hitting the rail and staying within the first diamond. You know, that was really how that was situated. I'll tell you what, Lucas has been in the chair so long, he forgot how to kick. So John Lehman going to pass ball in hand over to Mr. Dan Charlo. I'm going to welcome back Mr. George Hammerbacher. And with that, I'm going to leave you with him just for a moment. I will be right back with you, George. You can go ahead and take over just for a moment. I'll be right back, sir.
All right. Looking good here. This is a pretty good 4-ball out here in a big game. Like Mike was sharing, that this is 4-3 versus 5-2 is you know, these are monster games in the middle of a set like this. And Daniel, he's here because he generally knows what to do with the last 4 balls, even though he did overrun his mark slightly on the 7 ball. It's hard for me to whether the 8 plays in the side or whether he's going to have to lob this ball to the short side, to the fat pocket, and take his chances. Must play on the side based on that shot. He stayed down and hit it good. He still, that ball looks like it's a little tricky. You know, our technical director has stepped away for a second. The overhead shot might have been conclusive, but that's outside my pay grade here, I'm afraid. So we're gonna see whether Daniel can make this work, or he's gonna have to take a tough shot on the 9 ball if he just has to cinch it. He's slow rolling it. Yeah, I knew he didn't like it. That's brutal. Lucas gets a gift. He gives a 4-ball in hand and just doesn't get punished for it. He lucks in a 9, and then this could have easily been Daniel in the lead in this match. That shows you how topsy-turvy these events can be, these races. Anything can happen in a short period of time. That was a tough journey there for Daniel there. He hit as good a shot on the 7 ball as he could have hit, but that 8 was just a little bit too close to the cushion to comfortably play in that side pocket. We're here at the 1Q Bar and Grill in scenic Front Royal, Virginia, and I say scenic, and I'm not kidding, folks. We got the Shenandoah Mountains here, and we're in a valley with a beautiful town with just spotless streets. Wonderful. I just was sitting in the parking lot watching street cleaners and guys with these blowers coming through, and just where there's not a speck of anything on the ground here. Uh, this is a real nice place. This one Q Billiards moved here from its original location. It'll be 3 years and has perfect equipment. Things are good. This is as good as it gets for pool. Lucas plays a safety there on the 2-ball and leaves Daniel a makeable 2-ball. 3-ball is up table near the head string, and it's a possibility that Daniel can make this ball and maybe get back in gear here a little bit. He played safe, and I don't think he's going to like this result too much. Lucas might be coming under the 5-ball or going up table. He shot at the ball. He just swung at it, and now Daniel has a shot. He can't ever ask for any better starting shot than this 2-ball. You can play just about any position he wants to get on the 3-ball correctly. And the 4 leads to the purple 5 down table. All he has to do really is get, he's got a good angle on the 3. He's got his choice to either follow the ball with high right or try to pull the ball over. I like to follow better because he wants to have a pretty straight angle on this 4-ball that's along the long rail. The purple, the pink 4. He might be drawing it. I don't know what he's going to do. Okay. Well, you see, I don't really know Daniel's game that well. I've seen Lucas play numerous times. Here it's just a question of getting the right angle on the 5 and getting his cue ball somewhere back near where it is for the 7. That's just rolling down a touch maybe. They're playing all ball fouls, so he has to be careful with his bridge hand and his cue. He didn't want to be that close to the rail, but he's going to be able to play this ball and come just to the right side of the screen on from the 9-ball and go get the angle from the 7 across to the 8 probably. A little left-hand ball. Don't try to get too piggy with this. I would just say just play a little touch of the high left. He's getting a second look. He knows he can't afford to one-stroke this ball. He's got to play hard from here. Oh, he's going to jack up. Oh, I don't know. He's going to be underneath on the long rail side. His angle's a little wide. This is a demanding shot. He's going to come across and try to get correct on the 8-ball that's on the left-hand upper rail. He might be drawing it over. Oh, he hit that ball good. Okay, that's a good shot from Daniel. Now he's just got to hold sway here and make 2 more balls. Let's see what he does. He's wiping his cue down. That's important. He wants everything to feel as loose and comfortable as he can. He's got a nice natural angle to come come across to the 9 to probably the lower left. He hit that shot as well as you could ever possibly hit that shot. That's a strong shot, and just has to just stay down and knock this one into the dark and get back a game here. He's kind of struggling a little bit with his tempo. Good out. 5-3 now. Lucas Fracasso Werner is ahead of Mr. Daniel Charlo from I'm told the greater New York area. Lucas is from Connecticut and plays as many events as he can. He's a young up and coming professional. Very, very good player. Has a high ceiling talent-wise. It's just going to be a combination of seasoning, experience, and playing as many tough events as he can play in to get him to whatever his potential will take him. But I believe he has a high ceiling. His form and fundamentals are excellent. I've been studying form and all for I've been teaching pool for almost 50 years. I'm an advanced level instructor, Professional Billiard Instructor Association, connected with Billiard Congress of America out of Baltimore, Maryland. And I've studied this for a long time. And he's one of the top 5 to 10, I believe, really up and coming players in North America. On anybody's list, I would think. He's like one real good notch below Tyler Steyer, who we saw earlier. Maybe he's getting close. He knows how to win too, and there's something to be said for all of that. But Daniel stepped away from the table for a moment, and a beautiful situation here. Here at the ONQ Billiards. Here we go. Daniel on the break shot. Trails 5-3. Critical break shot. Gotta win this game and get back in the saddle. Looks like he has a long, tough shot on the 1 ball. And I would say just off the top of my head that he pocketed the 2 ball. But the 3 balls on the left-hand rail, and that might become a very, very tough chore to get any kind of shape. He might be ducking here. Oh, 3 balls in front of the side pocket. I stand corrected. And now it's a real nice-looking layout.
All right, George, what did I miss?
You missed... Daniel got out like Richard the Lionhearted in that last game, and he trails 5-3, broke the balls, made a nice opening shot on the 1 ball, and he's in lovely looking position here to maybe make some noise in this rack.
Yeah, I mean, he really just, he's got to kind of just bear down and do his thing, but
Uh-oh.
easier said than done, and he's going to go behind the 9-ball. So tough.
I don't understand.
So tough.
I don't understand why he did that myself. But,
Well, I think he was expecting the reaction to be a little bit different and go around the purple there. You could see the way he kind of waved his stick like, hey, I needed to go like this or whatever it was. But, I mean, in any case, this is where he's at. He might still have this. He does. He does still have this, or at least it looks like he might.
It was probably the percentage of hit with that ducker in the side pocket that caused him. He caught it a little full, and it went wide on him where he expected to go thinner. No, he couldn't see it to make it.
He's going to underhit that one just a touch. But I'll tell you, I mean, he's putting up such a fight here. He's putting up such a fight here. And Lucas knows that.
This is 4-4. Lucas sculled that 9-ball in, and just another game where Daniel got ball in hand with 4 balls and didn't get out.
Yeah, I heard something about an 8-ball.
An 8-ball, but it was real tight to the side pocket to the middle left, and he didn't make it.
Well, let's see what Lucas comes up with here.
He fired at it.
I mean, he hit it okay, but I mean, you can't keep giving these opportunities to a pool player. I mean, you can talk about rating and status and whatever, but I mean, as far as anyone's concerned, Dan's as much of a professional as Lucas is. He plays as many events. He knows the game. If you give the guy a couple ball outs over and over again, he's eventually just going to run them all out. You know what I mean? I mean, Lucas just needs to tighten up.
This could be almost like the tortoise and the hare, sort of.
Yeah, in a sense, yeah. It's like you feel like Lucas is supposed to just win every game and he's going to dominate. In a lot of cases he is. But Dan's introducing kind of that grind element where Lucas just wants to go out there and run around and fire balls in.
Oh,
and
yeah.
he's kind of forcing Lucas to play his game.
He's on the TV table, and he's got the audience surrounding him, and he's trying to perform to the crowd rather than maybe play his game, and sometimes people get caught up doing that. He's lovely on this ball. That's as good as the law allows, where he fell on that 6-ball.
Yeah, he's just going to come off the rail just a bit. He wants to really arrive right about the same parallel line with the 8-ball, just a little bit lower on the table. He's really going to just want to make sure that he doesn't go too far across the table here.
Well, this is again a test of touch, and this could be in his wheelhouse. That's pure right there.
He falls pretty much where we were thinking he should end.
Yeah, there he is, about parallel with that 8-ball, and he's going to be coming cross table to that first diamond, cross past the side pocket, and he should fall right on the happy zone for the 8-ball. He's going to be coming. You can see the top diamond to the left of the side pocket, upper left on your screen, and he's got pretty much just like a center, slightly right of center, and just turning it back a little bit.
Yeah, his comfortable stroke is going to get him so he's literally on the 50-yard line, so he might elect to go above it.
Where's he going?
No, he's actually hit that just right. You could see he didn't really like playing position in that way. his comfortable stroke, he wanted to go through the ball a bit more and come up table a little more.
He got out on something similar in the last rack, incidentally. The one you were away, Mike, and that here he actually showed me a good propensity for digging these balls off the rail, and I like his chances from here. I really do. He might just roll it in with a flat cue and take the long shot on the 9, which is what I suspect he'll do.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to suggest too, George. I mean, in this type of situation, I mean, you just have to make sure that you pocket the ball.
Just stay down and watch the 2 balls hit and just shoot smooth, just like this.
Yeah, he came
settle,
out great.
Settle for about a 3/4 ball type of a hit on the 9, where the 9 is facing like the on the bottom rail. It's the bottom rail point of that pocket. It's about a 3/4 ball shot, almost straight in, just a hair to his right of center. He hits this 9 ball from the center cue ball spot. It's one of Willie Mosconi's 5 basic hits. The only book that we had when I was growing up playing pool.
I'll tell you, Willie Mosconi definitely would like to pick his brain a bit, and Dan Charlo fires it in 5-4 now. Got a 1-game match here.
Very, very nice, and it could easily been a rout in Daniel's favor with the Lucas lucking in the 9 at 1 game, and then Daniel shooting himself in the foot with not getting out with a 4-ball in hand. These are all games, a lot of these sets, and I've been doing commentary now, Mike, for about 15 years, all told, in all kinds of different spots. But a lot of these sets, even at these high levels, are lost. They're not necessarily won, because the players will get out the most, time when they're supposed to with the top players. But you'll point like the Brandon Schuff match, 2 or 3 games. It's like a 6-game swing, and next time around it could easily have been the switch could be reversed, and the other guy wins. But here's a big break for Lucas.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Lucas is kind of in that mode where he's like, I just need to come with something good here, and he's getting a little bit frustrated. He's given up some of the games, and I think he's definitely going to tighten up a little bit. I think he needs to. He came out of the gate firing, and that's always great. But
look at this. He breaks into 1, and the deuce spins right up for like an ideal starting shot for him with a lovely open layout here. Once Mr. Lehman removes the, this is looking downright fetching, because this is like he's getting quick now. He's going to draw it straight in on the 4-ball, and he went a little past his mark.
I think he's actually just right, George.
He's going to play for the 5 in the side, I believe.
Yeah, I agree with you there. He's
short still.
Well, he's definitely still a little short. Nothing he can't handle.
He's going to fall good on this. He's on the wrong side of the. No, he's good. He felt good on the 6, and running into balls is a little reckless, but this is one of those Nicolas Cage runs.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to get at, George. I think that he's getting a little frustrated, and sometimes that can help you elevate. Where he's like, all right, I'm sick of this. Just watch what I do. Just leave me alone. Watch me run.
Right. Well, you see that's what he thinks that, and the people that are sitting around are all people that paid some admission to see this, and they want to see runouts. They want to see this firepower from these hired guns that sashayed onto the premises this weekend to strut their stuff.
Most definitely. Most definitely. And don't forget, if you do want to see all of those other matches, you can purchase your pay-per-view pass here. Just go ahead and scan that QR code, and you can watch all of the matches around the room today, tomorrow, and Sunday with our final 16. And again, all you got to do is purchase that pay-per-view pass, and that'll get you access to all of the tables. You can literally watch any match whenever you want, and you don't have to stay here on the feature. Go ahead and screenshot that QR code, and you can come watch any of the matches this weekend. And it looks like Dan Charlot's ready to go. This is rack number 11, and he's down 6-4. He's really just putting up a great fight here.
He's misplaced his mineral in the lower left. He tried to cut break and didn't catch it square, and left Lucas ball in hand. And Lucas, coming off of that run out, is plus the 1 is in, so he can actually probably play just routine.
Yeah, he's just going to get out there and run these balls out, George. Not really taking care with that one, though. He ends up leading himself really straight.
Is that the 4 ball in that pocket? If that's
No, he's got to play the 4 ball to the bottom right corner. Remember, the 4 ball is pink.
Oh yeah. Well, I've been looking at this for a while. I could say that my color perspective may be somewhat muted there, but that's okay. He's looking good here. That's a 7 hanging in the top pocket there, and
yeah, Lucas is starting to do Lucas things right now.
yeah, this is that was a tough scratch from Daniel there on that break shot. This is another gone in 60 seconds special here, it looks like.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, if Lucas finishes this game, comes with a break and run, that might be the beginning of the end right there. I mean, Dan's been fighting back. He's been holding his own, but I mean, there comes a time where things just are what they are, and Lucas is kind of saying, "Hey, did you forget who I was? Because I'm about to show you, give you a little reminder."
Mm-hmm. Well,
here we go, 7-4 now. Lucas takes rack 11.
Very, very quickly and adroitly executed by Mr. Lucas Fracasso Werner. He's there like 15 to maybe 20 players in this tournament that I've seen minimum that none of them would surprise me being in the Final 4. You know.
Yeah, there's a
of them.
ton of players that could totally just take this out. And for those of you watching, I want to remind you of 2 things. Number 1, the winner of this match, we're going to go get some insight with them. They're going to go talk with our good buddy, Mr. Madison Ortiz. So the winner of this match, we'll get to hear a little bit from them right after this match. And following this match, we have another great one coming at you, and it is the last match of the night, but you're not going to want to miss it. And we got Vitaly Petsura and Jeremy Sosi.
Oh.
So another great match coming up just after this. And I want to say, depending on how this match goes, I think we're going to be just past the 10 o'clock mark as far as start time goes, but it's going to be very close, 10:05, no later than that. But, again, don't go anywhere when this match concludes. Again, we're going to hear from Madison Ortiz, and he's going to be talking with whoever is the victor in this matchup here.
This looks like another one. The deuce spun one in. The one and 2 are gone. He's got got a point-blank shot on the 3.
I mean, I'll tell you like this, George. If he makes this ball and gets shape on the 4, he's going to get to the hill, and that's going to be that. But he might have came up a little shy.
I think he's just okay.
Yeah, he might just be on that line.
It's
We're going to see his cueing action here is going to tell us exactly where he's at.
He might be a hair short because he might have caught that 3 ball a little full. He's going to have to twist his rock, but even if he makes that ball, he's going to come off the rail and be behind the 8 ball because the purple 5 when the lower part of your screen is his next ball, and he might not be able to draw this ball any, which is what he's got to do.
Well, you know what he's going to do? He's going to go to the bag, grab the jump cue, and he's going to jump at this.
Oh, he's very, very good with the jump rod.
I'll tell you what, though. Look how far away the obstruction is.
I believe myself that he's actually going to put the jump right on this ball. And
well, we're going to see exactly what Lucas can do with this one. Looking to jump the edge of the 7.
The jump left, excuse me.
He's looking to jump the edge of the 7. And he draws it. Is he going to get a sight?
No, he got. Well, you see, he looked in a 9 ball. Sometimes you eat the bear, and sometimes the bear eats you.
Well, you know what? Lucas is really not thinking too much about that bear in the woods right now, George.
No,
he's thinking about that 9 ball.
He's going to have to maybe regroup, put that jump cudgel back in the case, and explore other options.
I got to say, Dan Charlo giving Masterpiece Theater vibes right now in that lovely chair.
Well, he might be coming 2 rails. He can't even get the 2 railer coming out of this lower right corner because the 8 ball is in that path. He's got a 1 rail kick almost at the middle diamond with the right hand ball and come at it. He's looking at a 2 railer left-handed.
I think he's actually going to go 3 rails into the top side of it right now.
As the 5's not frozen, so he can get away with that. I like the 1 rail kick for simplicity. He's got maybe too much right English.
Well, it's not a natural kick. He's got to bend it over there.
Oh man!
So he didn't even have enough there.
Have a seat. Have a seat.
Yeah, it's kind of the story right now. But I'll tell you what, he didn't have to do that. He needed to get shape on that 4 ball, and that was essentially the match.
Because he'd have been on the hill basically, and
Dan Charlo's going to have to fade. I need 5, you need 1 with an alternate break format. That's tough. Lucas needing 2 games. Dan can still figure something out to try to make that work. Of course, he's still at a huge disadvantage, but
I don't like. I actually like him to put this cue ball more on the rail, no, the other way, and draw it on the inside and shoot a skipper because he's going to go across and maybe run into traffic with the 8-9. Put the cue ball inside where he's got a little angle going from the rail out, and then draw it back between the 9 and 6 because he can get close to the ball. He can put anything on it. Here he's trying to reach for the ball. There's nothing good that can happen shooting with the opposite hand. I like him putting the cue ball right on the rail, getting close to it.
I mean, he's really just going with his instinct and shooting his comfortable shot.
But this is.
He just wants to go between the 7 and the 8.
He did okay with this, but that was to me the hard way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that was the exact vision, but I mean, he wanted to be shooting the 6 ball right now, and he is. So
does the 8 pass the 9 and the lower left?
Oh, most definitely.
Okay, well then he either has a choice to draw underneath the 7 with the 6 where he's just looking, or to go 2 rails with the high right and maybe risk brushing the 9 coming off the second rail. Let's see what I got him playing to the low end of this ball, the 7. Let's see what he does. Oh, he played an in-between type of a shot and got away with it. He waved his hand, but hey.
I think he actually just draws under the 8 here, plays it to the side. I feel like it's a more comfortable stroke than trying to go forward with the 8.
I got him punching straight across. I got him going straight across it to the 8 in the lower right. And
yeah, I'm just saying that it's more of a comfortable stroke where you don't have to move the cue ball so much. You just kind of nip it and draw down about a foot or so. But you can play it either way for sure.
The trouble is you get caught watching your cue ball going to the side pocket. That's exactly what he did. He came straight across to the 8, and he's got his sights set on 7-5, and he's still in the ball game. Oh. This is having a great time today. Perfect. Little tap in on the 9, and Daniel will get a game closer. Good shot, 7-5, and that's a mistake Lucas paid for. Daniel's made a few himself, but it's been a very, very interesting match. Basically, still very well played. A couple of strange occurrences, but that's 9-ball, and things almost always happen on the strange side. It's never cut and dried, and that's been my attraction to this great sport for all the years that I've been. Is that no two racks even are never really alike. You know, I played a lot of pool in my life, and I can tell you that and I've seen, I couldn't remember anyway. I'm not that smart. I don't remember that much, but I do know that there's Daniel's on the break, and he trails 7-5, and makes a 1 in the side. But he's got a long thin cut on the deuce. And the purple 5 is underneath the 9, and it might be makeable, but I don't know what he's going to do. The thin cut on the deuce won't avail him much on the red 3 that's almost parallel with it. He's looking to try to leave him behind the 3-ball. And that might be a low right ball, just spinning across it and banking the 2 towards the pink 4 that's on the left cushion around middle diamond. Let's see what he does. He might just play a slow spinner on the bottom right. He hit it too full, but he's still okay. But that isn't what he wanted. I think he wanted to cut the ball more and spin off that rail and go behind the red 3. Kick and stick, I think. No, that was kind of a loose shot. Lucas opened up those balls, and at the same time gave Daniel a dare you shot. Cut the room round up the rail here. It's going to be due next week, but you don't get your paycheck until the following week, so he's going to have to cut the room rent. And it's the sheriff, the landlord, and the locksmith are there. You got to shoot to make the ball now, Daniel. You can't. I don't think you're going to be able to duck too easy from here, other than send it behind the 5-9 and delay the inevitable. I don't know. I think he's got to shoot at this ball myself, but again, it's his shot. It isn't mine. I think he's looking at it. I think he's come to that conclusion. Let's see if he can't stay down and just shoot pocket speed on this deuce. He overchipped the cheddar a little bit, and he signed over the paycheck. That's a little less than desirable. Lucas, bad speed on that shot. He might have the talent to pull this off, but he wanted to be up another 2 diamonds at least. Well, here it is. Just got to stay down and make this work. He did. Again, short on the speed. He's settling for these long shots. He could have been down there a diamond or more. But he's thin. He's still struggling. He might have to turn his. He's all right. He could kill it. But that was a little harder work than he might have wanted to do to get on the hill. But Lucas Fracasso Werner mounts the precipice. He is on the hill, and that might be the cue for our interview specialist to, or was that 9? That's only 8-5, I believe. Yeah, that's correct. 8-5. That's what I thought it was. And we weren't playing double on that game. Long time ago when we weren't playing too good. We used to play 9 ball for a few quarters and nickels and dimes, double on the run and double on the break, and that one wasn't either a double on the break or the run. That was just a cleanup. Daniel missed the cut on the 3 ball, and he paid the price. But this could easily be it if Lucas can put a good break shot down and get the correct shot here. This rack might be over sooner rather than later. Uh-oh, he's got kissed into the corner. Not so fast, man. So spake the Skeletor. he actually, just he was breaking in the 1 and getting that 2 ball up top there, and this could be. The six ball is the puzzle. That one special shot you need almost every rack in 9 ball or 8 ball, for that matter, or 10 ball. Usually that one shot that that carries you to the finish line in any rack if you're going to run them. He's got nice open possibilities there, but the 6 ball, shoot and stop, and playing to come cross table from the 4 to the 5. Like I said, that 6 ball is going to be the difference maker. He's looking to get a break angle on it maybe on the 4 ball. He might have to go down about a notch or two. A very, very skillful shot to go down it. Just slow rolling this ball maybe. That's a pretty good shot. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, but this, you know, what can I say? With this draw ball into this 9 ball, he's a little thin on this 4. He overcut the ball a little bit, and he's resigned to the fact that he can't play the break on that because he needed to be a little fuller on this 4 ball, I believe. Because all he might be able to do is hit short of it and skin it back onto the rail some more. Oh, he caught it pretty good. That's a good shot. Now that's the purple 5 is up top, and he's going to have to sing for his supper from here. He's got to come straight across and get the correct angle. And the 6 ball is real close to the point of that side pocket. I can't quite see how much, but he might be coming to the other side of it. That's as good a shot as he could have ever hit. That's a wonderful shot. I'm full accord with that. Yeah. This is he's got to send it down the rail and just hit it good. He failed on a 3 ball the last time. It was a similar shot by the overcut. Oh, he hit that ball like William Tell, shooting the apple off his son's head. I was there in Switzerland when that happened. I'm at least that old. This is one where he's going to have to let his stroke out and don't try to slow roll this ball. Go 2 rails back and forth and back. I wouldn't even try to slow roll this ball. He might be though. He's going to try, and he could. He did okay with it. Now it's a speed test. He's got the options of going straight down the 1 rail, or it's ball's too close to the rail to try to do anything much other than come straight back down table with the little left-hand ball. Well hit ball, pure. He's still in this ball game. It's 8-6 after this 9 finds the shade. 8-6. Still trying on the outside. Daniel, he's a tough foe. Lucas, he's been fortunate to be where he is. Those 2 games, lucking a 9 ball into 1 game, and just just maybe one or two less mistakes than Daniel made is what happened. But it's 8-6 now, and Daniel's still trying. Mike is right about Daniel, and that he's a tough foe.
Well, I heard my name and I just kind of appeared.
Yeah, you were like the vampire turning from a mist and going through the keyhole.
It just appeared.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like Dan Charlo living up to the expectations I've had for him. I knew he was going to come with something here. Lucas looks thrilled.
Yeah, well, Lucas had a late dinner date maybe, and he's going to maybe have to postpone and eat a bologna sandwich. I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you what. We've had 14 racks of pool. We're in number 15 right now. And, Lucas is sitting on the hill. He's got to be able to just get out here. You got to just get out. He's had the opportunity a few times, but really just needs to get it done.
Well, he's gonna has to do some work here to do some business with that 3-ball.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Might be banking across corner and sticking the rock there, or coming off. Now he's gonna play safe and go underneath it, and that's a worthy shot. With these slick rails, I don't know about coming off. That ball might open up on him a little bit. I don't like this. He doesn't like it either. I got him going to the bottom rail, standing on one foot and kicking at this ball. Too many good things can happen kicking to the bottom rail, which is what he's going to do, because the 3 has a short distance to go to the side rail coming from that direction, and his cue ball can get up table and still have the 8 in between the 3 and the hole. And I don't like this. It might work, but I don't know. Nah, it opened up on him.
Well, he had right English on there. He needed to be able to check it with some left English or even draw it into the rail.
Rails are too slick, Mike. We've been sitting here for what, 12 hours or something, doing these matches, and these rails are slick still. This is new cover, and here Lucas has his shot to get on the 3-ball, and he just has to hold sway here. He's get a little angle on the 5 to fall on the 6. He did it a little quick. He might have got straight in on this ball. He might be able to get over. Oh, sure. Never mind.
Yeah, I think he's just fine here, and I think this is going to be our last game.
Yep.
So, and don't forget, we are going to be talking with Madison Ortiz. He's going to have a word with the winner of this match here, barring one of the pillars falling down and crushing the table. I think this is going to be Lucas's last 2 shots of the match. And I want to say, great performance from both players here. But I do think that Lucas needs to tighten up a little bit.
Yes,
there you have it. There's the handshake. All right, we're going to take a quick word from Lucas in just a moment. We're going to head out to Madison Ortiz. George Hammerbacher, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah.
All right, so again, we're going to be talking with Madison Ortiz and Lucas Ficasso-Werner in just a second. And we're going to take a quick word from the sponsors, and we'll be right back with that. Don't go too far.
Bye.